Welcome everyone to the stream and to the first ever Squirtle's Den and Nito Pokeros content creator bash, or as half of us have been calling it, our creator class. And at this point, I have no idea what we're calling this tour. But what I do know is that in the past 2 hours, I've seen 21 different teams practicing, going into their comms, and every freaking chat in the server being incredibly active. So this is going to be quite hype. And Joe, yes, I am aware the brackets are actually built. I just have not published them yet. So I will be publishing them in just a second. I just wanted to make sure that nobody started their matches. They will be live here in just 1 second. There's no game set. What do you mean? I have no idea what you're asking, Joe. It doesn't say Unite as the game. Oh yeah. Oh, we'll fix that here in a second. But I say in the meantime, yeah, I'll fix it. Don't worry about it. We'll fix it in just a second. This is the first time we ever used this chat, so I will confidently tell you that there are going to be some bugs along the way, but we'll do our best to go through them. Yeah, thanks, man. Thank you so much for the heads up. I'll fix it here in a second. I just want to give a 2-minute intro here, and then let Squirrels just give a super quick intro. Squirrels is obviously a very good friend of mine. We've been working together and doing some collabs here in the past, and he randomly pinged me one day and said, "It's happening," and I'm like, "What the fuck is happening, Squirrels? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about." And he's like, "Yeah, dude, we're gonna make a tournament. We're going to invite every content creator. We're going to make random teams, and we're literally going to get people to literally play solo queue, but with people that are actually good." I'm like, okay, that actually sounds kind of fun. So that was kind of the spirit of the tournament. I was immediately on board. We got Lou involved. Lou is the one who's actually doing all the hard work today. He's behind the scenes, making sure that the stream is actually running, operating, and doing whatever it needs to do. So I want to start the stream by thanking him and making sure that he's he's acknowledged here. So in the meantime, I'll let you introduce yourself, Squirrels, and I'll try to fix the game thing. You're on mute, bud.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. You're good.
All right, bet. Yo, what's up, y'all? It's Squirtle, aka Brandon, aka The Den, aka owner of Team Drip. Thank you guys all for being part of this content creator bash, content creator classic. It's been a hell of a ride these last 3 weeks trying to put this event together, but you guys made it happen. Not me. I don't even know what mic I'm using. Not me, but you guys. You guys made it happen, and I appreciate all of you guys throughout all the chaos, all the trouble. Like, you guys all stayed patient, and you guys were able to overcome all the objections, so that way we could create this tournament for you guys to continue it running. Um, I'm excited. I'm hyped. I'm looking forward to seeing all the games. I'm looking forward for all the commentary. We got some lit commentators. I'm not even gonna lie to you. So you're definitely gonna. This is definitely not gonna be the last content creator classic, and we're gonna be putting more of them together. We're gonna have them a little bit more organized. We probably won't randomize the teams, and we will take the roles into consideration, and we'll hand draft them. So thank you guys again, and back to Nader. Yo, Nader, come back.
Yeah, I'm back. I was just trying to fix the stream. I'll fix it here in a second when I drop off. So I think with that, I don't want to let this drag on any further, because I have like 90 people pinging me like, "Yo, let's get the brackets started." So this is what I'm going to do. I will call it out in just a second. When the bracket starts, you're not allowed to start. You need to declare the bans to your mod. The games 1 through 6 are going to be here. I'm gonna pull this up real quick just to make sure I don't fuck it up. DJ Sanders is going to be matches 1 through 6, and Squirtles is going to be the mod for 7 through 12. The first match that is going to be streamed is actually going to be my team against, which is sponsored by Subdos, and against CB Team 10, which is actually Crashy's team. We did the random generation yesterday, and that match came up, and the team voted that we wanted to display that. So you guys are going to see a bit of a great match. You're going to have Nintendilly, who's one of the best top laners in the game, playing, and we're going to have Malinaki on my team, who's also one of the best top laners. So look out for a freaking slogfest in that in that top lane. So it's going to be an exciting game here. We have an excellent group of casters today. I believe for the first match, we're going to have Anubite and Jurgen. They've actually never casted a Unite game before. This is going to be their debut. We've been practicing and going through these things with them, and I think you guys are quite up for a treat. These guys are going to do a great job here. Enjoy the tournament, and I will make the brackets go live here in a second as soon as I get off the call. So welcome to the tour, and then you guys will see the casters here. We're also going to have Dodd and Slim. So you guys enjoy the tour. Let me know if you guys need me, and most of all, start with Squirtles because I'm busy as hell. So you guys do your thing.
Yo. All right. So I'm going through picking bands right now. Well, not picking bands, but bands. Whew. So give me a second.
Yeah, we can go ahead and go to the caster screen now.
Are we?
I'm gonna go ahead and start the runs here, Lou.
I bet.
Lou?
Dark Aura go ahead and switch the scene.
Let's go, baby.
Ahead and switch this. Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Are we all set?
Yep.
Let's go then. Go ahead. You can go ahead anyway. Do your thing.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to the first and hopefully annual Content Creator Classic. My name is Anubite. I'm going to be joined for the first few matches by Jurgen, who's going to be providing the color commentary. Man, I am excited to get this day started. What about you, Jurgen?
Dude, I'm super excited to be here as well. It's gonna be just a fun ride here with all these content creator personalities joining up for this tournament today. It's gonna be awesome. We're gonna be watching a lot of talented players here duking it out there.
Now, let's just make sure that everybody is going to be clear on what the tournament structure is. So it's going to be 24 teams playing in a bracket. It's going to be Swiss style. So it's going to be the teams were completely picked at random. So it's just it's 5 people per team. They've been practicing for like a week now. But it was completely made at random. Captains were assigned at random. And they've had a little bit of time to practice, but it's gonna be super interesting to see what kind of strategies they came up with in that time.
Yeah, let's remember also we're playing on the live patch, so a lot of the changes occurred in just this very past week. So for this tournament, we have Glaceon and Absol banned for the entire tournament, and each team will get 1 ban per every game of that set.
One of the things that I'm most interested to see regarding the bans is the fact that we've been seeing a lot of Hoopa across the board in competitive play. So I'm very interested to see whether we see a lot of Hoopa on both teams, or if any team just outright bans Hoopa and goes back to the classic Unite style we used to have before Hoopa made into the game.
Yeah, Hoopa just changed everything for the meta, and in these last 2 seasons, the entire meta was defined by Hoopa and Blissey. So I'm expecting a lot of Hoopa and Blissey bans in this tournament.
Oof, that
We'll
would
see.
be super interesting to see what happens with the support play if we do see a lot of those bans coming in. I think right about now we should be almost ready to start going. But in any case, just so everybody gets, it's going to be 5 rounds. Each team is going to be able to play 5 rounds, right? Then 8 teams will move on to the quarterfinals and semifinals. It's a standard bracket all the way to the finals. Each set is going to be best of 3. So teams will have a chance in between game 1 and game 2, and if so, game 3, to switch up their bans. So we're gonna have a little bit of dynamic play involved as well.
Yeah, as you said, it's gonna be very interesting because maybe we're gonna see a team stomping with the Serena, so the other team is gonna probably want to ban that Serena. We'll see. We're definitely gonna be seeing some diversity here.
Another character that's seen a lot of uptick in pick lately is Skull Bros. Skull with that 40% damage reduction to physical damage. And so much tankiness coming from that self-sustain that it has. That's also a very, very annoying thing to play against. I've seen a lot of people running it, double stacking with the cookie and the specs. So, what are your thoughts on Skullbro?
Dude, I love the skull, bro. It's pretty much everything I play right now. It's just destroying everybody. You're not able to be killed. You're doing so much damage. You're reducing physical damage by 40% with that skull. It's just amazing. I love the skull, bro. I'm hoping to see a lot of him.
Yeah, I know you like to play that Skullbro. Despite me just begging to go back into the jungle, you keep picking that Skullbro.
That's true. I just love it, man. So, as a note, these teams had just a little bit less than a month to practice together. So, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how everything turns out. Just, I'm just hoping to have a good time here.
Another thing that would be very interesting to see is in where they're playing in the most recent patch, and in this most recent patch, Azumarill just got a bunch of buffs across the board. So it'll be very interesting to see if anybody dares to bring it out, because as we all know, Azumarill on release was very, very undertuned. It was borderline unplayable, and as it is right now, it is a very, very strong character, especially if you want to throw it up to the top lane to play a standard 1-1-3. It's a very, very strong character to play against.
Yeah, since Azumarill was so bad earlier in the season and last season when he came out, he's just gonna. I think it's gonna be taking people by surprise here. You get those attack wave stats going on, and it's just gonna destroy
Oof,
people. They're not gonna
oof.
expect it.
You get those stacks going, and it gets nasty, my friend. Another thing to note is Zeraora also got a little bit of a buff there. They decreased their ult level from level 10 to level 9, so they get their ult a little bit earlier. Zeraora, of course, doesn't have the assassin capabilities of, say, a Gengar in the jungle, but their kit does have a lot of AoE, so Zeraora is still a very strong character in those team fights where they can dish out their damage to multiple characters on the opponent teams.
That's true. That's true. Same as Azumarill, it's gonna be taking people by surprise. There were some very interesting changes in the last patch, so I'm just saying it's gonna be a fun ride. We're gonna see diversity here. That's what I'm most excited about.
Yes, sir. One of the things I would love to see today as well would be a Hoopa on both sides, and I want to see both Hoopas ulting at the same time. Everybody joining in on the fun and having a 5-on-5 absolute bloodbath. I am praying to see that tonight.
Yeah, just chaos all around. Hoping, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how everything turns out. I'm expecting those Hoopa players to be playing Hoopa. If not, if it doesn't get banned. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It's gonna be a fun one.
That's an interesting thing about the Hoopa. Hoopa is a very strong character if played well, but a poor Hoopa character can really, really bring down your team. So it'd be interesting if a team just says, you know what, we don't have any good Hoopa players here. Let's just ban it and let's just run a standard comp.
Yeah, definitely. And we have, as I said earlier, we have very talented players here. Dude, we have Colin Tang, that's one of the infamous Talonflame players. We're having Mauling, that he's gonna be an insane Lucario player. We have Crashy, who's a big personality on the content creator scene. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
I
just
know,
super cool.
I know Celestial's going to be playing as well. I think he was like the number one ranked DPS player in North America. And I've also heard some very, very good things from Malinaki's Lucario play. I'm very interested to see that. I do
Yeah,
believe that we will get to see Malinaki in the first match on stream today. So I really hope we get the chance to see his Lucario. However, I wouldn't be completely surprised if the opposing team just outright bans Lucario from him.
that is correct, my friend. I will expect that Lucario ban if it gets going. We'll see about that. Definitely gonna be a cool one. Crashy is on the other team. It's gonna be Mauling against Crashy's team. So yeah, that's the first game we're gonna be having.
Oof, I can't wait. Now let me ask you something here, my friend. If you were playing in this tournament, what kind of Pokemon would you ban away? What do you not like to play against?
Dude, I hate Hoopa. Hoopa is just a nuisance for everybody. I don't like that you get everyone to low health and Hoopa just brings everyone back to their base and back to the fight. It's just incredible. And
Little
Blissey as
things.
well. Blissey as well is
There,
pretty annoying.
there are little things as heartbreaking as being on the verge of securing a kill and having Hoopa just whoop everybody away. That is terrible to see. On my part, personally, I don't like playing against a Hoopa, but oh my god, do I hate just trying to roam to the other lane, trying to support somebody and running into a Gengar in the jungle. That is just terrifying.
Yeah, Gengar just can obliterate you if you get caught out of position there. Yeah, we'll see. It's cool. I love playing Gengar as well.
I know you
We'll see
do.
about that.
I keep asking you to play it. Okay,
That's
so
the Gengar.
we should be getting the bans for game one any second now. We're waiting on the bans right now.
Yeah,
Can we get
they should be coming up fairly soon.
Can we get an update on the status of? Okay, so we have Crashy's team is banning away the Skullbro. Indeed, they do not feel like handling that debuff and tankiness that Skullbro brings to the table. On the other hand, Malinaki's team, they are banning away the Garchomp. Interesting
Garchomp.
ban to say the least.
It's probably a targeted ban. I'm not sure who plays Garchomp in this team, but seeing a Garchomp ban is probably a targeted ban.
It is. It probably is. Garchomp, not to say it's a weak character, but it's not like it's exploding the meta at the moment.
No, but if the Garchomp gets going, there's no stopping that Dragon Dude.
That's
Good player
true.
Garchomp, it'll be incredible.
And as well with the increase in Blissey play we've seen recently, Garchomp is one of the characters that most loves to have a Blissey on his side. Blissey just throws a safeguard on him, helping hand, ult, and get out of the way because Garchomp can absolutely decimate everybody.
Yo, we're seeing the picks here. Yo, we're seeing the Hoopa and Blissey on Crashy's team right off the bat. We're seeing on Nader's side of the game, we're seeing a little Machamp here doing some serious damage. They got the Blissey support, and they got the tree, man. I love the tree. It's gonna be a nuisance for everybody.
I hate seeing the tree. Now, you can see that Malinaki, as you said, is going to be to that probably top lane Machamp. That's going to be very interesting to see. You have only a Hoopa on one side, so if I'm Rapidash, I'm looking to make a lot of cross-map plays, take advantage of those portals, knowing that the other team cannot match that movement. Now, I would expect indeed to see Hoopa trying to move between the lanes a lot, trying to get a numbers advantage there.
Yeah, I'm seeing these team comps. I'm seeing Crashy's team. They're going for the long range just poke for the Venusaur. I'm expecting a Solar Beam in this team. Maybe we'll see a Petal Dance. The Sigil is going to be securing those objectives fairly quickly. But the other team, Nader's team and Malinaki's team, they have the Dragonite's going to be able to secure those objectives. It's gonna be incredible.
Now, it seems like we're seeing standard 2-1-2s from both teams. Down in the bot lane, we got... Oh my god, no, that's a 1-1-3. My bad, Matt. That's Machamp alone on the top lane against a 2-1-2 from the red side.
Yeah, that's correct. So we're seeing... probably going to see a bottom lane dominance from the blue side. But we're seeing fairly standard jungle paths for both jungler players. I'm seeing a Dragonite probably going top. Maybe the Aegislash is going to be able to help bottom. We'll see here.
Yes, that Decidueye on red side already got its first stack. Hoopa is just gonna babysit him for a while, try to get him those stacks, and then probably portal on down to the bot lane. That's the second stack there for the Decidueye. That's 2 stacks a minute in. That's a good start for the Desi.
Yo, and the red team just got a kill on the bottom lane, even though they were one man behind. It's incredible, man. Seeing some action here.
Dragonite just comes up top, catches the Decidueye pushed a little bit too far forward and makes him pay for it. Now bees are gonna spawn here in the top lane. It's always chaos when those bees spawn. That Machamp is gonna go real low. Aegislash trying to do a little bit of damage there, but they're gonna be able to move back into their base and get those heals up. Now Machamp trying to turn it around, put a little bit of damage onto that Hoopa. That Hoopa staying up top for a very long time there.
Yeah, they were just gonna have a rough time up there because they were 3 up top and from the red side. The blue side just had to get whatever they could.
Now we're seeing the Trevenant try to steal away those crabs from the opponent side. Um, Now the Maochoke already evolved. The Decidueye just got there, and we have a little bit of aggression here on the bot lane. Now that Blissey is running the soft boil there, so that's gonna be interesting to see if the Dragonite can secure the kill onto the Hoopa, and they do. Ding ding dings, ring the bells. That's gonna be a kill on Dragonite. Does he make it 2? No, he doesn't, but that should be a clean score for both of them, and it is. They're gonna back away safely, and that
Yeah,
was nice to see.
Yeah, huge 56 score off of that double kill there. They got the Hoopa is gonna be level 4 here, so he's level 5, but he's gonna be a little disadvantaged. So they're probably gonna move over for those bees right now and probably get set up for the Dreadnought here. We're seeing Aegislash going bottom from action.
Yes, we see both junglers already in their final stage of evolution. There's the Aegislash, there's the Dragonite coming in. This bot lane beast. It's gonna be chaos, and the Aegislash goes in. Turns out the King's Shield is gonna be a 4-on-3. This is absolute mayhem. The Trevenant goes forward and locks down that opposing Blissey. Do they get the kill on the Venusaur? That Hyper Beam almost does it, but not quite. Trevenant a little bit too far forward. Aegislash turns it around. That's a kill on it. That's a kill on the Delphox. They might be able to secure the kill on the Blissey. Dragonite trying to put down the hurt. That Aegislash is just playing with fire right now.
Oh, that was incredible team fight right there. The blue side looked like they had the advantage, but they just couldn't get the kills for the red side.
Blue side manages to secure the Dreadnought. Let's see if they can make a quick escape. No, they want to turn this around. They see low health bars on red side. That Decidueye with the Spirit Shackles doing some hurt. That's a big Hyper Beam onto the Decidueye. Forces it back. Looks like blue team's gonna be able to walk away from this clean. No, that Trevenant stayed a little bit too long, a little bit too far forward, friend.
Yeah, they're gonna be happy with that exchange. Trevenant for a Dreadnought and both Odinos. They're just having a good time right now.
Oh, absolutely, they have. Now, the Hoopa is still top net lane. They're gonna be able to try. They're gonna try to set up for the Rotom. Looks like blue side is there a little bit quicker. That Aegislash is not close yet. The Dragonite is already within ult range, and it has the ult. Yeah, this is gonna be a blue side Rotom. So far, 2 objectives for blue side, and they're gonna take that.
Yeah, blue side is they're dominating with that XP advantage. They have 3 Unite moves ready right now. The red team just had 1. The Aegislash just used it, but it doesn't matter. They're just 2 ahead right now. Red team has to pick up wherever they left off.
The Aegislash pulled off that ult and managed to secure absolutely nothing from it. Red, as you said, blue side a little bit too far ahead right now. We see the Blissey running Egg Bomb and Soft Boiled. As you know, that combo a few patches ago got buffed. We see the Trevenant with that infamous sustain it has. That was a very good ult from the Machamp. It still has a buff on. They're trying to get a team fight going. That's a huge Venusaur ult. Oh my goodness, I think he got 3 on that one. Call the doctors, but not for me, says Red Team. They are going to just push and bully blue team out of lane. They're gonna be able... No! Dragonite turns it around! That's a kill on it. Trevenant ult, nothing out of it. Spirit Shackles go away, and everybody's gonna back off for a second, try to regroup and reset for the Dreadnought. Dreadnought is up. Blue side is going to go ahead and start it. Trevenant moves forward, trying to zone everybody. Matchup as well. They're trying to get it. Can Red Team get a steal? They do not. That's a second Dreadnought for blue side, and they might as well just turn it around, make this a team fight, get some kills. There goes the Hoopa ult. Let's see what they can get out of it. That's a very strong ult. That's a fire spin on the Aegislash who just ulted, and they're gonna probably be able to secure a kill on the Aegislash as well. No, he walks away. No, he does not. The Dragonite is still just dishing out the damage on those hyper beams. Red team needs to find the damage dealer, and they need to find it quick. That's a kill on the Venusaur as well. I just don't see the damage from red side.
Yeah, the red side, it looked like the red side was gonna come back. They got a couple kills. They got the Dreadnought position, but they were just too ahead, right? The blue team was just too ahead. The red side is having a lot of trouble dealing with the Trevenant. He's just going in, doing his thing. They just can't stop him.
Yeah, the Trevenant absolutely does not care at this point. It just goes forward, doesn't care a little bit. That was another Vino ult on bot lane. Meanwhile, blue team had 3 players up top securing their second Rotom. That is a huge and beautiful matchup ult right there. Just goes full Rocky Balboa. Eye of the Tiger blasting in the background. Punches everybody all the way back to base and dunks a big old 50.
You just love to see a good Machamp ult there. He just obliterated the entire team with that ultimate. There's nothing you can do about it. What a play.
Oh my god, there's few things I love to see as much as a good matchup ult. It's just a thing of beauty, and it is right there. Of course, the level advantage they have, that matchup is at level 13. That's a 2 to 3 level advantage on most of red side. So when that matchup ults, health bars just get evaporated. Now, red side is doing a little bit of a death ball here, trying to push on top lane, trying to get something, trying to build some momentum, but oh wait, Dreadnought is spawning on bot lane, and it looks like blue team is going to be able to secure a third Dreadnought before the Zapdos spawn. So that's going to be a huge level advantage. You can see the Dragonite is level 14 already. That's a clean 2-level advantage on the opposing jungler.
That is
Matchup's
correct.
14 as
Jason.
well.
That is correct. So the blue side just took a Dreadnought for the tier 1 tower. They're gonna be very happy with that exchange. Now they got the Zapdos position for this team fight. The red side has to do a play here.
They do, but remember, if you can see, the red side still has a point advantage. So this game, they might be able to get a team fight. If they do, this game is still winnable. It's not a lost cause by any means. That is an Aggie/ult right there. Dragonite drops in from the third rope. Does not get a kill yet. There's the Decidui ult. There's a Chansey ult. It's an ult city party, and everybody's invited here. Blue team is just decimated red team. That's 4 kills already, trying to secure the clean ace on the Venusaur, and they do. That is a 5-4-0. They get everybody. They get the fight, they get the Zapdos, and they're gonna get the game.
The poor red side they had no chance in that team fight. Everybody used their unite moves from both sides, but the blue team was just too far ahead from experience. Even though they were losing by points, they were just ahead in this game.
Yeah. Now, if you are red side, remember, red side banned away the Slowbro. So do you change anything on your bans for the match number 2?
Honestly, I would change it up because the blue side's team does not revolve around the Slowbro. Maybe they could see the Slowbro, but I think they would try to change their ban. We'll see. We'll see.
It seems to me like blue team with that Slowbro banned away was perfectly fine, just playing the Trevenant on the tank role and did a great job. It was so annoying. It was putting out so much CC. Look at that Delphox fire spin. That was beautiful. It got 4 right there. This is the moment to make that highlight plays, everybody. This is the moment to get those clips and send it over to the dot for those top 5 plays.
That's correct, my friend. Delphox, low-key, he was doing some serious damage from the backlines. He was throwing down his Unite move, just destroying everybody. It was incredible. What a game.
Well, those kinds of mage type players, Delphox and Gardevoir, they just love it when they have a strong front line and they can just sit in the back, fire away those abilities and put out the damage and be absolutely safe back there. And that was pretty much what happened there. Now, if I'm red side, I think about maybe banning away that Dragonite because I feel like it did a lot of hurt. Now, on blue side, they banned away the Garchomp. Now, is there anything from red side, if you're blue side, that you feel like you have to ban away?
If I'm blue side, I would consider just banning maybe the Hoopa or staying with the Garchomp. I'm not sure what they're thinking right now. They just destroyed this entire game. It's gonna be up to the red side to command this next game. Maybe they do wanna ban that Dragonite. It was securing those objectives. It was dealing so much damage. They had no answer to it. I think the Slowbro shouldn't be banned. Maybe they should let it just slide.
I mean, that's true. Blue side, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Everything they
Absolutely.
wanted to do worked. Everything they wanted to get, they did. So if I'm blue side, maybe I just ban away the Hoopa, just because I'm not thinking about playing it. If I'm blue side, they didn't. So maybe I just ban away that Hoopa, take away the possibility of a fantastic cross map play, and let's play just standard Unite, no Hoopa shenanigans, because we feel like we are better at it than you are.
That's correct, man. The Hoopa wasn't doing that much of a difference, but the team was kind of revolving around it because the red side, the Crashies team, they didn't have much mobility, so they were relying on that Hoopa to port them over to the top side, the bottom side, back to their base, or back to the team fight. So yeah, maybe you can cripple that team strategy by banning away the Hoopa. We'll see.
It's true. Now, players are setting up for match number 2. We'll let you know what the bans are if they changed at all as soon as we can get those in. Now, I don't necessarily expect a change in bans from blue side. If it were me, I would probably consider banning the Hoopa, but it's not really necessary. Like you said, it was a very clean game from them. They got all the objectives they wanted. They won the team fights they got. I'm not thinking about a lot. Now, Malinaki's matchup was fantastic in that game. I love to see it. They had some beautiful matchup ults. They were running the close combat, just dishing out punches left and right.
Yeah, you just love to see those punches going around. He was very unstoppable in this game. They had just no answer to the Machamp, to the Trevenant. They were just doing their thing. Nobody could stop them.
Yeah, and again, those matchup plays, their matchup is just built for highlight plays. I love so much their it's such a high skill level to be able to pull those plays, jumping around, punching everybody. It looks like we're gonna have a player swap on Nader's team. Is that Darrell jumping in
Yeah,
for Nader? Yeah, it is.
Yep, they're swapping Nader for Darrell. It's gonna
Okay,
be interesting.
interesting.
Nader was the support in that last game. He was doing the Blissey.
Interesting that. So now that we get that swap, again, the player that's swapping out was the one that was just playing the Blissey. So
That's correct.
interesting to see now if the player coming in plays the support role as well, or do they mix it up a bit and have somebody else playing support? Again, these teams have had some practice time, but it's not like they've been practicing for a long time now.
That's correct. They will just have to adapt to their situation. They were pretty commanding in that victory, so we'll see what the difference is gonna be. It's gonna be coming up soon.
Yes, indeed. We should be getting those bans any second now. We're just waiting on the mods to let us know what those bans are gonna be for match number 2.
Yeah, so if you're enjoying the stream, click that follow, like this video, do your thing.
Again, we want to remind you how everything came to be. So basically, this was the idea from Dark Aura to basically have all the streamers, all of the content creators from Pokemon Unite, from all different walks, just come together and basically collaborate on one huge tournament. All of these players are streaming on their own personal streams as well. So we're gonna have the Garchomp. The Garchomp ban is gonna stay. On the other hand, indeed, as we mentioned, they're gonna swap out that Slowbro ban and they're gonna target that Dragonite. Dragonite is gonna be banned for
Yes,
these
that's
games.
correct. Yeah, Dragonite was just destroying that team. He was like the pillar of that team was Dragonite, so he was securing those objectives, doing the damage. It's gonna be a good ban here.
Yeah, indeed. As we said, the Dragonite gets banned away from that team. They were doing so much damage from those Hyper Mims, and goodness, I love having a Dragonite on my team, so I can understand the ban. Now, if you are that jungler, they just banned away Dragonite from you. Now, Dragonite obviously is less the assassin type jungler and more of a team fighting jungler. So they banned Dragonite away from you. What do you switch to now?
Really depends on what they want to do here. So they were doing a secure objective jungle with Dragonite. Nobody does it better than him. So we'll see if they want to change that strategy up, because really nobody does it better than Dragonite. Maybe they're gonna be going with the Solar Beam Venusaur, maybe a Decidueye. They have good secures here, but there's nothing like Dragonite. So it's gonna be interesting what they're gonna be going for.
The mobility, damage, and beef the Dragonite brings to the table, it's just too much. Now, we are going to see there are switching sides, just FYI. Rapidash is again on that Hoopa. Malinaki is bringing his Machamp back. There immediately the Slowbro comes in. We see that's why it was banned in the first place away from Keeps. And it looks like their Alf is gonna go to the jungle with that Talonflame, and Event Horizon is gonna jump into that Blissey role. Now on the other hand, Crashy bringing out that Serena, and we know how terrifying Serena can get.
Yeah, Serena can just stomp the other team if she gets going. It's gonna be cool. The Talonflame, it's an interesting pick here. They're going for serious damage here. There's the Machamp, there's a Greninja, Talonflame. They just want to rip people to shreds here. I'm hoping we're gonna see the Skullbro here. And remember, he's going for the muscle band. He's not going focus band, so he's gonna be a little frail here.
Again, yes, those Slowbros and both of them running that potion. Like you said, that Slowbro brings so much self-sustain to the table. Now Serena, as we know, with her mobility, her self-sustain, and her damage, she can just get up in your face and start stomping people. So that's a little bit terrifying front line that we're seeing from them this game.
That's correct, my friend. They have now the Serena and the Slowbro to just sit in front. We have the Pikachu doing damage from behind and maybe go in with that Unite. And Decidueye is just gonna be a turret from the backside. I'm liking this team comp from the blue side here.
I am so excited to watch that Malinaki's matchup against that Serena matchup in the top lane. That is a very strong matchup. It looks like they wanted to go 2-1-2 and Pikachu's gonna go down bot, so it's gonna be 1-1-3 for both teams.
Yeah, we're seeing fairly equal both sides. They're going for the 1-1-3. Both Slowbros are going to be on the bottom, so it's going to be a secure here for our Dinos. Yeah, both sides are being fairly standard right now.
Indeed, and if you see the map in top lane, it looks like both of them are just trading attack weight stacks. They're both down to 2 stacks already. A minute in, they're trying to oppress red team away from the Audinas down here in bot lane. And here we go, a little bit of slappies, and everybody just walks back to base.
That's correct. Both sides were just shaking hands and doing their thing. You go your attack weight, I'll do mine. There's no problem in it. They just want to get those attack weight stats going on. We'll see some serious damage from both sides here.
Indeed, and now both junglers are here. It's gonna be a little bit of a party here for the Beast. Serena goes in, they turn it around. Does the Machamp get to live? It does. Both of those top laners managed to walk away from very precarious situations. Now, we did have a kill down here in bot lane as well. A lot of action right here in the moment. Event Horizon with his Blissey trying to walk away safely, and it does. Now, we have here the Greninja moving down bot, trying to put a little bit of pressure. No, they're going to be able to get their buffs, which just spawned.
Yeah, so the blue side had a numbers advantage there because the Hoopa went top. So they had a 3-on-2, and they managed to secure most of the beasts. And they're trying to push their advantage now.
There's a Hoopa managing to secure a kill on the Machamp. That's going to be another stack for the Serena. They're probably going to try to get one of those Pokemon right near the base and get another stack. And indeed, there's a stack for the Serena. I think that's 4 now.
Yeah, Serena's going to be doing damage right now. So she got her level 6. That's one of the biggest power spikes in the game. It's going to be cool here. They're going to be setting up for the 720Bs right now. Yeah.
Serena already evolved into its final form, so is the Desi. Machamp still not there, the Talonflame still not there. It's a little bit of an XP advantage for blue side as we get those timers for the first neutral objectives.
Yeah, so we're seeing both junglers at level 7. We're gonna be seeing a fairly equal fight here because nobody's gonna be able to get level 9 for a Dreadnought. But the power spike from Greninja is going to be larger for team fights than the Decidueyes.
Yeah, the Decidueye, there goes the Serena. She's just trying to stomp a little bit, make them back away, and those Spirit Shackles just keep on flying. That poke can get a little bit nasty. Now there's a Slowbro running a little bit low. Serena stomping on people. There's one, there's another. That's 2 kills already. The Serena gets brought down, the Slowbro gets brought down. Red side manages to secure the Dreadnought, and it looks like they're gonna turn this fight around. They're still pushing. There goes the Machamp. That's a punch right there. Good, secure, good team fight, and way to turn that around. Now the Decidueye trying to still poke away with those Spirit Shackles, trying to keep them from scoring a lot of points.
Now, as you said, they managed to turn that around very quickly right there. Sarina was just stomping on them, but they just secured the Dreadnought and won that team fight off of it.
That's right there. You see the Machamp ult does not manage to secure the kill. As we mentioned, the Sarina just has so much self-sustain on her kit. It looks like they're trying to catch a Slowbro. They won't, but they are very, very nicely set up for the Rotom here. Now remember, they switched sides after game 1. So blue side now they were on red side the game before. So we've had a little bit of a different game here. Now the XP advantage seems to have gone the other way. They get the Rotom and they're trying to push it in. That's Sarina stomping. That's going to be a Sarina ult, and that's going to be a kill. Yes, Queen. Do your
good
work.
Good response from the blue side. They lost the Dreadnought, but it didn't matter. They just want to get the Rotom now. So they got the tier 1 tower. Now they're getting the Beast. They got a couple scores up top. It was a very good exchange for them.
Yes, we see here the Machamp trying to get in on that Hoopa. They might get the kill. Flashes forward for the kill and secures the solo kill right there. They're going to be able to get another one of those side out Dinos and score again, get another stack going. As we see Sarina just bullying the Slowbro here in the jungle.
Yeah, Slowbro is going to be a hard man to kill, but she gets it right now. And we're seeing Malinaki's Machamp. He's popping off now, so he's going to be very scary for that late game now.
Yeah, he does have his ult ready for this team fight that's coming up. We have all ults ready for red side over here. Blue side only has 2. We have the Slowbro ult and the Desi ult. It's not the best ult in the game, but they do have it. Red side instead is just, there goes the Machamp ult. It looks like they want to back away, and kaboom goes the Pikachu. Sarina bye-bye as well. Dreadnought is at 10%. Who's going to get it? And red side manages to get their second Dreadnought of the game. There was the Hoopa ult. It runs out. Machamp's probably gonna be able to secure the kill, and it does. That was a great fight for red side.
What a fight! It looked like the blue side had the position advantage, but when the Machamp he just wanted to turn everything around. He went through the long road, and he got a big Machamp ult on the Pikachu and just obliterated him with the Blissey too.
Yeah, again, blue side is here already set up for the Rotom. It's gonna spawn right now. They're gonna try to just bully red side away from this objective. Hoopa is not here in this fight. They don't have their ult anyway, so they can't get here super quick. Blue side is already ripping this Rotom, and they do. So that's they have traded objectives so far. We have 2 Rotoms for blue side and 2 Dreadnoughts for red side.
And they will be happy with that exchange. This Rotom probably won't get them much because they're just gonna defend it, and they got the Dreadnought earlier, so they will be very happy with this exchange.
That's a Sarina ult onto the Machamp. That Machamp tries to walk away but does not manage to do it. That Sarina is just wreaking havoc right now, just walking into everybody. Talonflame tries to defend that goal but isn't able to do so. The Spirit Shackle puts out a little bit of damage and makes it walk away from that lane.
Yeah, I'm liking the Slowbro here. He's just scalding away, reducing physical damage by 40% to everyone. Machamp and Greninja and Talonflame as well. They're gonna have a rough time if they get caught off by a nice scald here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because both top laners are doing physical damage. We have both junglers doing physical damage. So both of those Slowbros be able to really debuff some of that heavy damage coming from the opposing team.
That's correct. So they just don't want to get caught in that scald. So we're seeing the red side gonna have the Dreadnought position here. Blue side is not looking like they want to get this Dreadnought. They don't want to contest it.
It seems like they're just gonna give this Dreadnought away for free to red side, and they're gonna look to try to just set up for the Zapdos. They do have the point advantage, but it seems like we have a little bit of a fight here going on. Can they burn the Sarina? Yes, they can. That's the Surf. Greninja coming in. We see the Slowbro ult on the Greninja. Talonflame yeets the Slowbro away from his teammate. This is a beautiful fight from red side, and that's a clean sweep. They are gonna get the Zapdos. They are gonna probably get the game. Talonflame already dunking 100. up in the top lane. If they manage to dunk all of these points, and they probably should, that's probably gonna be game, and that's gonna be the match.
Now, as you said, it was a clean sweep for the red side. Blue side like Serena got cut off. They got a big pick there. They just couldn't do anything. Their front line was just demolished.
Yeah, they were just too dependent on that Serena to be able to harass the opponents, be able to set that front line, and the minute they managed to get a pick on that Serena, that was pretty much the fight. Now, blue team has over a minute yet to try to regroup and pull something off. It's gonna be a long shot, but let's see what they try to come up with.
Yeah, we're seeing the blue side. They just want to do this last push if they can. The Slowbro is still dead, so maybe they can push this thing away. Maybe they get a couple points, but it's gonna be really tough to push this thing in.
The Serena ult onto the Greninja, but does not manage to secure the kill. Still stomping away. They do get that Blissey. Just 40 seconds left. They break the score there. It's still gonna be a long shot, but I mean it's a very valiant effort to try to claw their way back into this one. Serena and Slowbro still doing some work there. Meanwhile, the Talonflame from red side is just racking up more and more points little by little, but trying to extend that lead.
Yeah, sneaky Talonflame there. He doesn't care about this defense. He just want to get more points and put the last nail on the coffin here for the blue side.
Well, very sneakily, that Talonflame has put up over 60 points already in that last few sequences. So, I mean, that was a very good play to just try to extend that lead in case blue team managed to pull something off. Sadly, they didn't. That's going to be a quick 2-0, and that's going to be the game.
Yeah, so I love the team changes. It looked for a second there the blue side was gonna have the game, but they were just too far behind right there. The red side got all of the dreadnoughts, they got all the EXP. They were just too far ahead.
Yeah, now the Dragon Knight ban, I think worked. I think we didn't see as much of an impact from the jungler in this game. Um, but I mean that Machamp was just doing so much work. You can look at the damage right there. That's 94k damage on a Machamp. Malinaki was just popping off on that Machamp these two games.
That is correct. He was just punching everyone. I thought we were gonna see more damage from the Talonflame, maybe going in with the Greninja doing their thing, but they just couldn't get a hold of the back line because the front line for the red side, it was just too much for the other team.
Yeah, indeed. Now, what's interesting is the Talonflame, of course, being more of an assassin champion akin to that old Absol and the Gengar, they really do depend on having that XP advantage so they can pick off those weaker opponents if they ever catch anybody out of position. What happened here was you had the other team just picking up those dreadnoughts, getting that XP advantage. So that means that Talonflame is not capable of just picking off anybody at random. They have to like really pick their targets and be really pinpoint accurate with it, and that's a
Yeah.
very tall order to play.
Yeah, that's correct. And Talonflame's strengths come from the jungle mostly, because he can go from the jungle, he can just jump in people, go back out. But this Talonflame was in bot lane, so his power spike wasn't met as quickly. So he couldn't, there was just no way he could jump on people and obliterate them because he was behind this entire game almost.
Yeah, indeed, there was that XP disadvantage really hurt them there, and also
Yeah.
that Serena is a character that although she's strong enough, she has enough power in her kit to play even from behind. When a Serena gets going with an XP advantage and you have a Serena that's ahead, that is just a terrifying thing to look at.
Yeah, that's correct. And we saw there, Serena, even though the blue side was behind, Serena was still putting out tons of damage. She was just stomping on people, all using her Unite move, just killing people. But they didn't have the backline to just support that Serena damage there.
Exactly. It was you saw the Serena jumping in several times, and then all that happened was she was alone surrounded by four members of the other team. They lacked a little bit of maybe cohesion. Maybe the Serena didn't have as much backup in that front line as they would have liked.
Yeah. So we're looking at some interviews here for the red side. That was a team for Malinaki. We're gonna interview them because they were doing a 2-0 sweep there.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
That was a quick 2-0 sweep. Now, matches around the tournament are probably going over to a third game. So we're going to take this time to interview somebody on that team.
That's correct, my friend. So we're gonna
Now,
swap out. We're gonna swap out now for Big Slim World.
yeah, and I think the Dot is gonna lead this interview. The Dot, of course, from Silphco. They do the top 5 plays of the week. It's a fantastic show if you haven't watched it. So um, the Dot is probably gonna handle the interview on somebody from Malinaki's team.
Yeah, that's correct. So he's right here, Mr. Bane Roos. He's gonna be starting with the interviews now.
Hello, hello. Hopefully everybody is doing great today. Of course, you heard me. My name is the Dodd. I'm here from New Rockstars, from Geek Life, from Silphco Sports, all those good things. Anyways, what a fantastic match to watch. Oh my gosh, it was a 2-0 match, but a lot of really intense plays here. I believe we've got Nader here with us. Nader, are you there? Nope, not quite.
Sure,
Wait.
I'm here. Managed to fix
Okay,
it.
there we go. There we go. Nader, what a match there. That was absolutely incredible. What are your first thoughts coming off of that match?
Dude, that was an intense match. It's also particularly difficult when you're modding, managing the bracket, and actually playing. So I told the team I needed to sit out on game 2 so that I could do a little bit of managing. But the team played excellent, dude. Bleezes was playing jungle, and he obliterated the other team. He was securing objectives. Game 2, they were actually trying to target ban him because they couldn't stop him. And game 2, he still popped off, right?
Right.
I mean, my supports were obliterating. So actually, Keeps is a Slowbro main. So we got a Slowbro ban on game 1, and then
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a target.
Has really played a big role in this match, right? I mean, you had Slowbro banned in that first match, but that was the big defensive pressure that you guys had in that second match. It shows that Slowbro brand was probably a good pick on their side originally, but Dragonite really able to make up for that Slowbro defensively, and then just actually absolutely putting that offensive pressure that's needed on there. How did you guys pivot with the Slowbro ban and the Dragonite ban respectively?
So we did not get a big chance to practice throughout the week that we had, but we had some general ideas on the comps that we wanted to run, and we have specific roles that people are filling depending on what the bans are. So the moment we saw the Slowbro ban, Keeps was like, I have this 3 months that I can play, I'm gonna pick this one. And then we had different comps, and I was like, we got a Slowbro ban, so I'm just gonna jump on Delphox game 1, and I'm just gonna do a little bit of the supporting from back end and just hit a mystical fire from far away. And then on our side of things, we wanted to make sure that Maul on top was just getting a couple of stacks, because we know that if you can just get him a couple of stacks, he's gonna ult somebody and just obliterate the other team, right? So Event was doing a great job on the Blissey. I know that gets lost in translation sometimes, but he was just healing people. Every time people were getting low, he was there every time healing people. And then you saw in game 2, Daryl was like, fuck the score, fuck the score. I'm just going to go score. It doesn't matter if you score. We're just going to take those points.
Right,
So,
the Talonflame there really trying to seal that lead. There was a bit of a return fire coming back at the end there. And I mean, to be honest, to go from like 100 or something points to 400 or something points is a pretty good comeback, but Talonflame just kept continually sealing that lead. I guess one of the big things I want to ask is, like, you guys were so far down in that first game, and it all came down to Zapdos. How do you keep your team in the game when you guys have such a lead down there to be able to come off with such a great team fight? I mean, that team fight there at the end is really what sealed the deal.
So we knew that if we could target specific players on their side, we would just be able to pop off. Because again, that the moment Maul hits about level 13, he's gonna pop off. The moment that we get people in a line close together, Dragonite is gonna land a Hyper Beam and just kill things. In game 2, we had Greninja just being able to reset those serves, right? So I was I wasn't on comms on game 2. I was on game 1, so I'll focus on that one a little bit more. We got a lot of objectives early on, so the score didn't really matter to us because we felt like we had the comp advantage, number one, and we felt that we had the level advantage in game 1. We stole a lot of their farm early, so that
Yeah.
first fight it wasn't, I'm not gonna say easy to take, but we were able to roll, like steamroll from that. I think we got first Rotom too. I think we got most of the objectives, so we didn't really care about the score because at the end of the day we understand that what matters is the Zapdos fight. Make sure that you have the right levels. So I mean, the team played great. The game that I wasn't in comms, I mean, the team still popped off. Snowbro had a ton of damage. I think Mal had more damage than the jungler, so he was trolling him. I jumped on VC after, and Mal was trolling Bleezes because he had more damage than him. So I mean, the team has a great chemistry. We've all become friends throughout the process here. So it's been quite an experience. Having a lot of fun here.
I feel like that team chemistry was perfectly on display in this latch match. Congratulations for the win. And I think with that, we'll kick it back out to the casters for the next round.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one, guys. Good luck.
All right.
Indeed.
All right.
Indeed, it was very interesting to hear how much they relied on knowing that the jungler and the top lane were just gonna pop off. It was only a matter of time before they did, and they were just set up for it. They knew they had the late game advantage, so it was just a matter of setting up for it. They were not worried at all about having a little bit of an XP disadvantage in the early to mid game. They were just comfortable knowing that when the game got towards its final stages, they had the players to just pop off and push that skill level advantage into a victory.
Yeah, and when Nader said at the end, that's what you want to hear. You want to hear the people, they have a lot of chemistry. That's what makes or breaks a team, the chemistry right there. As he was saying, they were having fun in this game.
Oh yeah,
That's what you want to hear.
I loved to hear that because you bring in several different content creators who don't necessarily play together a whole ton. Again, the teams were made at random, but the fact that they were all able to put up some chemistry, get their practice time in, and have that team cohesion to be able to know what each other is capable of, it was really fantastic to see.
Yeah, that's true. And you could see the chemistry in that game. You could see the people, they were all rotating bottom, they were all rotating top, they were ready for Zapdos, ready for the team fight. And as Dot said, it was incredible how they were behind that first game and they just managed to pull everything off and just be right there for the Zapdos fight and just win the game out of it.
Indeed. Now, as we move on to the second match, what things did you see in this match that you think we won't see in a second set? What things do you think were just specific to these teams?
Well, it really depends on the team they're gonna play. I'm really thinking that Nader's team, they just have their team comp ready. Probably gonna bring out the Dragonite again. We'll see if the other of their next match they know about the Dragonite because I think that was huge for them.
I loved also to hear about the targeted bans, knowing what not only their own players main, but the players on the opposite side. They knew they had a Slowbro main, so they targeted that ban in the first game immediately. Love to hear the kind of knowledge of the opposing team coming through.
Yeah, that's correct. And you could see the power of the Slowbro in that game. It was just being the front line, doing some serious damage. As we saw, he did the most damage out of that team. Mal was definitely not happy to hear it.
Yeah, indeed. Now, looking ahead, we're still waiting on a couple of first round matchups to wrap up. A lot of them are going to a game 3. So I think they're just about wrapping up right now. So we might be moving on to the second matchup of the day.
Yeah, we're just waiting for it.
Okay, we're just
Yeah,
getting
we're
the
getting those. Yeah.
lobby code right there.
Yeah, it should be coming up right now.
Okay, so yeah, there's a lobby number. Yes, we'll be jumping in shortly and waiting on. Oh no, I think we're gonna jump into a game 3. Yeah, it seems like we're gonna
Yep.
jump into a game 3 from round 1 on a different matchup.
That is correct. We're still on round 1, so we're gonna be casting the last game of one series. Not sure which teams we're gonna be seeing here.
We'll find out in a minute here. Now, again, one of the things I'm most excited to see here is a lot of good Hoopa play. Watching those cross maps plays, watching them push a numbers advantage in one lane and then turn that into a numbers advantage in a different lane. Again, Hoopa having that ability to just move their whole team across lanes is very unique to that character, and that's a very good advantage to have and be able to push. Now,
That
it
is
seems like we're jumping into the lobby here for that game 3 in the first round matchup.
Yeah, that's correct. We're gonna be seeing some. We're gonna have the ban soon. We're waiting for that, and we're gonna be ready for the next game now. Yeah, so as you said, the Hoopa is just incredible, and we saw the power of the Hoopa last game. They managed to pull the top lane. They thought they had two people, and then the Hoopa just went in, and they got the numbers advantage, and they got all the bees. There was nothing the other team could do.
Think at all. I think it's just a smart thing to do. If you are not interested in playing Hoopa on your team, just outright ban it and make sure there isn't any Hoopa shenanigans in the game.
Yeah, that's correct. Sometimes it's just hard to find an answer for it. Hoopa is just way too strong with that mechanic.
Okay, and we just got the bans for this game, and indeed, the Hoopa is banned away. We also have an Aegislash ban coming through. That's probably more of a targeted ban, but very interesting to see there the Hoopa ban, indeed.
Yeah, so no Hoopa, no portals, no mobility. They're gonna have to do the rotations manually. But we saw the team that without the Hoopa, you can still win. Hoopa is not a win condition here. The red side last game, Nader's team, they won both games, and neither of them they had Hoopa. So we'll see a good game here.
Indeed, if you don't have the Hoopa, that's where you really get to see those rotations, those team rotations from lane to lane to be able to move to those objectives and secure them. So we're gonna have that on both teams this match.
Yeah. So we're not gonna be seeing a Hoopa, neither an Aegislash. We're just waiting for the teams to start up, and we'll see those compositions here.
Yes, indeed. Aegislash, of course, it's a very, very strong mix of being able to dish out that damage, and with their stance change, when they make themselves unstoppable, it's very annoying to deal with. This makes you have to hold your own damage until they get out of that stance. It's a very annoying thing to deal against, and of course, everybody has played against the Aegislash recognizes the ping, ping, ping sound it does. It's just wonking away on your team.
Yeah, you just know you're getting obliterated whenever you hear those sounds. It's just difficult to find an answer for it.
So yeah, we are gonna have no Hoopa, no Aegislash. I am expecting again a Blissey on both teams. We're seeing a lot of Blissey today. And
Yeah.
it seems like we're jumping into the match, and indeed, there you see it. There's a Blissey on both teams.
Oh, we're seeing a Mamoswine here. And we have the Skullbro and the Trevenant. This blue side is gonna have a lot of beef here. It's gonna be hard to kill him.
Oh my goodness, beef indeed. It's gonna be a Dragonite there in the jungle. We just got a glimpse of how damaging that can be. And it's gonna be a Cinderace on the other side. Now I'm loving the Cinderace and Machamp comp. That is a lot of physical damage. And the other side is gonna be running a Skullbro, so they have to be wary of that, because as you mentioned, the Skullbro with the Scald can reduce their physical damage by 40%, and it's a lot of physical damage over on red side.
That is correct. Both sides looks like they have a big front line, and their damage dealers are gonna be on the back, just trying to kill him from the back line. Cinderace is gonna have a good time here with a big Mamo front line, the Blissey, the Machamp going in. Delphox and Cinderace gonna be like a turret from the back line. I'm liking these team comps.
Well, yeah, that's the plan, but on the other side, we know that Trevenant can just dive in very recklessly onto that back line, and of course, there's the Dragonite who can jump in from the top rope and just dunk on your whole team. Of course, the Dragon Dance give them that extra mobility. So it seems like we're gonna see a 2-1-2 split. No, that's a 1-1-3 split from blue side, and it's gonna be matched over on the red side. Top lane, we're gonna be able to see the Slowbro on the top lane solo against the Machamp.
Yeah, fairly standard here for both sides, 1-1-3s. Both junglers seem to be doing basically the same jungle path. I'm expecting both junglers to be up top, so it'll be interesting.
Yes, indeed. You see the Mamoswine getting their first stack right there. That's a very classic Mamoswine thing to do. Just get that first monkey and go straight for the dunk. They're gonna have to flash away to keep safe. They do secure a kill here on the Trevenant, but they turn it around. Oh my god, what a bloodbath here in the first minute of the game. That's 2 kills apiece on the bot lane. Love to see it.
A lot of action from both sides here. Remember, Mamoswine is a very aggressive early game character, so they're gonna have a little advantage here because the Trevenant is gonna be is not gonna be a nuisance until he gets to be a Trevenant here.
Oh my god, that Cinderace face check that brush and ran in straight into a Skull, bro. That's gonna be the Machoke evolution right there. They're trying to turn it around. They probably won't. That's gonna be the Cinderace moving away back to their jungle. So will the Dragonite. And it's gonna be all well and good. We have a little bit more action here in the bot lane, and they do manage to pick off the blue side Blissey.
Yeah, let's remember, Slowbro is very hard to deal with in these early games. He's trying to ruin Cinderace's game right now. He's just destroying him in his own jungle now.
Oh my goodness, and look at that, almost securing a kill. That's just next level harassment from that Slowbro. Oh my goodness, that is just beautiful to watch. Here comes a little bit of backup from the Piloswine. They do secure the buff, the Piloswine does. Do they manage to secure this kill onto the Slowbro? And they do. They do secure the kill, so all that stalling just ends up instead in a kill for the Cinderace, so it's probably a neutral trade right there. Meanwhile, over here on the bottom lane, you see the Trevenant getting its final form. So
Yeah,
now that's
so-
going to be a lot of tankiness and annoyance for red side.
That's correct. The Slowbro, he got KO'd there, yeah, but he wasted a lot of the other team's time, and the Machoke had an easy time going with those stacks up top. I believe he got 2 of them. So we're gonna see a strong Machamp here.
My goodness, the level of annoyance that Cinderace has to have with his Slowbro right now, that is just so oppressive, so annoying to deal with right now. And you see that Dragonite just moving forward, doing whatever it wants. There, here we see the Delphox with the Fire Spin. That's an annoying move if I've ever seen one.
And you just know people are just mad at this Slowbro. They just can't do anything. The Machoke had to flash away, so did the Cinderace. Now they won't have that eject button for this Dreadnought now.
Now, red team seems to be positioned here better. That's going to be a great... Oh my god, there goes the Mamoswine. It does not have the tankiness to stay alive. The Drake kills on tanks. That's going to be a second kill over for red side. It's going to be a 2 for 2 so far. The Dreadnought is still at 70%. That Cinder is trying to do some work right there. Dragonite, Dragon dances forward. Here comes the Hyper Beam, and ding, ding, ding. Ring the bells. That fight is over. Delphox dies. Here comes the Cinders trying to secure the steal. They do not. That's going to be a blue side Dreadnought, and they're going to try to pick up so much more. And that's going to be a Blissey walking away, and they're going to lose this goal.
Yeah, the red side just had no chance there. The Cinderace was very late to that party. So the blue side had the position advantage and the numbers advantage. Red side just had no chance there.
Yes, they do. And here we see both teams rotating over to top side for that Rotom fight. Now, red side again seems to be here a little faster, but they do have that level disadvantage on blue side. There goes the Trevenant. That's just pushing opposing members. That's going to be a kill. Oh my god, that's a great Egg Bomb predict from the Blissey to secure that kill. They might die for it. Here comes the Machamp with that ult. They're trying to find something. What can they find? There they go. They find their punches onto 2 people. Does the Blissey get killed? Yes, it does. There goes a Hyper Beam and ring the bells once again. Those Hyper Beams are just dealing out so much damage right now. Delphox
Yeah,
manages to
red
walk away with just a sliver of health. This fight is not over. That Solar Beam from way downtown and bang! There goes the kill. Meanwhile, Dragonite manages to secure that Rotom. They don't need to push it. They already broke top lane goal.
Yes, as I said before this match even begun, Red Side is having a really tough time getting through that beef. The Trevenant is just doing his thing. They can't stop the slow bro. Red Side is having very much trouble getting to the backline here.
Indeed, here goes the Cinderace a little bit too deep. They're trying to kite away. They did get ulted by the Blissey, so did the Venusaur. So Cinderace seems like it's going to try to get a goal before they get killed, but they don't get it. That Solar Beam, again, that's just so much damage from such a long range.
Yeah, Cinder is just trying to be cheeky right there. There was no chance with the solar beam there. Now the blue side is having a little easy time getting these bees, and now they're ready for the Dreadnought here. Both sides are ready for Dreadnought.
Yes, indeed, Dreadnought has spawned, and here goes round 3. Now, Mamoswine going in again. Back goes the Trevenant. Meanwhile, Venusaur is trying to secure the Dreadnought. There goes the Delphox ult. There goes the Trevenant ult. It's Alt City, baby. It's a party. Everybody gets an invite. Here goes the Trevenant flashing in, trying to secure the kill on the Delphox. They do. Ding, ding, ding. Once again goes the Bell. There goes those Blissey heals. Oh my goodness, that Trevenant just cannot be killed. They have so much sustain. They have a Blissey's running soft-boiled. They get the Dreadnought. They get everything.
Yeah, and the blue side is just too far ahead now. They just got the second Dreadnought. They won both team fights. Most of their team are 1 or 2 levels higher than their counterpart. So they're just destroying this team.
Now, Rotom is about to spawn. It just did. So we're going to have another team fight situation here. I'd love to see everybody here. Now, the Venusaur and the Machamp are not present. It's going to be 8 seconds on the Rotom to spawn. Dragonite just pushing with those long-range Hyper Beams, trying to push out that damage. Trevenant and Slowbro, that is such a tanky front line. There's, as we said, so much beef from that blue side. Machamp does get a 40-point score on bot, but they do trade it for a Rotom.
Yeah, they just can't be stopped right now. Red side has to just mitigate their damage, their losses. They want to get this Rotom, get their bees, get as much as much XP as they can before the Zapdos fight, because they are very far behind now. They want to get this Machamp get level 13 ASAP.
Yes, indeed, and I want to see that Mamoswine go in and have an actual follow-up from Red Side. I've seen the Mamoswine go in several times, but it seems like the follow-up just isn't there at the moment. Again, you have that long-range damage from the Delphox. The Cinderace can move all over the team fight, and of course, there's the Machamp. They do have their ult ready, so they will be able to use it in this upcoming fight. I want to see the Machamp go in with that ult after the Mamoswine goes in. Mamoswine, of course, can lock down several people. I want to see a Machamp ult hit a lot of people. They need this team fight again. This is game 3, so it's all do or die at the moment as Zapdos spawns right this very moment.
Do or die it is, and Red side is looking like they want to get in this game right now.
That's a Delphox ult right there, quick off the bat. They don't manage to get a kill on the Trevenant. There goes the team fight. There's a huge Trevenant ult. Here comes the Dragonite from the top rope, and they just decimate that Blissey. That's gonna be the Mamoswine as well. Dragonite's trying to get in on the Delphox. Delphox just runs away. Here comes the Machamp. It's due time, baby. What can you do? They managed to get the kill on the Dragonite. Solar Beam goes wide right. Trevenant is low on health. Cinderace, high on life. They go. They're moving around the battlefield. Zapdos is still at 50%, and it looks like Red Side is going to be able to secure this. There's just a Blissey and the Slowbro from Blue Side. They kill the Slowbro. Can they secure the Blissey as well? Yes, they will. They're going to get the Zapdos. They're going to get it. They were behind, but they managed to turn it around. They get the Zapdos. Everybody has 50. Everybody get yourselves to go right now. Dunk that in, and let's make it happen. That's a flash. That's going to be a score right there. That was beautiful to watch.
What a play here for the Red side. They were far behind. The Cinderace was down bottom. I'm not sure what he was doing. He didn't even get the Dreadnought, so they were one man behind, but he just went in and started kicking people in the face. What a team fight for the Red side. Beautiful position from all around.
I love it. They managed to score. Now it's only a 200-point advantage, so a couple of scores from Blue Side can still turn it around. They're trying to push. They're trying to get something done. Here comes the Dragonite. Of course, here comes the defense. They're not going to be able to get it. Dragonite is going to get taken down. No, he manages to walk away, but with 13 seconds left on the clock, I don't think Blue Side is going to be able to pull this off. Couple of scores there. That's a huge defense from red side. That is a huge team fight, but it's gonna be a win for red side. Does this happen? It does. That's a buzzer beater 100. Was that enough? Oh my god, this might be a little bit closer than red side wanted it to be.
No way. What a play there for the Dragonite. It seemed like he was gonna get KO'd, but he managed to score that 100 and no way!
Goodness! No way! Oh, that's just a heartbreaker for blue side. Oh no! You hate to see it. That Dragonite did all it could to try to secure that win. Just 1 point short. Again, that was such a great effort from blue side to try to come back after losing the Zapdos. Now, red side got the Zapdos, but crucially, not all 5 members managed to score, and it almost cost them a victory there. Now, blue side managed to claw their way back. They just did everybody push forward, try to get any points you can on the board. They got all the points they could, and it was just 1 point short. That is a heartbreaker of a loss in a game 3, no less. So that set's going to be over, and it's going to be 1-0. And that is just a super, super heartbreaking way to lose that first match of the day.
And a heartbreak it is, man. Yeah, what a game. We saw the red side, they were behind the entire game. They didn't get any Dreadnought. I believe they didn't get any Rotom. They lost all of the map control they could. But the red side just didn't want to give up. The Cinderace just managed to kick everyone in the face at that last Zapdos fight. They managed to secure the Zapdos, and they got all of their points in. Even though the blue side had all of the offense going for those last points, I thought actually the Dragonite made the play. But it's sad to see you lose by just
I
one
thought it
turn.
did a 100-point buzzer beater. Oh, that just hurts so bad. It hurts me, and I'm not even playing. Now, indeed, you said it. The Cinderace in that last team fight was just jumping around and just kicking everybody 9 ways to Sunday. Now, if you are blue side, they had that advantage, and they did not manage to push it and capitalize it on the Zapdos fight. Again, red side had not broken a single goal in that whole game. When they took the Zapdos, all 5 blue side goals were up. That was a really, really big disadvantage they found themselves in. And to be able to turn that around, secure the Zapdos, and be able to push forward and get their goals in. Not a lot, but enough to get the win.
And that's what it counts. It was just beautiful mentality for the red team. They won't give up for this last game. That was just incredible for the red team.
You could not have asked for a better game 3 in that matchup right there. Now I think that should about wrap it up for the first round matchups. So we should be jumping into the second round matchups any moment now. Now we've seen it twice already. That Dragonite with the Hyper Beams is going to be doing a lot of damage here today. We're going to see a lot of Blizzies. I think we've seen Blizzies on both teams every single match so far. Blissey is a very strong character right now, and a lot of people are running with that soft-boiled egg bomb combo that got buffed a couple of patches back where they share their charges. So it gives you a lot more versatility on whether you want on the healing aspect or on the damage aspect, damage NCC aspect of the egg bomb.
That is correct. We're seeing Blissey dominate the entire support meta here. It's very interesting what we're gonna see on the next games. Maybe we're gonna see a Blissey ban. People maybe don't want to see a Blissey on the other team. We'll see about it.
I would love to see a Blissey ban, to be honest. I love Blissey, you know it, I main Blissey, but I want to see people have to adapt to a Blissey-less game. I really want to see a Blissey ban and see what else people can come up with.
You just want to be you just want to see an Eldegoss right now. That's what you're asking.
Oh my goodness. I want to see an Eldegoss so bad right now. I know Eldegoss isn't the strongest character in the game, but I just love to play it so much. It's so much fun.
Yeah, you know you want it. And as you said, we're expecting a lot of Dragonite here. We're seeing a lot of damage, a lot of secure mobility. There's just no other character that can do what Dragonite is doing right now. So we're expecting a lot of Blissey bans, maybe some Dragonite bans, maybe some Hoopa bans. That's what probably we're going to be expecting. Or we're going to be seeing some targeted bans.
Now we just got who the next matchup is gonna be. It's gonna be two teams that went 1-0, like they won their first matchup. It's gonna be Dirty Dozen against the Seattle Crams, the Seattle Cramorants. Yeah, this game is gonna feature Nino. He's gonna be playing on this match, and it seems like we're jumping into the lobby right now. Let's see if we can get the bans coming in any moment now.
Yeah, and let's remember, Nino is one of the better players in North America right now. So we're seeing a lot of talent here.
Oh, absolutely. I think you can see the talent. You can see that again, despite not having a ton of prep time and a lot of practice time as a unit, we're actually seeing a lot of team cohesion, especially in those rotations from lane to lane. Just love to see it.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm really liking team chemistry here. We're seeing 4 people, 5 people just douching it out against each other at the right time. And games are decided by very little things here, maybe position advantage, maybe a hard carry roll. But yeah, we're seeing some very good games right now.
So we got the bans in, and interestingly, again, the bans, each team does their ban confidently from the other team. So it is possible for both teams to ban away the same Pokemon. And indeed, it just happened. We had both teams ban away the Hoopa.
Oh, wow. So they definitely don't want to see any Hoopa here.
They
Maybe
do
we'll see
not.
maybe we'll see different bans in the next game. Maybe one team destroys with a Dragonade or a Serena and they get a target ban. We'll see about it.
Again, I am expecting to see both teams carry up Blissey into this match. Now, insofar as jungles, we've seen a lot of good Dragonite play in the jungle today. Top lane, we have that Serena, we have that Machamp doing just so much work. And again, on the tank role, the Slowbro, that debuff from the Scald, it's just way too much to handle at the moment. I don't think we've seen a single Slowbro running Surf. Now, Surf never got nerfed or anything. It's just Scald is so strong. In the current meta, you can't not run it. So we're seeing a lot of Slowbro, we're seeing a lot of Dragonite, we're seeing a lot of Machamp and a lot of Serena. And a lot of Blissey. Love to see it.
That's correct. And as you said, we're seeing the Dragonite, the Machamp, and maybe some other attacker. But remember the Scald reduces physical damage by 40%. So it's a big factor that people don't usually know about. Or
all of the high damage dealers we
like
just
you can
mentioned.
see whenever a Scald Bro hits you with a Scald, the damage is not that high. It is a difference maker.
I mean, 40% is nothing to scoff at. And with all of the prevalence on physical attackers at the moment, we mentioned it, the Serena, the Machamp, the Cinderace, the Dragonite, they're all physical attackers. So Skullbro is a hard counter on them. I am very interested to see if somebody pulls out a special attacker. I'm thinking Gengar. I'm thinking that Delphox we just saw. I'm thinking we haven't seen a lot of we haven't seen any Gardevoir tonight. There's a Skullbro over for red side as well as that Blissey. Now blue side, it appears to bring out the Wigglytuff. Wigglytuff has seen a big dip in picks in the last few patches. It's really not a huge part of the meta at the moment, but I love to see a Wiggly just a little bit of a blast from the past. Now there also is coming in a Cramorant. That's very, very interesting to see. I find Cramorant to be such a fun Pokemon to play against and on my team. It's just such a weird mechanic. I love to see Cramorant play.
Yeah, that's correct. And we're seeing a very interesting team here. We're seeing the first Cramorant, the first Blastoise, the first Wiggly, first Lucario here we're seeing. We haven't seen this in the entire tournament, so it's gonna be very interesting. Remember this team's name? They have Cram in their name, so this guy probably is a very good Cramorant player. The other team looks like they have a lot of damage behind the Slowbro. So Cinderace, Pikachu, and Delphox, they want to be as far behind as they can to do the damage here.
Now that Slowbro with that self-sustain and with the Blissey soft-boiled, that's going to be a lot of sustain, and it's going to have to be because that Slowbro is the extent of their front line. They have a lot of squishiness behind that. Over on blue side, you have the Blastoise, you have the Wiggly, and you have that Lucario, so they're not really all that squishy. We're seeing 2-1-2s from both teams this time around.
Yeah, and remember, Wiggly is a very big tank, so Cramorant is gonna have a very good time just sitting behind this Wigglytuff here.
Now, again, very interesting to see. As you know, Pikachu and Cramorant, being Pokemon that don't evolve, they are both very, very strong here in the early game. I'm interested to see how the trading goes. There goes the first stack for that Lucario. Of course, that is a very classic Lucario move to make. And it seems they're a little bit caught in the enemy jungle. Meanwhile, bot side is just trading Audinos. Not a lot of action there. But the Lucario already got its first stack, while the Squirtle managed to secure the rest of their camps.
Yeah, we saw the Lucario just jumping around their jungle, their side of the tier 1 tower. He just doesn't care. He just wants to get those attack weights going on as fast as he can.
And you can see now they are rotating to a 1-1-3 with the Squirtle moving down to bot. The Talonflame is also moving down below. They have a numbers advantage here on bot lane and a numbers disadvantage here in the top lane. And that Lucario is 1 versus 3. I don't think you like those numbers, friend. You better just back away and let them take those Bs.
Yeah, you just gotta take the L right there. You can't go in, die, and lose the position here. Just take the loss, go back, reposition, and get those stacks whenever you can.
Meanwhile, the 4-person dive here on bot side, they managed to get a couple of scores. That Talonflame gets slowed there, but they might be able to walk away. They do with just a little bit of health. That sleep from the Wigglytuff coming in clutch right there. Sleep, of course, a very, very strong CC tool.
Yeah, and one of the reasons we don't see a lot of Wigglytuff is because of Blissey. Blissey has his safeguard that there's just nothing that can be stopped here. So if you sing and Blissey goes with his safeguard, you can't fall asleep. So Blissey doesn't care about the Wiggly.
And we just saw that right there. This Blissey indeed is running safeguard. You saw the shield right there, the unstoppable on them and the Pikachu. And that Wiggly manages to just get back to base without losing their life. There's the safeguard again. The shield, it managed to get a score on them. The Blissey does not manage to get the score, and they do get a double KO on bot lane. That's going to be a little bit of a death ball move, and they're going to try to push again. But here comes the Cinderace to try to defend. Talonflame moving back in. The Cinderace is a little bit too out of place. Gonna go back in. Oh my god, look at them jumping back and forth. Of course, that's a Blaze Kick build that lets you just move around the battlefield. They're still trying to poke away from the distance as blue team tries to make a run for it and get out of there with their lives.
Yeah, and we're seeing Dive Cram here, so he's gonna be doing some serious damage if you get too far on the Cramorant. Now the red side got a little too close for comfort, so they got both KOs from the Talonflame, and they lost a little XP advantage that they had. So this is gonna be a fair fight here for the Dreadnought.
However, blue side is here a little bit quicker than red side is. Red side still missing its Delphox, just arriving. Cinderace and Blissey aren't here yet. Blue side has all of its members. Dreadnought already down to 50%. Lucario and Wiggly moving forward, try to zone away the red side team. There goes the Surf from the War Turtle, probably gonna get killed, but it don't matter none. Blue side are gonna be able to secure the Dreadnought. They're gonna turn it around. They're gonna move forward. They're gonna try to pick themselves some kill. There's number 1 right there. Do they get it? No, that Slowbro manages to walk away with its life. They do break that bot lane goal. And they're gonna just walk away. They got what they wanted, they got what they needed, and they're gonna be able to be fine with that. They're gonna be able to rotate over to top lane for the next Rotom fight.
Yeah, and the red side all of them escaped with just a sliver of health, but the blue side managed to get the Dreadnought, so they got the EXP advantage. Now they have both 2 Unites for this Rotom now. The Talonflame is getting big. The War Turtle is gonna have his Unite move very, very soon, and Lucario is just jumping around, doing whatever he wants.
Well, that's a Lucario if I've ever seen one. Now, that's going to be a red side Rotom. Blue side tried to secure the steal. They don't get it. Red side managed to position themselves first for the Rotom there. I don't think they're going to be able to push it in. Blue side seems ready to defend that Rotom already at 70%. As the Cramorant tries to just dunk some points over on the tier 2 bot lane goal. Again, red side still here, trying to put out the damage, trying to push that Rotom in, but the blue side is here to defend. That's going to be a kill. That's going to be another kill. That's 2 members of red side killed over the Blastoise again. Very, very good at dealing with Rotoms, with the Hydro Pump being able to just push the Rotom back and back and back, keep it away from its goal. There we see it again. That's a big, big lead. That's over 150-point lead for blue side, and they destroy the top lane tier 1 goal. Now, red side, what do you do? What do you do? You gotta set up for that Dreadnought. It's coming up in 15 seconds, and we see them rotating over to bot lane.
Yeah, blue side wasn't concerned much for that Rotom. The Cramorant managed to sneak in some 33 points on the bottom tier 1. He destroyed it, so now they're gonna have a good position here for the Dreadnought.
Indeed, indeed. We see those teams rotating over. The Cramorant a little bit late. Lucario already there. There we see the Talonflame going in. There's a huge Pikachu ult. What can they do with it? There goes the Wiggly ult, a very strong ult. Blastoise, again, that ult as well. Lucario manages to pick off the Cinderace. That's a huge damage dealer that's already out of the fight. Wigglytuff goes down. That's 4 members of Red Side down. They're gonna be able to secure this Dreadnought. They do get it. They do break that bot lane top tier 2 goal. There's gonna be a wide open bot lane, and 15 seconds on Rotom blue side are loving life so far.
Yeah, the Talonflame is just doing his thing. They have no answer for it right now. It's getting so big. The Lucario I believe he got his sixth stack off of the tier 2 tower. So he's gonna be very strong for this last team
Oh
fight.
my god, that Lucario is just doing the work right now. That Pikachu is a little bit out of position. They're trying to take the Blastoise down before they die themselves, and they're not gonna be able to. That Blastoise is gonna walk away with a sliver of health right there. Lucario is trying to do a little bit of a pick here on the Cinderace, and there it goes. Push one way, there goes the Cinderace, all trying to turn it around. They move over. The Rotom at 80% health. That's gonna be a sleep on the Cinderace. And they're gonna be able to walk away. That Wigglytuff, that is. There goes the Fire Spin from the Delphox. Such a strong zoning tool. Again, another Fire Spin catches 2. That's gonna be another red side Rotom. Do they manage to push this one in? It looks like they will. There goes the Lucario. It don't matter now. They just going in. They take down the Cinderace. Skullbro trying to reduce their physical damage by 40%. Here goes the Cramorant. That Rotom does get in. They do break the goal, but it's
They had no chance right there. The blue side Lucario is just too strong right now. There's nothing the red side can do about him. He's just jumping around, doing his thing. Nothing.
And again, that's just so much damage coming from that Lucario. That was some beautiful play. That Lucario already at level 14. He is huge at the moment. That Blissey on red side just level 9. That's 2 levels behind the Wiggly on blue side. That blue side advantage and XP from those Dreadnoughts is just huge right now. The Cramorant and the Lucario both setting up to try to get a pick. They are just loving life at the moment.
Yeah, blue side is just so far ahead right now. They don't even care for this Zapdos. They just want to defend as much as they can, do as much damage as they can. And they're killing the Delphox from 2 miles away. This is incredible for the blue side.
That was the pick they wanted onto that Cinderace. They get the Blissey ult out of it and the Delphox ult out of it. Pikachu ulted as well. That's 3 key ults. That's the Cinderace ult right there. Everybody, red side has no ults left. We have yet to see the blue side Wiggly use his ult.
Yeah, the Wiggly just doesn't want to. He doesn't even need to use his Unite move. Look at the Lucario just doing his thing. There's nothing you can do about him. You can't stop him.
Indeed, and with the point advantage that blue side have, they don't necessarily need to push the Zapdos. They are just comfortable holding the line, setting up their positions, and waiting for red side to funnel in. They are doing indeed that right now. Now, it's going to be a fight here. Blastoise just pushing everybody away. That Talonflame misses its dive, runs into a wall. We've all seen it. We've all done it. It's okay. Lucario picks off the Pikachu. That's a big team fight tool right there. They're missing. Pikachu had its ult up. Pikachu has so much AoE damage for those team fights, and it's down. Now, blue side is going to take the Zapdos. What is red side trying to do? They're trying to answer with some scores of their own. I don't think that's going to be worth it. They're going to need to get this Zap if they want to take the win. Here comes the Skullbro. Here comes the Blastoise ult, and no steal today. The blue side managed to secure the Zapdos. They're going to get their scores. That's Talonflame just diving around. That's going to be an ult on the Pikachu, yeets them away, and Talonflame's just going to push forward onto the base and try to get those 100 points. They might not get it because Pikachu, never mind. That's going to be a Talonflame just dive bombing the life out of that Pikachu.
And what a play for the blue side. They got a little scary there for the Zapdos because they thought the red team was going to be stealing that Zapdos. It could have been a different game, a different outcome for this game. But the blue side just was too far ahead. They played that last team fights from the Zapdos beautifully. Good position all around.
Yeah, that's how you do a snowball. You take that first Dreadnought, you start that XP advantage, and you don't take your foot off the gas. You just keep pressing team fights, knowing that you have that XP advantage. That Lucario, as he said, was just huge in that fight. And the Talonflame, my goodness. They were just dive bombing left and right, and it was so much damage coming out of that fight. On the red side, Pikachu did a lot of damage, and the moment they get picked right before the Zapdos fight, it was almost over because that was such an important part of their team comp for the damage in the team fights. Pikachu has a lot of AoE damage in its kit, not like Cinderace, which is very much a single target character. Pikachu can just dish out damage, especially when everybody gets grouped in, which tends to happen in the Zapdos fight.
Yeah, that's correct. Even though they had the damage, they had no front line to help the Pikachu and the Cinderace right there. Because the Blissey was no front line, and I believe what was the other character? I don't remember, but they just had no Pikachu and the Cinderace to do their thing. Blue side was just steamrolling through their team. Now I'm hoping we're gonna see a little Lucario ban here, because they had no answer for him.
Now, remember, we saw a Hoopa ban from both teams this past match. Now, it might be interesting to see if a team thinks the other one is going to stick with that Hoopa ban and ban something away. They both do it, and all of a sudden, Hoopa gets open. Now, so if you are on red side, like you said, that Lucario ban is an important thing to consider. Again, that Lucario was just doing so much work. I don't know if they have the resources, again, with that comp to deal with that Lucario.
Yeah, it was just too hard. Lucario got his stacks, and there was just no answer to him. And as we saw the Talonflame, we saw an earlier Talonflame that was on the lane that didn't have as much impact as this Talonflame, because this one was on the jungle, so he could just go in whenever people weren't expecting. He was far ahead. He was doing some serious damage. That's how you want to play Talonflame.
Indeed. Talonflame, when they're really feeling themselves, you just see them dive bombing anybody that gets a little bit out of position, and they have so much burst damage with the dive bomb basic attack combo, and of course they can always just get out if they have that ult. Especially they can just lead people all the way back to their team. Talonflame is a really strong Pokemon in the jungle.
That is correct. I feel the red team need to establish their tank role better, because they had a good team. They had a good backline. They had the Pikachu, they had the Delphox, they had the Cinderace. They had good damage, but their front line was just, I believe it was a Slowbro, and it was just not enough. And look at the other side. They had a Blastoise, they had a Blissey, they had some way to jump over everyone. So that's how you want to build a different team comp.
Yeah, well, that was the fear. If you didn't have a strong enough front line, what can you do? The front line, we said it at the beginning of the game. It was just a Slowbro, and what could the Blissey do? Now, the Blissey did not run Soft Boil. They went with the Safeguard pick. I personally prefer Safeguard in most team comps, but when you are lacking a really strong front line, maybe that Soft Boil is a little bit of a stronger tool to be able to give that Slowbro a ton of survivability so they can just stay in the front line, harassing and annoying the enemy team. Now let's see if we can get these bans in before we jump into the second match.
Yeah, and as you said, remember the Blissey Safeguard is very nerfed this last patch, so it's not as strong as it used to be. So people have to take that in mind. Probably this Blissey saw the Wiggly and said like, hey, he's gonna sing people to death. So I want to prevent that. But as you said, maybe the Soft Boil could have been a better option here.
The Blissey heals are never a bad idea. However, the Safeguard Helping Hand support, like true support build, is you can never scoff your head. No matter how much the shield gets debuffed, just the idea of being able to make your teammates unstoppable. And on top of that, a Helping Hand, which of course gives them the attack speed bonus and the movement speed bonus. It's just such a strong buff for a teammate. You throw that onto a Cinderace, you throw that onto a Dragonite, you throw that onto pretty much any physical attacker and just watch them go.
That's correct. And when you are the Cinderace and you get a helping hand, you just want to see that. You just want to see it become a machine gun right there. Because there's no stopping a Cinderace with helping hand.
No, sir. That is a terrifying sight to behold. Again, we are waiting on those bans. I don't think they have a lot of time left, so they might get surrendered. Um, let's see if we can hear from something from the mods regarding the bans. That's gonna be a Lucario ban and a Hoopa ban. You called it, my friend. Again, yes. That's a Lucario ban right there.
Yeah, Lucario was just a nuisance for that team. He was jumping around like crazy. They had no answer to him. It's a very good ban for this team.
I think you might be underselling it by calling it a nuisance. It was so strong. He was doing so much work, and indeed they felt the need to ban it away. Of course, the other team's gonna stick with their Hoopa ban. So again, no Hoopa this game. I am expecting to see a Blissey again. We might see a double Blissey. I don't know if the Wiggly was as strong as they would have liked.
Yeah, we'll see what they're gonna be thinking. Because there's no other character that can do what Lucario does. So we'll see
Oh,
what's gonna be the replacement here.
Okay, so again, we're gonna see the Cramorant coming in, the Wigglytuff coming in. That might be the Blastoise. It looks like it's gonna be pretty much the same comp. On the other, on the other side, we're gonna see Slowbro. We're gonna see Alola Ninetales for the first time today. What do you think about Alola Ninetales?
I think Ninetales is very underrated. If you go with that Blizzard build, it's gonna do some serious damage, and people can't reach you because you push them away. There's nothing the other team can do unless you have that full heal. We're seeing the first Gengar here. This team has a lot of damage, so if they can get a pick off of the Gengar, people are just gonna get obliterated
Oh,
here.
Yes, please let me see some awesome Gengar play today. Please, please, dear Arceus, show us some Gengar plays. Now, Alola Ninetales, of course, also has that very strong passive. It's so annoying in laning phase, especially. Now, we do see the red team, they get their Lucario banned away and they swap it out for that Machamp. Machamp we've already seen several times today. Very, very strong in that top lane.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the Machamp was a very good pick here. Even though you don't get a Lucario, you still get a huge damage with this Machamp, and he just doesn't care about anyone. He just wants to punch you in the face.
Indeed, indeed. That Machamp knows one thing and one thing only. I have 4 fists and you have 1 face. That's a math I like to do. Now, blue team is going to do a 2-1-2 for this start, and it's a red team is also gonna match that 2-1-2. So we're not gonna see that Machamp in that solo lane. Machamp is trying to get that stack going. Meanwhile, we see the fight for the Eldenas over in bot lane. That's the first stack for the Machamp. They're gonna get rolling there.
Yeah, that's correct. And as you said, we're seeing a fairly standard here for 2-1-2, and both teams have pretty much the same team comp. So we'll see how this red team will adapt to this situation.
Ooh. That Matchup almost turns it around, but here comes the Haunter. And that's probably going to be a secured kill. Beam, boom, bam. That's all she wrote. Machamp is dead. They only got 1 stack out of that, and we're already a minute in. That's not the start they wanted. Red team here setting a bit of a gank. They get it. They do not. The Pikachu able to very quickly flash away with their lives.
Yeah, so the blue side seems to be favoring this top lane. The red side is doing the opposite. They want to get the bottom lane position before the other team. So
Yes.
it seems it's going to be interesting here.
Yes, indeed. Red team putting a lot of resources into that bot lane, into getting that Cramorant going. Of course, Cramorant is a very, very strong character, especially in the early moments of the match. Talonflame not quite there yet. They haven't gotten to their second evolution. Neither has the Haunter, who's still early in the game. We have Ninetales already. We have Slowbro already. That matchup and that Delphox still a little bit ways behind than they would like to be. They would already like to be at their second stage evolutions. There indeed goes the Machoke.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, this team swapped out the Blissey for the Ninetales. So they're not going to have an answer for this Wiggly. He's going to be able to sleep people to death now.
Indeed, but they did feel like maybe what they were lacking was a little bit of extra damage. So as you said, they swap it out for an extra damage dealers. Now Slowbro is going to have to be the solo frontline, but they're hoping with the Gengar they can get a few picks. So making sure that those team fights are not just straight 5v5. Talonflame diving deep and getting that kill on the Gengar. That was awesome, man.
And you just love to see a Talonflame pop off here. Now he's doing the same thing he did last game. He just wants to jump on people, destroy them, KO, and get the map position here. Now they're gonna be able to win this uncontested beast. Bottom lane looks like they want to get those beasts as well. Now their Aldinos are up as well, but both sides are just dishing it out right now.
And that's a kill on the red side Cramorant. That's a key kill. That's also a kill on the Ninetales on the opposite side. That's 2 damage dealers down as the Dreadnought spawns.
Yeah, we're seeing a Talonflame level 9 here, so they have the Unite move advantage. We're seeing Delphox probably having some connection issues right now. That's very unfortunate for the blue side.
Now Hunter does get killed by the Dreadnought. It seems like Red Team is going to be able to secure it. Talonflame just goes deep, trying to get a kill on top of that. Red Team does secure that Dreadnought. They managed to also get a kill on the Slowbro. What else can they get? They're probably going to break this tier 1 bot lane goal. Now they're also trying, no, they choose not to. They don't want to give away that experience by moving the Aldinos further back. They're just going to try to rotate to top lane, maybe try to contest the Rotom. Blue team is of course there first, and we see that Machamp doing some fierce counter jungling.
Yeah, Machamp is doing his own thing right now. He's just destroying them in their own jungle. And Talonflame, there's no stopping the
That
Talonflame
was
now.
beautiful. A double kill followed by a Rotom steal from that Talonflame. They're just absolutely popping off at the moment. They do get to put to sleep. The Gengar manages to secure the kill, but that was a thing of beauty. And there goes the Machamp Bolt. Can they get that kill on the Gengar? The Gengar ults away. They're still here. Be careful. They can blow you up. And they do. Indeed, Gengar can 100 to 0 people faster than anybody at the moment.
Oh, I'm very ballsy from the Gengar there. He's just sitting on the Machamp, and Machamp has having almost 3/4 health. Gengar doesn't care. He just wants to blow you up. Looks like the Delphox is back in this game now.
Yeah, that's the thing about a Gengar. If you're going to play it, you have to have some confidence. Because Gengar, you can have 15% HP, but it don't matter none if you can kill them before they even lay a finger on you. That's gonna be a Wiggly posting Pikachu to sleep. They don't secure anything, but they do put out some good damage and force them to back out. 20
Yeah,
seconds on the clock for the Dreadnought.
Yeah, and we're seeing a different build here for the Cramorant. He's going with the Surf Hurricane combo now. He was using the dive and what's the other one? I forgot what was his name. But this is a different build right now.
Interesting. You mean the air slash with the dive. Now, there goes the Wiggly ult. Being able to get that Cramorant ult out. The Cramorant does get killed in its ult. There goes the Talonflame, and what can they do? They can die. That's all she wrote. Blue team's trying to pick this fight, trying to pick them up one by one. That is a huge Machamp ult. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful to watch. That's another kill from the Machamp. Woo-hoo! Machamp and Talonflame are just popping off in this match.
What a beautiful... That's a clip right there. He's just punching everyone in the face. What a play for the Machamp. Just lining everyone up and just obliterating the entire team.
Yeah, can we get a clip recording of that? Because I want to watch that again. That was just gorgeous. Blue team is not even going to wait on it. They're going to start ripping Rotom right as it spawns, trying to get something out of it, because Red team just took out a huge team fight. They look like they're trying to push this Rotom all the way to tier 2. I don't know if this is the right call. There goes the Blastoise ult. There goes in the Talonflame. They do pick off the Pikachu. They're going to pick off that Slowbro as well. Can they pick off the Ninetales? No, they can't. There goes the Gengar. Oh my god! Those resets get going. What else can the Gengar do? The Rotom does indeed get put in. The Rotom does manage. Oh my goodness! That Gengar just did a huge play. They put everybody to sleep, then they put everybody to sleep.
Oh, I just love to see a good Gengar player right there. He was just dream eating and shadow balling people to death, man. What a play. He just turned everything around. They were so far behind, now they're just back in this game. He's the highest level on the game now.
Indeed, that Gengar level 14, they are absolutely huge right now. They managed to destroy that tier 2 goal on top lane, so the base is wide open. That was a huge push from blue team to be right back in this one, and they managed to tie up the score.
Why, yeah, that's just beautiful now. Now we're seeing both teams just split up. They're waiting for the Zapdos fight right now. Looks like red side is gonna be trying to get their position advantage here in the Zapdos pit, but the Machamp is gonna do his own thing. He probably wants to get a sneaky score in.
Now, what I'm seeing is Gengar is level 15, but every one of his teammates is still level 11. So it's going to be up to the Gengar to do some huge things, and that's a huge thing indeed. Down goes the Cramorant, and that's a huge, important part of their damage. What else can the Gengar do? He's going to have to play a little bit of Hero Ball to be able to pull this one out. The XP advantage, and there goes another Hero play. Oh my god, that Gengar has 2 picks already. Can they get a third? Yes, indeed. Can they get a fourth? Yeet goes the bird. They try to kill it, but they can't. That's a 4th kill right there. Can they make it a clean sweep? Ooh! That was beautiful from the Gengar. Just going absolutely insane. Destroying red team. Managing to secure the Zapdos. That was a huge, huge play from the Gengar. I love to see it, man.
Yeah, and you certainly say it right. You love to see a good Gengar play right there. What a play. He's just putting this team on his back. That back must be hurting right now because he's just lifting this team to victory right now.
Yes, indeed. That was a huge carry moment from the Gengar. Now they're setting up to play a little bit of D. It's a little bit over a minute left, and that's going to be a surrender. Indeed, smart decision. They are way too far behind, and they have no answer for the Gengar right there. That was amazing to watch.
That was just incredible. The red side, it seemed like they had the entire game in their pockets, but wow, the Gengar just came back in this game and obliterated the entire team. I just love to see this kind of play.
Gengar game it gave me so much life right now. I love it. I love it. They absolutely put the team on their back, carry them all the way to victory. Now, that does even up the score at 1-1. If you are red team, do you stick with that Hoopa ban, or do you just flat out ban the Gengar? Because that was way too much to handle. They had no answers. If you saw a Gengar, you are dead.
That's correct. I believe this team does not care about the Hoopa. Now, we're seeing a little struggle here for the Pikachu and the Delphox. They weren't doing whatever they wanted to do. Maybe they want to try to switch out for a more beefy character. Maybe they try to Hoopa if it doesn't get banned. But this Gengar, what a play. He just lifted everyone to victory now.
Speaking just as a fan of the game, I hope Gengar doesn't get banned because, again, it's so much fun to watch Gengar going absolutely berserk, just picking people one after the other. 1, 2, 3, count them. It's awesome, man.
It is. And we saw clips for both sides. We saw the Machamp destroying people for the other side, and we got the Gengar clip then. Wow, what a game. That was just very fun to watch.
Oh my goodness. And you know, up until the Zapdos fight, it was really a very, very even game. Of course, the Gengar was super far ahead, but the rest of their team was level 11 by the time the Zapdos spawned. So that's not really where you want to be, especially for your damage dealers. So that was very, very much on the back of the Gengar, as you said. On the other hand, Red side actually had a couple of level 13 and a couple of level 14s. So they did have somewhat of a level advantage, but again, the Gengar was just too much to handle.
Yeah, that's correct. The red side seemed to have control of this game, but they just let the Gengar do his thing. Just obliterate them. Finish the game off with a Zapdos. It was incredible.
Yes, indeed. And now we are jumping into the lobby for Game 3. Let's see if we can get those bans in real quick.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get some bans right now. We're waiting for that.
We are waiting on the bans right now. Okay, so again, if you are red side on that game, do you stick to the Hoopa ban or do you ban away the Gengar? What would you do, Jürgen?
Honestly, I would ban that Gengar if I was the other team. no answer for it means you have to ban that character. And you haven't seen a Hoopa, so a Hoopa seemed like just a general ban, but a more targeted ban here for Gengar could be the right play for this team.
Okay, so we just got the bans coming in, and it's gonna be a no change. The Hoopa ban remains, and that targeted Lucario ban is gonna stay. That means we're probably gonna see a Machamp again on that top lane.
Yeah, that's pretty smart, honestly. You don't want to see a Hoopa. If you can't play against a Hoopa, just ban it away. Don't care about it. Try to figure out a way to stop this Gengar. Probably a Slowbro could be a good counter, because the Slowbro can just unite move the Gengar, and there's nothing you can do as a Gengar. Maybe a little Ninetales we could see. Gengar struggles a lot against the Ninetales, so we'll see about that.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. I think we are just about ready to hop into the game. The mods are giving the green light, so we are going to be starting this game any second now.
Let's go. So we're seeing the same bans as last game. So no Lucario here. The Reds, remember the first game, Lucario was just incredible for the red side.
Indeed, indeed. And again, this is a game 3. So whoever wins this match is going to take the victory for the set. Now, if you have any pocket picks, this is a good time to pull them out. If you have anything crazy, anything off meta, if you have an Eldegoss player, you can go ahead and just pull it out right now.
You just want to see that Eldegoss right now. You're just having fun.
Please, somebody play Eldegoss tonight. I love Eldegoss so much. It's so much fun. It's so much fun.
I'm just happy here with the Gengar and the Skullbro. I'm a big fan of those characters, so I'm having fun right now.
I know, they're playing your mains.
Yeah, that's correct.
Somebody
That is
please
correct.
pull out the Eldegoss. But on the real though, we're probably gonna see another Blizz is gonna stay. I find it interesting that the other team hasn't wanted to pull out the Blissey. They just went straight no support that last match. Feel like they don't have a Blissey player on their roster. Now,
Yeah, maybe,
again, there's the Gengar. Let's go. It's gonna be a Gengar, Slowbro, Delphox, all that. It's gonna be sticking the Cramorant. They are really, really confident that Cramorant. It's gonna be Cramorant, Machamp, Wigglytuff. I think is this the same team comps? I think this is the same team comps across the board. Yeah.
That's correct. It's the same team comp, and I believe the it's now the blue side. That was the red side last game.
Yeah.
I believe the blue side thinks they had this game in the bag, and they just fumbled it when they let the Gengar do his thing. So maybe they're thinking that, hey, this team comp is working. We just gotta execute it better.
Yeah, exactly. Like, again, they had an XP advantage on everybody on the other team except for the Gengar. They know they just have to deal with that and not let them get so far ahead. Because once the Gengar gets going, it's adios, muchacho.
That's correct. And we're seeing 2 attack weights here for the Talonflame and the Machamp. So if they can get those going, the red side now is gonna have a big trouble here. Delphox, Pikachu, Alola Ninetales, Gengar, they're all very frail, so they can just get obliterated if they get caught off guard.
Interesting. What are your thoughts on stacking items in a jungle character?
It's a very interesting pick. I'm not a big fan because usually you don't get to score as much as a jungler. Maybe if you get very far ahead, you just steamroll through the other team. But it's kind of hard to get those stacks going. It'll be interesting. Maybe if you're a very good player, you can definitely pull it off. But it's not as easy as you may think.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And again, we're gonna have the 2-1-2s. We're gonna have the same team splits. Again, that Cramorant and that Pikachu on opposing side both are very, very strong in the early laning phase, because they are Pokemon that don't evolve. They have a lot of strength right off the bat. Of course, that levels out as the game gets going, but they are both very, very strong in the early game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, and they even got the top lane Audino and the other side Audino, because Pikachu and Ninetales just can't contest against a Cramorant and a Willy right now.
Indeed, that Cramorant, again, with that Whirlpool, it's just so much secure from such a range. It's very difficult to deal with until you get some better range options of your own. We see both junglers here on the top lane holding on for a gank. These bees are going to be heavily contested. It's going to be a fun one here to watch. It's going to be, they both go in. It's gonna look like the Slowbro gonna get its evolution. Of course, the Machamp still sitting there in the brush. Can they get the kill on the Hunter? They can't. They are really committing resources to try to shut down the Hunter. And that's not the way you want to do it. That's gonna be 2 kills on the Hunter. But of course, the Talonflame manages to turn it around. That's very good on their part. Can they make it a 3rd kill on the Skullbro? No, they can't. Of course, that's Scald, reducing their physical damage by 40%. That is a whole lot of damage reduction.
Yeah, and we didn't see the action bottom, but we saw a red side double kill here for the Wiggly and the Crown. They just got destroyed. Ninetales and Pikachu are gonna have a little advantage here in the bottom now.
Yes, and if you are blue side, that's not what you want to see. That Hunter is pulling a little bit of ahead. They're already at level 6. Again, if you're trying to shut them down, you have to be careful not to feed them kills. That's going to be a pick on the Squirtle, and that's going to be a couple of scores probably for red side. It's very nice pick to get.
Yeah, looks like blue side is struggling a little bit down bottom. Maybe they're gonna need some help from the Talonflame here on bottom. So they're both gonna be set up for Beast up top, and looks like it's gonna have a little skirmish here bottom.
Yes, indeed, that's a 2v2, but there's a little bit of a fight here in the jungle. They do manage to turn it around and pick the Ninetales off. Ninetales does pick off the Wiggly, so that was a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane. We have 12 seconds until the Dreadnought comes online. Delphox is not here. Delphox is still top lane. I don't know if they would just want to sneak secure the Rotom or if they're just very late on their rotation.
Yeah, so Talonflame last game was level 9 for this fight. Now they're both level 7 or 8. It's gonna be a very fair fight now.
Oh no, there is a kill on the Wigglytuff. That Hunter trying to do some damage and Cramorant just focusing on them. Meanwhile, over in the front side, we have a lot of damage coming over from that red side. It seems like they are pulling ahead of this fight. They do manage to get the kill on the Hunter. It seems like they are just tunnel visioning on the Gengar right now. They really don't want him to get going. Blue side comes here for a push, trying to get the steal. They do! That is a great steal from the Talonflame. And can they turn this around? They are still pushing forward. Can they put anybody to sleep? That's a Delphox. That's a KO on the Delphox. Watch out for the Gengar. We know what he can do. That's going to be a Ninetales getting dove on. That is a huge ulti from the Talonflame. That was beautiful. Yeeting the Gengar back to his team and managing to shut him down. Send him back to base.
Wow, what a play for the Talonflame. Looked like they had lost the Dreadnought, but Talonflame doesn't care. He just Brave Birds in, steals the Dreadnought, yeets everyone as you said, gets a couple kills, gets their team to score a bunch. Now they got all the advantage they wanted.
Oh my god, I love to see the confidence of the Talonflame. That's gonna be a Cramorant ult right in the face of the Rotom. Gengar is gonna get that an easy kill on a stationary target. That's gonna be a double on the Machamp. No, the Machamp's gonna ult back, try to stay alive. What can the Gengar do on the Talonflame? Can they get the kill? Of course they can. This is not what you want to see if you're blue side. Red team is gonna get away with the Rotom. They do get the kill on the Gengar. The Gengar is already level 10, looking huge, and this is gonna be terrifying to watch.
Yeah, the blue side seemed like they were getting back in this game, and they just pushed their advantage way too much. Now the red side had a chance to defend. They got the Rotom, they got the tier 1 tower. Now they are on the advantage.
This Gengar is just an absolute monster right now. We have 25 seconds until the Dreadnought. The Gengar is just gonna keep getting huge and huge. The Delphox level 7 trying to catch up a little bit with that XP, and the Gengar is gonna be happy to concede some of that. Meanwhile, we have a fight here in bot lane. Pikachu ult, that's gonna be a kill on the Wiggly. Can they pick off anything else? Cramorant, of course, has a good amount of damage. They're gonna try to pick up some of that on the Pikachu, but not enough to secure the kill. That Fire Spin, again, such a huge zoning tool. They do get a pick on the Cramorant, and here comes the Gengar. That's a very good Blastoise ult. Not good enough, but it was a very worthwhile ult to try and make a play there. Here comes the Machamp. What can they do? Can they get a kill on the Pikachu? That's a big fat yes. What else can they get? Dreadnought is alive and still there. Fire Spin again catches that Machamp. We see the Sing coming in from the Wigglytuff. This is a huge fight for blue team. They managed to secure this Dreadnought, and they do. They've got both Dreadnoughts so far. And here comes the Gengar. Everybody watch out. Can they turn it around? They do. That's a huge play from the Talonflame. A huge shutdown. And what else can they turn around?
Now this is just crazy right now. What I'm seeing, I'm not sure. I'm not even sure who's winning right now. It seems
Salute
like blue side.
him.
It seemed like blue side were losing this game. Then the red side had the advantage. Now the Talonflame is just popping off, and so is the Machamp. They're doing serious damage getting in this game. Now they're gonna be ready for
Absolutely.
the from here.
You have to give props to the Talonflame. They knew they were up against a very difficult fight in the Gengar. They knew what was coming, and they are playing so confidently, just trying to shut them down. They got it there. They got the Dreadnought Steel in the first spawn. Talonflame here is having an absolute great game so far. Red team is already on the Rotom, and I think they're just gonna rip it to shreds before blue team can even respawn.
Yeah, that's correct. And as you said, the Talonflame is just putting the work now. They're not gonna be too sad about this Rotom because they can just defend it and it's nothing for them. So they're just the red side is just trying to win whatever they can. Looks like Gengar is gonna get a little action here.
Gengar is gonna get a pick on the Cramorant. Yes, it is. Now, if you see the Gengar, you do not want to be alone. You have to be with your teammates. Now, of course, they are responding to the top lane Rotom, and we have a nope. That's gonna be a Zapdos before the Dreadnought gets a chance to spawn. So Zapdos is gonna be the next objective on the board. Red team is already trying to set up for it. Blue team has 50 points across the board. You can see it on their players. Right now, Gengar is only level 13, so that's a whole level behind what they were on the previous match. You can see the blue side level 13s across the board as well. They actually have a level advantage on red side. Delphox is only level 10, and Zapdos already spawned.
Yeah, red side needs a little XP here to get in this game, but now blue side has all the advantage here. They want to get in this Zapdos fight right
Oh,
now.
is that a pick? Is that a pick? Is that a pick on the Blastoise? The Blastoise surfs back in. They're trying to put up the ult. They do get the ult on a couple of targets. There's going to be a Delphox ult as well. Oh my goodness. Ult City again. Talonflame huge. It's just a Gengar now. Can they pick it off? Can they do it? That is a clean sweep. 5 for nothing. They get everybody. They're going to get the Zapdos as well. And they might as well take the match and the set.
Yo, and that's just the difference in position that you can see right there. Blue side was everybody was on the Zapdos fight, but the red side was just trying to get there. Even at 2 minutes, they weren't ready for this fight. So the blue side just went in and just destroyed everyone.
That was what you want to see. Everybody gets shut down, and if it's just a Gengar against 5 people, again, Gengar very strong, but not really such a team fighting so much as an assassin type character. That was
Yeah,
a
that's
very,
correct.
very good fight from blue side. Now, what can red side do to try to pull back? They're trying to push the top lane. They're gonna go with the death ball strategy, but what's happening in their base? Machamp just dunked another 100 on them. It's gonna be a huge cliff to climb. I don't think they can pull it off. The Blastoise here trying to hold them off. It's gonna be everybody on red side trying to do this, but they won't be able to get it. That's a huge defense from blue side, not letting anybody score. They're just in there trying to stop. They get the Delphox, they get the Pikachu, they're gonna get the Slowbro, they're gonna get everybody. It's a bloodbath. 8 characters dead already. What else can they do here? This is just the last 2. That's gonna be it. And that was such a strong game from the Talonflame to shut down that Gengar, out-jungle him, and take the victory.
What a play, as you said, for the Talonflame, the Machamp was popping off at the end, man. He got a quadra kill to finish that game. It was just mayhem there. Now, as you said, Wiggly doesn't have much of a pick rate, but Wiggly is still useful. He can sing you, so you can't move whenever you're asleep. His Unite move still does a lot of a shield. So Gengar cannot kill people with as much of a shield as with the Wiggly ult. So he was struggling a little bit in this team fights.
Now, let me say, we've seen a lot of Machamp here today, and a lot of it has just been very, very strong. Do you think people are sleeping on the Machamp a little bit?
I mean, I don't know if they're sleeping on it because Machamp is doing serious work in every game we've seen. So maybe we want to see a little Machamp a ban for these teams. Yeah, as you said, Machamp is just putting the work right now.
Again, I know that Lucario is a premier top laner, especially with, as you called it, a nuisance. but we're seeing such strong play from the Machamps here today. And again, the Machamp is just it's not a lot. It's not necessarily as much extreme speeding as a Lucario is. It's just I'm in your face, I'm punching you, and I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah, it is just very hard to deal with a high level Machamp in this game. You can't stop him. He just starts punching you, destroying people in the backline. You really have to target him. If not, he's gonna do his own thing and he's gonna rip your team to shreds.
Indeed, and you saw it in that last fight again. The Machamp and the Talonflame just having beautiful, beautiful games in that game 3 to be able to secure the victory and push your team to 2-0.
Yeah, that's correct. What an insane game for both of these teams. It seemed like the blue side, the red side had this game in the bag at the beginning, but blue side just managed to pull their team comp off. It was just a good game for the blue side.
Yes, indeed. Now, again, that Gengar was playing beautifully. As you said, love to see good Gengar play. I'm also loving the Machamp play here today. We haven't seen a lot of Lucario here, but personally, I'm fine with that. I think we've all seen a lot of Lucario top lanes, so I'm okay with having some other characters just take the spotlight for today. That Talonflame was absolutely gorgeous to watch. We're seeing a lot of Blissey. That Cramorant, though, I'm a little bit sad because I want to see more Cramorant. Cramorant is a character that's super fun, and as you mentioned, they went with the 2 separate builds on different matches. Cramorant is one of the characters that you can build either way, and it's not like one of them is super much stronger than the other one.
That is correct, and it seemed like they had more success with the dive air slash build than with the surf and hurricane build. So yeah, I'm hoping we can see more Cram in this tournament, definitely, because they certainly won that first game with the Cram, and it was just no contest there.
Nice. Now it looks like the Dot is gonna do an interview with Lecoding. He was the one playing the Machamp in those last games. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what he has to say about the Machamp pick, especially after, remember, he started with the Lucario in the first game, and then he got target banned that Lucario for games 2 and 3, pulled out the Machamp, and still had some very, very solid games on it.
That's correct. Yeah, he was just dominating this entire series. What a player.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna be ready to throw it over to the Dot for the interview any second now.
Yeah, the Dot is here. He's gonna do the interview right now.
Yeah, the Dot, you're there?
Yes. Hey, there we go. Sorry, I forgot my mic was on mute there. How is everybody? What an amazing match there, right?
Oh my goodness. What did you think about the Gengar in match 2 and then the Talonflame in match 3?
Oh, that was absolutely insane. Gengar just absolutely doing what Gengar needs to do, right? And taking out everybody. I mean, honestly, you couldn't get Gengar cornered there, and you need those 1v3, 1v4, 1v5 situations to get Gengar off the field, and they just could never position themselves that way. So I think that was absolutely amazing Gengar plays there. I didn't catch exactly who we were getting. It looks like we're going to have somebody enter the. Okay. Lecoding coming in here. Lecoding, what a match!
Yeah, really intense.
Yeah. How just general thoughts and feelings. How did you feel about that match? What do you think? What do you feel went the best for you?
I think mainly our early game. We were able to control the early game really well. Had to get the 2-1-2 down because this is like our first time actually facing a 2-1-2. The first round we didn't, so we adjusted that in the top lane. But I think overall, like, we're doing really well rotating and taking advantage of the enemy early game.
I would say so for sure. So these bans that you guys had here, they really. How do you feel that the bans played into these matchups? Right? Did you think that they really threw you guys off, or were you guys able to play around them?
I think we were able to definitely play around them. They banned Lucario, gave them problems, able to bring out the Machamp really good into their comp actually. Thought about Serena, but brought the Machamp out, and we banned Koopa just because we don't want to give these teams like free resets. We're just trying to take advantage of them, messing up their macro a bit with Hoopa, without banning Hoopa.
Yeah, that was I feel very well played around. The Gengar also, we were talking about this earlier with a new bite, absolutely just dominating the field. What are your thoughts going in, and how are you, what did you do to really position Gengar in those ways to make those big plays?
Yeah, we were trying our best to contain him. The first game we made a mistake. That Rotom was able to get in. We discussed it, just saying we just need to make sure the Gengar plays into us. Like once he does his Dream Eater, he's vulnerable. We just try to get him, and I always try to like dynamic punch him, and make sure he's controlled.
Yeah, that was very well played all around. Congratulations to the team, and yeah, I mean that was absolutely well played. I think we're going to transition to a break here in a second, from what I'm getting. But yeah, let's see what we can do here. I think there's some things going on in the background here. We'll be up in just 1 second, guys. Don't go anywhere. There's plenty more of the Content Creators Bash coming right your way in just a second. So yeah, we will catch you guys there in a second.
Yeah. So Lou left.
No.
Like somewhere people
Fight.
can see the brackets.
Creo que es Battle Fight. Oh, we're now back on break, back after the break. We're gonna be moving on to round 3 right now. I think we're gonna be featuring Sneak Thieves in this match. They are 2-0, and that is of course Celestial's team. For those of you that don't know, Celestial is one of the better DPS players in Unite in NA. So it's gonna be very interesting to see what they can do with that.
Yeah, we were hearing so many good things for this team. There's a guy called Deadpool Zombie who was doing some serious plays in their last series. So we're gonna be hoping to see a very good game here.
Okay, looks like they just pulled an audible. It's gonna be Zoinks versus Atmo.
Oh,
I think they're doing an audible on the mainstream game right now.
okay.
Let's just wait for confirmation on which game is gonna be featured on the mainstream right now. In any case, I am so excited to see more of that Dragonite play. Dragonite, of course, as a jungler, does not have, we've mentioned it before, does not have the assassin capabilities of a Gengar, of a Talonflame, but it just brings so much to a team fighting scenario with the Hyper Beam just obliterating people. One person gets out of line, lines up with the target, that's double targets on the Hyper Beam. It's just so powerful at Pokemon right now. Of course, the Dragon Dance brings that mobility, and the Pokemon itself has so much tankiness. It's a very, very strong pick in the jungle right now. We just saw a match that featured Talonflame versus Gengar, of course, two very, very good assassin type characters. But the Talonflame and the Gengar, of course, can't really front line, can't really dive as effectively as a Dragonite can. They're more of a weave in and out with their mobility, trying to get those picks to get that numbers advantage on the team fight. But I am loving what I'm seeing out of the Dragonites today.
Yeah, as you said, Dragonite is just being, as I said earlier, a nuisance to everybody. He's just doing so much damage, putting in the work in the entire tournament. I'm expecting we're gonna see so much Dragonite in the coming games.
Okay, so we are getting the bans coming in. There was a Charizard ban. That's a very interesting one. I don't think we've seen a Charizard so far today.
Yeah, the Sard is probably gonna be it's gonna be a targeted ban right now.
Yeah, probably. That's probably what it is. And we are jumping into the game right now. So as we take a look right now at the team comps, they have Blitz Arena and the Machamp on the top lane. That is a very, very strong front line, of course, for a team. Looks like the matchup is going to be going into the jungle. Use that mobility to move around a little bit. And there it is, my pick. Thank you, Arceus. We see an Eldegoss. Yes, let's go.
You called it in this tournament. You just wanted to see that Eldegoss. Now we're seeing from the red side a lot of beefiness from the Mammal, from the maybe the Venusaur could be a little frontline in this game, but there's a lot of damage in this red team. Whereas the blue side, I'm seeing a little more beef with the Slowbro, with the Wiggly, a little front line with the Serena, but we have good backline with the Delphox and Machamp just rolling through this entire tournament.
Yes, indeed. There's a lot of beef in this matchup, as you said. Over on blue side, as you say, the Serena and the matchup behind a Wiggly and a Slowbro, that is a lot to get through. However, we are not seeing the assassin style junglers today. We are seeing a matchup and then an Aegislash in the jungle.
Yeah, and we saw an Aegislash ban in the last time we were seeing a game. So maybe this Aegislash is going to be a big difference in this game.
Yes, and a little bit of matchup on matchup action right there. Red side matchup picking up a double kill, getting in a goal, another stack. That is a very, very powerful start right there. That's another stack for them. Meanwhile, blue side getting some of that aggression going. Of course, Slowbro, as you say, it's a very, very strong character in the early to mid game as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the red team just piling down in this bottom lane. They got a little score in the tier 1 tower. Looks like they want to get ahead as much as they can.
Yes, I am going to try to stay unbiased for this cast, but let's go Eldegoss. Yes, sir. That is my favorite pick today so far. I love to see Eldegoss plays.
Yeah, and you just can't expect a damage from Eldegoss, but Eldegoss just rips people and you don't even know about. His Unite move deals a lot of damage, but also heals the entire team whenever he falls down. So that's going to be a big factor in this team fights.
It's going to be a nice pick from blue side on that Eldegoss, as you say. There was a 3v3 down in the bot lane, and we are seeing a lot of aggression from that Machamp, both of them on that top lane. That Machamp showing a lot of attention up top. Meanwhile, we have that 3v3 staying in that bot lane as well. Here go the Beast. There's a 2v2 we're saying. That Serena a little bit too alone. That Machamp went back to gather their buffs, left them for dead, and there it is. That's another stack for that red side Machamp. Meanwhile, red side on bot lane, they are pushing blue team away from the Beast. That is a lot of oppression on lane, as you can see.
Yeah, blue side is gonna struggle a little bit with this pressure here and in the entire game because the red side just has so much going in potential here. They're gonna have a rough time here.
And that is Dreadnought down to 20%. They're gonna turn it into a 50-50, and that's a steal from red side. That Aegislash coming with the steal, gets a kill on the Wiggly. The Machamp gets a kill, and here's the ult. That is gonna be a clean 3 kills and a Dreadnought for red team. That is a huge momentum play right there. They're gonna get so far ahead out of that one. We're seeing 2 to 3 level advantages already. That is a huge play and a little bit of counter jungle here from the Aegislash, trying to push that advantage a little bit more. Red side is going to try to rotate over to the Rotom now.
Yeah, the red side is just using their advantage. It's just beautiful play here. They're going in, getting some kills, going back out, and they're just winning team fights off of just going balls deep on the other team.
Yes, they are immediately going to start ripping that Rotom. Blue side isn't even going to try to answer. They're just going to try to play defense, of course, on that tier 2. Tier 1 was already destroyed from red side. Red side have taken down both tier 1 towers, tier 1 goals. So we're going to see now that here is the TK. That's a TK Slowbro. Interesting. Want to see some good plays from that TK Slowbro here today.
Yeah, we're seeing a big EXP advantage for the red side. They just have 1 or 2 levels up the entire blue team, so they're gonna try to push this advantage even more.
Yes, they are. You can see they have a strong EXP advantage, and they have 4 ults up and ready to go for that 27-second timer on the Dreadnought in bot lane. Machamp is still a little bit ways away, trying to get a little bit more. They get that ult as well, so it's going to be all 5 ults ready to go for Red Team, and they are setting up here for a potential gank. They are. Let's see how
Yeah,
it does. Red Team is gonna go in immediately. That's a Wigglytuff ult right off the bat, trying to save a couple of teammates, but Red side just has a little bit too much. You can see that Serena trying to do something, but they're gonna say, no, not today. They're gonna shut down that Serena. That's a kill from the Eldegoss on the Wigglytuff. That little bit support on support action. Red Team's just gonna rip that Dreadnought to shreds. That's an objective secured. We have a little bit of a conflict here on the blue side jungle. That Eldegoss a little bit too far forward. They're gonna pay for it with their life.
Yeah, and if you're blue side, you shouldn't be contesting that Dreadnought. You're so far behind, you just can't contest it. You're just giving away so much more EXP to the enemy team. You gotta take the L, go for the farm, go for a safer route, and just try to get back in this game.
Indeed, we see a couple of level 12s already on red side. They do get a pick on that Mamoswine on bot lane. They're trying to just break open this goal. They don't get it quite there yet. That's going to be blue side though, picking up another kill. That Aegislash doing a good defense, but is it enough? It's not going to be against a close combat of that matchup. They're going to get the pick, and they're going to break open this tier 2 goal. Meanwhile, red team up top, again, is just ripping that Rotom. They have taken every single objective so far in this game.
Yeah, but now that's what I'm talking about. The blue side just can't contest the Rotom, so they're gonna get an upper hand wherever they can. So they went bottom, they got 3 kills, they got the tier 1 tower. That's huge for them. It's a very big catch-up XP for them. So they're just basically back in this game now.
Yes, indeed, and we can see those two matchups again just being so oppressive. The level disadvantage doesn't even matter. Actually, blue team has managed to kind of pull that back a little bit. They're still a little bit behind, but it's not as noticeable as it was before. They're still 100 points down, but that is a minor difference. Before the Zapdos has even spawned. We have 18 seconds on the clock for the Dreadnought. Red team is trying to set up again for that front brush gank. Let's see what they can get out of this.
Yeah, and as you said, the EXP gap is no longer there. But both Machamps are level 13, damage dealers are level 11, the other one's 13. But they're gonna be happy with it. They're just back in this game. They're gonna forfeit this Dreadnought, but they will certainly be ready for the Zapdos fight right now.
Yeah, they're gonna give it away for free. All 5 members of red side have their ults ready to go. On blue side, it's all but the Slowbro ult. There is gonna be a TK on the Aegislash, but nothing's gonna come of it. That's a Slowbro ult online now. All 10 ults are up and ready. 7 seconds on the clock for the Zapdos. It's gonna be here. It's gonna be a fight. There it is. There is the Slowbro ult. There it is. There is the Venusaur ult, the Mammal ult, all the ult city, baby. And blue team is able to just wipe red team off the board. They're gonna take everything. That Zapdos is theirs. That was a beautiful, beautiful fight. That was barely like 6 seconds long. They just delete everybody. They take the Zapdos, and it's gonna be points upon points here.
And what a play for the blue team there. They were so far behind, and the Machamp he just waited for the perfect opportunity for that Unite move, and he got everyone obliterated. Now they got the upper hand. Maybe close out this game with a good defense. We'll see about it.
Let's see how the defense plays out. Red team's gonna need to score a little bit over 200 points, so they're gonna need at least 3 people scoring. It looks like we're gonna go with a death ball over to that bot lane first goal. That goal is not at 100, so it'll break quicker. Here it is, that defense, that Serena doing so much work. There it goes. That was a great dazzling gleam from the Wiggly. That Mamoswine goes down. That's everybody down. The Eldegoss is sadly running for its life. That was a very, very clean defense from blue team. Blue team had some very, very fantastic last 2 minutes of that game. Love to see it.
What a game for the blue side. They were so behind the entire game. They were behind, and they managed to do everything right. They got the bottom tier 1. They got the map position. They were using the jungle EXP to their advantage, and they just waited for the red team to do the wrong move, which was jump on them early. They just waited for the right moment. The Machamp had a great ult in there. His Unite move just destroyed everyone, and they just won the game off of it.
Yeah, and that was a very, very sloppy team fight on the Zapdos from Red side because they had the positioning. They were ready in the brush, waiting to be the ones who initiated. They do get the initiation, but Blue side just fights that fight cleaner and just gets away with killing everybody and having a free Zapdos after that. Also, the defense at the end in that bot lane goal was very, very clean. That Serena, again, once that Serena gets going, once it gets to those last levels, level 12, level 14, that Serena does not care. She will just jump into your team and start stomping everybody.
That's right. And Serena was, like you said, she was stomping on the enemy team. Whenever she gets going, there's no going back. You just gotta run away from those stomps and hope you can survive the onslaught.
Now, what would you change about the bans heading into the second game?
Honestly, I think they have to ban the Machamp. It was both teams had very good Machamps, but the blue side Machamp did the whole difference for the match. Like he did such good plays. He used his Unite move perfectly. It was just incredible for the blue side.
A little bit of a Machamp diff there is what you're saying.
Probably could be.
Okay, so let's say you switch over to that Machamp ban. Again, remember that Charizard was banned this game. We do know that is very much a targeted ban. So what do you think is the big? Tell me a little bit about the Charizard in the current meta of the game.
Yeah, so Charizard is very good at picking one opponent using his Unite move and just flaming the entire team. That is true. But if you can negate Charizard's ult with an unstoppable, a good full heal before his Unite, Charizard's not such a good a team fighter. So it really depends on what they're going after. Charizard was definitely a targeted ban, but the Machamp, I think it does much more of a difference than a Charizard could.
I love that we're getting the opportunity to really display a lot of Machamp play here today. We're seeing so much Machamp. We've seen only one or two Lucarios, but a lot of Machamp in the top lane, and they are looking very, very strong.
Yes, that's correct. I'm loving the Machamp here. We're looking at almost every game, there's a Machamp just punching people to death.
Indeed. Also interesting, that match did not have a Blissey on either side. We just had a Wiggly on one side and the Eldegoss on the other. Sadly, the Eldegoss didn't manage to pull out the win. I know the Eldegoss is a little bit undertuned right now. Does not negate my love for the character. But yeah, that's a little bit of what has them with such a low pick rate at the moment. They just not at the level of other supports in the current meta.
Yeah, I know you're sad seeing that Eldegoss loss.
I am. I really, really wanted that Eldegoss to pull out the W. It's such a fun character, you know.
Yes. I know it's a very cool character, but I'm expecting they want to switch that character. Maybe go for a Blissey maybe the soft boiled is the answer to the onslaught of the blue team. We'll see.
Yes.
Maybe they want to change their strategy certainly.
Yeah, disappointingly, I don't think we're gonna see the Eldegoss again in this matchup. As you said, they're probably gonna switch it for another support that brings a little bit more to the table. That's probably gonna be a Blissey, as you say. Again, we did not have the Hoopa banned in this game, so neither team chose to pick it. That was very interesting to see. And here are coming the bans for this match, and exactly, it looks like they heard us because. What are the bans? We got a Hoopa ban and we got a Blissey ban. So no Blissey, no Hoopa. Do we get another Eldegoss game? We might.
We might see both dominant support characters, Blissey and Hoopa, are banned. So Eldegoss is the next man in line.
Also, again, I really do. Also, again, the Charizard was a targeted ban and it's left open for this game too. So I want to see if it gets picked. The Charizard, and if so, what kind of impact they bring to this game too.
Yeah, we'll see. Because usually when you pick Charizard, the team has to revolve around you. So you want to get that level 9. If you don't get the level 9 for Dreadnought, you are in such a disadvantage because usually the Charmeleon is not a very good team fighter in the early game.
Indeed, most two-stage evolution characters really don't hit that power spike until their third stage. However, they do have like some utility in that second stage, but like you say, Charmeleon is still a very, very weak character. They can't really bring much until they get to that Charizard stage.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'm thinking we're gonna see a double Machamp again.
Double Machamp, yes. I mean, it's left open. It's left open, and we might see it again. Also, the Lucario is up. We might see that. I find it interesting if people keep choosing the Machamp over the Lucario and choosing the Serena over the Lucario. We're seeing a lot of different top laners here today.
Honestly, I don't mind with the variety. I'm not a big fan of Lucario, so seeing Serena stomping people, Machamp punching people in the face, it's bringing a lot of diversity to the game. I love it, man. I love it.
Yes, sir. It looks like we're jumping into the lobby here right now. And yes, there we are. We are in the lobby. We have the bands and we are kicking into the match. Let's see what the team comps are going to be.
That is
Please,
correct.
another
So we have-
Eldegoss. And yes, Zoinks. Yes, stick with the Eldegoss. You got this.
Now we're seeing Curly Q, a big personality here, with the Slowbro. The Scald Bro is gonna be a nuisance. If it gets a good Scald in the Serena or the Machamp, it can reduce physical damage by 40%. It could make a big difference in these team fights.
Yes, we are seeing two Slowbros. We are seeing two Machamps. Both Machamps stacking. Yeah, that's the Machamp is really getting a chance to shine today. And Slowbro, I think we've made it very clear today that the Slowbro is the premier tank character that people are choosing here today.
Yeah, Slowbro just, aside from tanking, it just deals so much damage to any enemy team. You get scalded, you get to half health, and you're just gonna lose that team fight, especially in the early games. Slowbro is just way too strong in the early game.
Indeed. It looks like that Serena is heading up top as expected against that Machamp. We're gonna see a Venu jungle and a Machamp jungle. That's very, very interesting. So we are going to get those 1-1-3s, which are always lend themselves to a lot of action in the early game, and we see right there immediately that Aegislash trying to go and get the kill on the Jigglypuff, doesn't manage to secure it, but they are trying to harass on the opponent's Audinos. Meanwhile, we are seeing the Serena just rack up those attack weight stacks in the top lane.
Yeah, we're seeing fairly standard game here. 1-1-3, people going for their attack weights, nothing too fancy here. But yeah, I think the blue side team is gonna be doing the same thing they did last game. They just want to go in, destroy people, and go back out.
So that was a 3-stack on both of those top laners, both the Matchup and the Serena already at 3 stacks on their respective attack weights. Now remember, the jungle Machamp on red side is also running attack weight, so they are also stacking. Here come the top lane bees. That is a kill on the Serena. Is it a double kill? That is going to be a double kill and a kill on the Wigglytuff down in bot lane. That was a lot of bee action right there.
Yeah, the Machamp just showing the moves there. He's just punching people. The other Machamp tried to do the same, but it just wasn't enough. The Venusaur was very good position there, doing damage from the backline.
Yeah, if I'm doing my math correctly, I think the top lane blue side Machamp is already at 5 stacks. That's been a very, very good early game for them.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge difference. If the other Machamp can't get his stacks up, he's not going to be able to do as much damage as the blue team one.
Indeed. Let's see how that top lane pans out. You see there the Machamp trying to do a little bit of harassing on that Serena, trying to push a little bit of that 1 level advantage they have already.
Yeah, and Steve my cat here with the Serena just getting his power spike. He's trying to build his stacks now. Serena's level 6 is so strong, so you gotta take advantage of it as much as you can.
It's already there, ready for the counter gank. That Machamp goes back in, trying to get them to safety, and they do. All 4 members are just gonna walk away from that, hurt but alive.
Yeah, just a little skirmish there. Now they're gonna be ready for the bees. It's probably gonna be the blue team who's gonna get the top piece, but the bottom is just a fairly square game right now.
Yes, indeed. Again, Beast spawning in the bot lane. We see a little bit of a back and forth. Nobody gets killed just yet, but that's going to be another kill on that top lane Serena, and that's a 6 stack for that matchup. They are done stacking. This matchup is just getting huge. Level 8 already. They are ahead of the enemy jungler.
Yeah, and you can't let the Machamp just get his attack weights off like that. So now the blue side is gonna have a big position here for the Dreadnought. They're up in 1 or 2 levels from the other for their counterparts, so they're gonna have a certain upper hand here for the Dreadnought.
It's a good Serena going went in a little bit too far. They do get killed for their trouble. Can they get the kill on the Slowbro? I don't know if they can. Blue side just pushing red side off of that Dreadnought. That they manage to get the kill back on the Venu, but might not be enough. They are going to start ripping this Dreadnought. Can the Wiggly get a steal on this? They do not, and they get killed for even trying. That's a blue side Dreadnought, and what else can they get off the back of this? That is a huge kill on the Delphox. Serena trying to stomp on that Eldegoss. It's not gonna be enough, or is it? No, it's not. The Slowbro just reducing their physical damage by 40%. That is so key right there against that Serena, and that is a beautiful matchup ult on 2 members of the blue team. Gets a kill. That's another. Can they get a third? They probably can. No, that's a flash away from the Aegislash, but they are all going to get their dunks on that bot lane goal, and they're gonna break it. Now, what happens in Rotom?
Yeah, what a play here for the red side. Looked like they were behind because they lost the Dreadnought and all, but they just don't care. They just want to rip people. The Machamp just using his Unite move, punching people away. They ripped the tier 1 tower. Now they're ready for the Rotom fight here.
Yeah, that early pick on the Venusaur was key, and here comes the Serena ult again on that Venusaur, picks it off. Meanwhile, they get a pick on the backline on the blue side. Red team, that Machamp is gonna whiff on that ult, still picks up the Serena, but that is going to be several kills on red team. They are already ripping that Rotom, and they do get it. Can they push it in? They have 3 against a single Machamp trying to defend here. That Machamp does not have their ult. I don't think they're gonna be able to defend this. Yes, indeed. They break that top lane turret, and they're gonna back away.
Yeah, now let's remember the blue side Machamp looked like he was getting beefed up and was gonna be unstoppable, but the red side Machamp, he's not gonna let him get away with it. He's just now 1 level ahead of the other Machamp. He's got his Unite move ready for the Dreadnought. They're probably gonna have the upper hand on this Dreadnought.
I'm looking at this down here. There are 8 ults ready to go. That's already the Delphox ult. There's the Eldegoss ult right there. That's a big one. What else can they get off of this? That's gonna be a TK on the Eldegoss. What else can they get? The Wigglytuff already ulted. The Slowbro ulted as well. That's a kill on the Eldegoss by the Wigglytuff. This fight is absolute mayhem. That Petal Dance Venusaur is so oppressive once it gets in your face. That's another kill on the Wiggly. That is several teams of red team down. That Machamp though hiding in the brush, and they do have their ult ready to go. What can they get with it? They're gonna come in, here it goes, they're gonna pop it. That's gonna be a Serena ult on the Aegislash. That Serena is just stomping people left and right. Oh my goodness, that red side Machamp couldn't even get their ulti off, and they're gonna rip that Dreadnought is gonna go over to blue team once again. That's 2 Dreadnoughts all ready for them.
That was beautiful from the blue team there. It looked like they were losing the team fight, but the Eldegoss managed to keep everyone alive with his shields. He got a big shield, saved 2 of them. They just went back, healed, and they were ready for the Dreadnought fight. That's
Red team
probably
are
the
not
reason they
going.
won.
Red team are not going to let them just get away with it with free dunking on their bot lane goal. They manage to actually defend it. That Serena goes a little bit too far. That Aegislash manages to walk away. The Machamp backing off. They didn't get a single point on that bot lane goal. That was a very, very impressive defense. Now the Rotom is up. We already have the Wiggly and the Delphox up there. Can blue side answer, or they're just gonna give away a second Rotom for free?
Now this game is fairly square right now, but we're seeing the Machamp on the blue side. His level 13. The Venusaur, big power spike here for level 13. They're gonna be quite happy leaving this Rotom. They just want to defend it, and they're gonna be ready for the Zapdos fight with an upper hand.
Make that level 14. That Venusaur is just huge right now, but they can't afford to let themselves get picked off before the team fight even starts. It's happened a couple of times already. They need that Venusaur in the red team's faces doing all that damage. Here it comes. What can they do? Do they get another pick on the Venusaur? No, red team's just backing away for now. We have 10 seconds until Zap. Everybody's here. We have all 10 ults ready to go. What is going to happen here?
Yeah, so if you're on the red side, you just want to get to that Zapdos pit and get as much good position as you can. You can't let the blue team dictate this fight.
No, that is the Delphox ulti. We see the Machamp ready to ult as well. That is going to be a Wigglytuff ulti as well. There's Eldegoss flying through the air. What else can they get off of this? That Machamp, both of them are still alive, throwing out them punches. That Wigglytuff trying to put the Eldegoss to sleep, but it's not going to be enough. Fire Spin, just such a strong CC ability at the moment right now. Zarina trying to stomp that Machamp, but it's a little bit too much. There comes the Venusaur to push them to death. It's a couple of kills, but nobody's ready to take down the Zapdos just yet. Teams are going to reset. Everybody's ulti get blasted off except for the red side Slowbro. So it's gonna be another team fight, no ultis. What's gonna happen? Who's gonna get the Zapdos? It's a very, very close game yet. That's gonna be a pick on the Delphox. That Venusaur is just huge at the moment.
Yeah, you just want to get this Zapdos fight right now. As a blue side, you need to go for everything right now.
Oh my goodness, and here we go. They get a kill on that Slowbro. They're gonna get a kill on the other Slowbro as well. Both Slowbros are down. The Aegislash gets buffed. The Zarina gets killed as well. And it's gonna be the blue side Machamp just cleaning house. Punch here, punch there, punch everywhere. Everybody got back to base. That was a beautiful quadra kill from that blue side Machamp. They're gonna get their scores in. Just two of them is going to be enough to pull ahead. That's one, that's two. This is going to be a third score, and they're going to try to move back and play some defense.
Yeah, that was just good execution from the blue side. They seemed like they were losing people, but no, they can't. The Machamp is there. He just wants to punch you in the face. Good Unite move. There was no chance for the red side there.
Yeah, and with the Zapdos taking as long as it did, there's very little time for red side to answer back. So that's going to be a blue side win, and they are indeed going to send this to a game 3. This is an incredible matchup so far. I am loving it.
Yeah, let's go. And we're seeing, as I told you before, the Machamp is doing the difference in these games. Maybe you get the good Machamp, maybe they get the other good Machamp. It all depends on this game, but the Machamp is dictating these team fights.
Indeed, it seems like a lot of it just coming down to who can play the Machamp the best. That Machamp just brings so much damage to those team fight. Of course, most of their kit is AoE damage, despite it not really feeling like an AoE character, but that close combat can hit several people. The dynamic punch, several people. That ult, of course, can just wreck a whole team if you line it up correctly.
That's correct, and I'm just excited for Game 3 right now. Both teams seem to be figuring each other out, but these team fights have been just absolute chaos both games.
Indeed. Now, regarding the bans, again, we saw a Blissey ban and we saw a Hoopa ban. So those are basically the two premier supports in the current meta. Do you stick that way? Do you say, nah, I don't want to see a Machamp today anymore?
The Eldegoss was a big factor here. Maybe it's not as flashy as a Hoopa or a Blissey Unite or whatever, but the Eldegoss had some big shields that prevented a lot of damage and just saved people from near death. So if I'm the other team, I wouldn't be banning the Hoopa or Blissey because you need an answer for it.
Yes, you do. Now, indeed, if you don't ban away those supports, can you is a Machamp considered a targeted ban at this point? I don't think it is. I just think it's a strong character ban.
Yeah,
I don't think it's anybody just maining it. It's a very strong character in the current meta.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a targeted ban because both Machamps they're doing the plays, but it's just a coin flip whenever there's a team fight. Who gets the better Machamp Unite? And you don't want that. You never want a coin flip. You want to dictate the game as your team comp wants it.
Indeed, exactly. Both teams have traded victory so far, and in both games, the team that came out on top was the one that got the better Machamp. So I don't
Yeah.
think either of these matchup players is necessarily better than the other one. It's just who has the better game. That's really what's
Yeah.
deciding these matchups because the character is just so strong right now.
Yeah, and yes, you said it seemed like one Machamp was falling off from the game, and then he just came back. He just killed everyone, and he's just getting the upper hand. It's incredible to see these players do get out.
That's the thing with these brawler style characters. You have your Machamps, you have your Serenas. You can never count them out. They might have a 1 or 2 level disadvantage, and they can still go toe to toe with most other characters. And if they get ahead, they can absolutely snowball that and become unstoppable.
Yeah, that's correct. And I'm surprised we haven't seen a little Dragonite in this game. Neither Vance nor Pix. It's one of the
That is-
stronger characters right now.
That is very true. Now, one team was jungling with the Venusaur, and the Venusaur indeed was very strong. The other jungler was, of course, the Machamp. So that's another thing. That Machamp was not played as a top laner, it was played as jungle. Now, here we are jumping into game 3. Now, the bans did not change at all. We have the same bans, Hoopa and Blissey. Let's see how the team comps change or not. We are still gonna see the Venusaur in the jungle probably. That's gonna be a top lane matchup again. I think we're seeing pretty much the same comps. Double Slowbro, yeah, there it is. Double Machamps, yes indeed. I don't know if Zoinks is trolling a little bit with that greed. No, he is
He's
going to go
not.
for that greed and pick. Okay.
He's going for the green, and he's stacking. He's going with the.
No, there it is.
Oh,
There it
no,
is.
no.
There's the Eldegoss. All right. Okay.
He heard
Don't-
you.
don't-
He heard you.
Yeah, don't
He
make me
said-
sweat like that. Don't make me
You
sweat
said
like that.
Eldegoss. He said Eldegoss. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Let's go Eldegoss. Now, again, we have double Slowbros, double Machamp. We know one of those Machamps is going to go into the jungle. The other jungler is going to be that Venusaur. It's exactly the same team comps, which leads me to believe that both teams are saying, we have this. We just need to outplay them, but they're not playing anything that's stronger than us or better than us. We just have to be on our game.
That is correct, my friend. And a very, very low profile is the Slowbro from both sides. If they get a good Unite move on the Machamp, they can just negate him and just take him away from the fight and just dictate them by themselves.
That is true. That's one of the reasons that Slowbro is so highly picked right now, is their ability to just shut down a specific character on the enemy team. And if you're able to correctly pick your targets, that can spell doom for the other team. We are
Yeah,
seeing a
yeah.
little bit of aggression here in the bot lane, trying to harass and steal a little bit of those Audinos.
Yeah, a little skirmish here in the bottom, but it's fairly standard, just like last game. 1-1-3, people going for their attack weights. Now we're gonna see a little Machamp gank here for the other Machamp.
No, that's a very, very early flash away from that red side matchup, knowing that they had to get out of there alive and not give a kill over to that enemy jungler.
Yeah, and we're seeing Jiggly here just dancing around here, waiting for the beast.
On right here, these are top lane beasts, of course, very heavily contested always. That's gonna be in. That's a 2v2 junglers and top laners. Both are very, very low. That's gonna be a kill on both of the top laners. What can the junglers do? Does the Venusaur secure a kill? It does not. Machamp is able to walk away with just a little bit of health right there. Meanwhile, we have some aggression here over in bot lane. Red side is able to push blue side over all the way back to their goal, and they're still going to try and harass and steal some of these Audinos.
Yeah, that was a 1-1 trade. They're both gonna be happy with that outcome. Both junglers are gonna be able to get their second round of farm. They're gonna get level 7 soon. We'll be ready for those beasts here.
There we have it. There's the first evolution from the Aggie Slash. They're a little bit late on that. They would have liked to get it sooner, of course. However, that Delphox is still at first stage. We're having some top lane action here as well. That's a kill for a kill. That's going to be the Machamp shutting down the top lane from red side.
Yeah, now let's remember the blue side Machamp is in the jungle, so he wants to get as much advantage or upper hand as he can. So getting that kill is very big for him. He wants to get that level 9 as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. We have already discussed ad nauseum how strong that Machamp can get in those team fights, and we just got the timers on the objective, so they have 25 seconds to get that last evolution before it happens.
Yeah, we're seeing both Slowbros There's a big
Ooh,
action here.
we have a little bit of action here in the top lane. Can they secure the kill on the Venusaur? They can, sir. Oh my goodness, that was a beautiful close combat from the Machamp to secure the double kill in the top lane. Now we also have a little bit of action here in the bot lane. They do get a kill on the Aegislash. They also
Yeah,
get a
man.
kill on the Wigglytuff as the objectives spawn. Who gets there first? Blue side already has a Machamp. Red side does not have its Machamp or Venusaur ready just yet.
Yeah, but it seems like the blue side Machamp is just staying top. He's not using his advantage for this Dreadnought.
It don't matter none because blue side still manages to get that Dreadnought. Let's see what they can get off of this. It's an absolute chaotic fight here. At Serena just stomping everybody. Despite the matchup up top, the blue side still manages to get away with that victory. And do they just start ripping the Rotom right away? No, he's gonna get for the beast and wait for his team. Red side is also moving up top to try and stop that from happening.
Tarina just getting big in this early in the game now. She just uniting, stomping people. There's no stopping her. Blue side just has a big advantage right now.
Yes, once Sarenas get ahead, they become a problem to deal with. They are unstoppable. It has so much mobility, so much self-sustaining their kit. It's a problem for anybody to take on 1v1. Here we have another team fight breaking in the top lane for. That is a huge Machamp ult from blue side. Oh my god, can they get anything else out of it? Aegislash turns it around and here comes the Venusaur. They are gonna be able to get the kill on the Wigglytuff. Delphox, what can they do about it? They already popped their ult. Can they get the kill on the Veno? No, they can't. Red team is resetting and moving up top though. Delphox is alone in that top lane. They have two members down in bot lane trying to harass that enemy Eldegoss. It looks like the red team are better set for that Rotom.
Yeah, what a play. That was a 3 for 3 there. So red side is going to be happy with that exchange because the blue side was a little ahead. So they want to get that catch-up XP as much as they can.
Yeah, red team are just gonna start ripping that Rotom, but we have another team fight. Can blue team move in to secure the steal? No, they can't. That is going to be a red team Rotom. Blue team trying to defend and stop it from going in. Can they get a kill on the Aegislash? No, they can't. Aegislash, never mind. He gets sniped from downtown by the Delphox, and they are going to be able to defend and stop that Rotom from coming in. That Eldegoss, meanwhile, is just trying to keep itself alive, waiting for the rest of its backup to arrive and clean up here. It looks like we might have a little bit of a team fight here in the bot lane for that Dreadnought who is up.
Yeah, so now Eldegoss has his Unite move. He can turn this fights around because maybe the red team is going to fall low on health and he just unites and everybody's back up.
Yeah, that is indeed a red side Dreadnought, and what else can they pick? That's a Delphox ult. That is a Machamp ult to secure a kill. Everybody's ulting, but it don't matter. Blue side already 3 members down. What else can they get? That's a Machamp ult right there to get another kill back. Aegislash trying to hold its ground on that goal. Can they secure it? Can he turn it around and get the kill on the Machamp? No, that Machamp close combats it to death, but he gets killed in return. That bot lane is an absolute bloodbath right now. Just everybody wanting a little bit of that action in this game 3.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Wigglytuff just singing people, and they can't do anything about it. We're not seeing very many full heals. They don't have a Blissey for the Wiggly, so he's just making people just go to sleep, and they can't do anything about it.
It's a Sarina ult on the red side Machamp. Can they secure the kill off of it? It doesn't look like they can, but again, they have such a mobility. They can just dash in and out of that, and they're gonna get the kill on the Venu. They are gonna get dumped right back by that Machamp who gives it a little slap on the face and says, go to bed.
Wow, yeah, that's such a good play for the Serena there. Just asserting her dominance. You can't stop a Serena whenever she unites.
No, you can't. Serena is such a very, very aggressive type of character. Now, Rotom has spawned in the top lane, but it seems like Aegislash wants a little bit of that Wigglytuff action. What else can they get off of that? 24 seconds on the Dreadnought. Which objective do the teams want to prioritize? It's going to be the last spawn for either one. We have 2 members on each side up top ready for that Rotom. Again, also 2 members bot for that Dreadnought. Do they want any objectives or do they just want to stall until Zap?
Yeah, at this point, both teams are so evenly matched right now. They can't contest any objective right now, because if they get a pick, they're gonna lose the Zapdos and lose the game off it.
Yeah, we might get a Dreadnought attempt. It's 13 seconds until Zap. Let's see if they can rip it. Blue team is here to try to contest, but that Dreadnought is already at 10%. They might get it, and they will before the Zapdos spawns. That was a very, very, very valuable pick by Red Side just before the Zap spawn.
Yeah, much needed EXP and a little shield. That's gonna be a very good addition here for this Zapdos fight.
Again, we have all ultis ready to go. Here we go. Here's a team fight. That is the Aggie/ult, and that was a huge one. They pick off 2 right off the bat. That's a third. That's a great Delphox. Oh my goodness. Great Delphox Fire Spin into Delphox ult. That Venusaur doing just so much damage. This is carnage, and there goes that Serena. God save the queen right there. Just dashing in and out. They wipe the red team off the board, and they're going to start ripping these Zapdos with those timers. They are going to get it.
Wow, what a team fight for the blue side. They seem to be losing because the Slowbro got KO'd and so did the Wiggly before they could unite. But the red team just didn't, they couldn't push their advantage there. The blue side just didn't care. And the Serena was just stomping people in the back and just won that team fight. Wow.
There was a good defense from Red Side. They only managed to get 2 goals through. So let's see, with 45 seconds on the clock, let's see if Red Team can mount a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, this is gonna be just very hard for the red team. They need 4 full 100 points to just win the game, but it's gonna be really hard because they have 4 people to contest everything.
Get some picks off of that. They already got one on the. There's the Delphox. Let's see what they can do, and that's just so much AoE coming through. Now let's see that Venusaur is huge, and that Petal Dance Giga Drain set is so strong in this late game. That is just so much survivability, and it looks like time is just gonna run out. I think they would have had it if they had more time, but the clock is gonna run out. That's gonna be it. They are all dead, and that is going to be a blue side victory right there.
Wow, what a play from the blue side. As I said, it seemed they had this game lost, but no, they are not. They just want to go through. They're gonna give it all. Wow, that was good willpower from everyone.
Again, you can never count out those arenas, those matchups in the late game. That was all. We also saw a beautiful Delphox Fire Spin into ult. That is such a strong combo right now. And look at that damage from the Machamp and the Serena. That's all you need to know about the game right there.
Yeah, and Delphox was having just such a good time with the Machamp, the Serena going in, the Wiggly helping her out, Slowbro being her. Delphox was just being a turret from the backside. Nobody could get to her. She was just dishing out damage.
No, that's what a Delphox loves to see. You sit in the back line and you have a Machamp, a Serena, a Wiggly, and a Slowbro all going in, and you can just sit back comfortably and just throw out fire spins and throw out that ulti and just watch people get burned.
Yeah, that was a beautiful game for the blue side. Honestly, both sides gave it their all. It was a very good game, very close game at the end. But it was in the end the blue side got the victory.
Yeah, it was a good effort from Red Side, from Zoink's team with that Eldegoss, but again it was not enough to pull out that victory. So we are going to see that blue side team advance to a 3-0 record.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna move over to an interview right now. Yeah, let's just.
Yes, indeed. Let's see who we can get on stream for that interview. But yeah, again, I am loving how much in the spotlight we are getting from that Machamp. It's been fantastic today.
Yeah, Machamp has been incredible in this entire tournament. I'm hoping and I'm thinking we're gonna be seeing much more Machamp going on.
Machamp, Serena. I mean, look again. Lucario was left open. Do you think we might be seeing a little bit? As we know, Lucario has been strong all along, and slowly, very slowly, they've been just chipping away at it with nerfs. Do you think we're seeing a little bit of a shift in the top lane meta?
Definitely. I'm liking these changes. I was sick of Lucario, so I'm really happy that Serena, Machamp, we're all getting the spotlight here. I'm a big Serena fan, so I'm
Oh,
fairly
you are.
happy with this.
I know you are. Yeah, so Serena is just so much fun to play. What with the dashes and moving around and stomping people. Again, her kit is just so strong. So is the Machamp. With the I'm seeing a lot of close combats here, but the cross chop is also very strong. The dynamic punch also very strong, and that ult is the definition of a game changer. You get a nice clean ult on 2 or 3 of the enemy team, and that might as well just turn a game around.
Yeah, and this entire tournament has been just a clip after clip for the Machamps. They're just punching people to death in every game.
Oh, absolutely. It's been basically Machamp diff so far. Who can play
Yeah.
Machamp better each game? Machamp is having a spotlight here today.
Yeah, that is correct. Maybe we're not seeing a Machamp diff, but it's just a positioning advantage, a opportunity advantage. I don't know what it is, but
And of
we're
course,
seeing some incredible plays.
it being a team game, also who can set up their teammates the best for those plays. Um, and I love to see that. I love to see the teams again. We said it at the beginning of the stream, but despite the limited practice time, just still being able to have enough cohesion, right, to be able to
Yeah.
set up and play around those abilities.
Yeah, that is correct, my friend. Um, it looks like yeah, we're gonna do an interview. I'm not sure who's gonna be on it.
Yeah, we're trying to get somebody from the winning team right there on the stream for an interview real quick whilst we wait for the rest of the round matchups to wrap up. We did have a little bit of an issue in one of the game threes where they had to restart it because of a connection issue, so they're not quite done yet. So we're still waiting on the rest of round 3 to wrap up.
That is correct. Wow, this has been such a fun ride here.
It has indeed. It has indeed. So um, we are trying to get somebody on the stream
The
for the
interview.
interview.
Mhm. Yeah, we're just waiting for the winning team to get back up here.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello, hi. So, how are you feeling after that incredible match? It took you all the length of 3 games to be able to get that victory there.
Honestly, that was the first game we lost, and it was really fun because it was a lot more challenging than we felt like the other games were. And my team really pulled together, but that was the first time we've actually had to be like, hey, we made some mistakes. This is what we should fix. And we pulled together really fast. We have actually never practiced before the tournament together as a full team. So to pull
Oh,
together
wow.
that fast was really beautiful.
Now, tell me a little bit about the adjustments your team had to make in between those game 1 and game 2 and game 2 and game 3.
So we're talking about end game. We're talking about who needs to be level 13, who needs to be where for Zapdos positioning. Most importantly, Steve was calling for not a re-engage for him, and we needed a defender for him at Zapdos. When we saw the defender come in that third game, it was definitely game-changing because Steve got to go off. Steve is the most important player on our team right now.
Right. Now, and talk to me a little bit about the bans. What was your strategy going into the bans?
The bans, we have just only banned Hoopa this entire time. We just don't want to see someone pop up on the map where we don't want them. That's the only scary Pokemon that we really see. We feel like we can play around anybody at this point.
Yeah, we're seeing actually a lot of targeted Hoopa bans where teams just go, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want it on my match.
Absolutely. I don't even want to pretend that that'll be part of any of our matches.
Now, so during your because you said guys didn't practice before the tournament, so that is that why you feel you don't feel comfortable playing around the Hoopa on your own team?
No, actually, I feel like the Hoopa ban is just because we don't want to see someone pop up on the map with a big brain play, like they're just going to switch lanes on us and take an entire objective without us knowing. Without Hoopa, they are forced to show us where they're positioning. We will find you and we will get you. That's
you're just
Steve's words.
You're just confident on their skill as team fighting to be able to just beat the other team outright.
Absolutely. I have full confidence in my team.
That is awesome to hear. Now, as you move over to that next round, what adjustments do you think your team needs to make, or do you just feel comfortable with what you have been running so far?
Honestly, I don't think we need to make any adjustments. We're just really focusing on keeping our mental good. There is some time in between matches where we're kind of like losing that go, go, go sense. So we're just trying to all keep each other hype, keep it really exciting, and really focus on everyone's mental well-being.
Right. Of course, it being a little bit of a marathon here, with several rounds, so it's very important to be able to keep like the team spirit going.
Of course, of course. As a
And
content
how-
creator, that's what I focus on too, is mental health. So I feel like they picked a good person.
Of course, and tell me something. How are the in-game communications? Is it a lot of everybody just calling out things, or do you have like a main shot caller going?
We are letting Steve main shot call as he's trying to engage and finding an engage. So we find it important that if somebody is going to be the engager, you need to call it. If you're going to ult somebody to help someone engage, you can talk, of course. We are sharing very much comms about like, oh, we don't want to hit something here. We want to leave a goal here. Everybody is
Right.
talking, but we're not talking over each other.
Okay. Now, about prioritizing objectives, because I know it happens a lot, especially with teams that again haven't had a lot of practice time together, where you prioritize different objectives at different points in the match. So how have you made all of that work together?
We have been focusing on whether or not a top tier goal has been taken to see if there's Audinos, to see if it's worth it to go to a Dreadnought, or if it's more worth it to farm up, try to go to Rotom to do a snipe, but never worth the team fight. We're finding that the less team fights we're doing, the better we're doing, and then they're not ready for us at Zapdos because they haven't seen us team fight. So they don't get to practice against us very much.
Yeah, you're just focusing on that end game fights.
Absolutely.
That's a very, very interesting approach there. Just building up for the end game and just trying to keep the game alive up until those last 2 minutes.
Right. If we have a good play, we will definitely follow it up. If it's a free like objective, we'll take it. But definitely we're having a good time just farming for endgame.
Of course. That it's been very interesting. So tell me something. Which Pokemon has surprised you the most to see featured in today's tournament so far?
Honestly, I was really surprised that people didn't ban Blissey as much. This was the first round that Blissey has been banned for us. And
Yeah.
I was really surprised about that. I thought it would be a constant Blissey Hoopa ban. But we're
Same.
actually getting to play with Blissey. And let me tell you, the Delphox and Blissey combo, you do not want that.
No, you don't. Indeed, this is actually in all the matches we've been seeing as well. This was the first Hoopa Blissey ban. All the other previous ones, we mostly saw Blissey on both teams because it's just that strong.
Absolutely, absolutely. Everybody's going to take it if it's up.
Yeah, indeed. It's just you can't let that sort of level go through. Another thing, tell me about, because we've been seeing a lot of Lucario bans not go. People are just leaving Lucario up, and people are opting into a Machamp or Serena into the top lane. Do you find that surprising at all?
You know, I don't find it surprising, but I feel like Lucario is not a safe pick in this tournament for our team, as we feel like Serena just has far better find you and take you out right before Zap. If we can make it a 4v5, it will always be in our favor.
Amen. I agree 100%. I've been wanting to see more Serena for so long. I'm so happy it's getting its time right now.
Absolutely. You should check out Steve Serena. He is absolutely amazing at it. I would definitely say he is a top tier Serena, if not the best.
And what about the Slowbro? Like, I know Slowbro had its time, then it got nerfed a little bit, and now it seems like it's the premier tank. People are choosing Slowbro over every single other tank in the game right now.
So Kirby is actually doing something absolutely beautiful where he's focusing the Scald on the special attackers, and I'm getting in there and just hitting, and they can't out hit us. It's amazing. Kirby has awesome potential, especially with the Scald.
Nice, nice. So as we get ready for the next round, I'm gonna let you go and get back to your team again and try to keep that spirit up and keep you guys hyped. And we're, yeah, all right. But thank you for joining us.
Of course. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, looks like we're back, guys. Yeah, so this is gonna be the end for me. This is your boy Jorgen. I'm gonna leave you guys with I'm gonna leave you guys with Anubite, and the dot is gonna be taking over for me. It was a pleasure, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day, everyone.
Lately has just been straight nothing but aggression and honestly just pushing everything that they can and making these big plays that they need to, really putting pressure on those points at critical moments that have really pushed it for either side. I mean, we've seen it all over the place. We've seen people running double Machamps at sometimes. So that has been a big one. Gengar's been huge here as well. I thought the Delphox play last time was very interesting as well. So it's been really fun so far. It's been great listening to you go through it, Anubite. And honestly, I'm excited to see what we have coming up next. But yeah, I mean, as far as some of the support that we've seen today, like it's not just like the Machamps and the aggressive players going through. It's really come down to a lot of support. We've seen Slowbro in there, a lot of the mix as well. Support wise, what do you think has been the strongest contender so far?
Again, Slowbro, definitely. We've been seeing Slowbro across the board on both teams. It just brings so much to the table in the current meta. I don't think you can afford to leave it up and not take it. Again, as the last interviewer said, I I find it strange that we haven't seen more Blissey bans, especially if you're not going to run Blissey, because again, Blissey just brings so much as a support character. And of course, the Hoopa. The Hoopa, everybody knows the minute they arrived onto the game, they changed up the meta completely with being able to jump lanes like that. And if you're not going to run it again, I think the safe thing to do is just ban it away from the other team.
Absolutely, and we've seen those Blissey bans. It seems like Hoopa Blissey has been a really popular ban throughout the tournament. Not so because of that, we haven't seen as much of the Hoopa mix-ups as we probably, I think, would maybe have expected this late in the meta and this developed in the meta with how just crazy Hoopa's been. I know that I've loved playing Hoopa, so. It's going to be interesting to see what we have here as the tournament bracket kind of narrows down here. I'm going to check out these standings real quick. Looks like going into the fourth round, we have Lucky 7 in the top at the top position, a Royal Airness coming in at second, Sneaky Thieves in third, Team Batcap in fourth, and Seattle Cramorants. But everybody in the from about 1 to 3 has those 3 wins. Outside of that, you have those 2-1 teams. So it's really at this point anyone's game. Things are looking, really, really strongly for a lot of these teams here. But yeah, just the top 8, just to go through it real quick. Sponsored by Zapdos coming in at 8, Pika Pals at number 7, Stacks LLC, who we just saw in that last match there, still hanging in at number 6. Seattle Cramorants, Team Batcap, Sneak Thieves, Royal Airness, and Lucky 7 again at number 1. So far, which of these teams that you've seen, which has been the most impressive to you, Anubite?
I mean, impressive in so much as, I think we all know we all believe that Sneaky Thieves is going to have a strong showing. Again, we know Celestial is a very strong player. I'm loving what I saw. We did get on the mainstream a match from Seattle Crams, and they indeed were running that Cramorant, which I always love to see. It's such a fun character.
It is. It's a real mix-up character. It's one of those that's just, I feel like, really hard to play around. There's several different ways that you can play Cramorant, and if you can take advantage of that and get the opposing team off on their back foot a little bit, you could really capitalize with Cramorant, and it's one of those sneaky ones there. So maybe that's what we'll see, but we're still waiting for a lineup here. And here it looks like we are finally getting a better view of what's going on here. Where it looks like we got on this side a Greedent, Zeraora. Well, not everyone's locked in quite yet. We have Slowbro locked in over here, Blissey, and Zeraora. Zeraora, an interesting pick here on the blue side. And who do we got stacking up over on red?
On red, there's going to be the Eldegoss making an appearance. Again, I love to see Eldegoss, such a fun character. We do have a Dragonite running full heal on top of the Blissey, so that's going to be a very strong comp. We do have that Lucario, but blue side is the most interesting to me. They are running 2 of the characters that got buffed in this recent patch. You do see that Azumarill, who got buffed 9 ways to Sunday, and that Zeraora, who now gets their ultimate a level earlier, and of course they bring so much AoE damage. They can be such an asset on team fights.
For sure. Azumarill also one of those just an absolutely devastating pick. That's one that I've seen run a lot lately. Really have taken advantage of those late buffs that it's gotten in these updates. But it looks like we're going to see a triple lane going for the blue side here with Pikachu, Blissey, and Slowbro. Azumarill taking that top lane, and Zeraora for sure taking that jungle. Interesting approach here for blue, as we see on the opposing side another triple approach here. Again, a Blissey Slowbro combo, this time helped with the Eldegoss. Lucario taking that top lane for orange, and the jungle going to the Dragonite on the opposing side here. Interesting start off here. What do you think about these leads?
Well, first of all, the Azumarill and the Lucario both very strong in a 1v1 scenario. We already see the Dragonite moving over there, try to harass that blue side Azumarill, try to stop it from getting those stacks in. That Lucario already is 2 stacks deep 1 minute into the match.
Yes, and it looks like okay. So now we're getting the team names here. This is the Sneak Thieves and the Pika Pals going at it. So Deadpool Zombie up here, or Deadpool Zom up here with the Lucario. Seems to be holding top lane fairly well. Not getting many points from the other side here, but there is the triple, the jungler coming out there trying to push that Bees positioning here. But the jungler on both sides, Dragonite does go down, and though they do outnumber the top laners, not going to really push here as much. Bottom lane on the other side also playing equally defensive. A very, very defensive start here for both sides.
Yes, indeed. They don't want to try to push a little bit too far and give the enemy team an XP advantage because both teams have characters that can just snowball this game.
Absolutely. And as we see here, the Blissey Slowbro combo really causing a bit of a stalemate here, though. We do have I believe that is going to be the Sneak Thieves here pushing a bit more on that bottom lane. As the battle in the jungle goes to the Dragonite here, not a hugely consequential battle, although we're seeing more of a team fight stack up here. And we've got Red really able to push here pretty well, but again, you got two defensive leads with this Slowbro and Blissey, really able to kind of keep things at bay.
Yeah, and that Dragonite picking up 2 quick kills in the jungle, that's going to help. Again, that Dragonite, if it gets ahead, you know that how much damage that Hyper Beam can bring to those team fight scenarios, especially in close quarters.
Absolutely. And as we see, again, more of a stalemate down here on bottom. Top lane pushing a little bit more with that Azumarill, feeling a little bit more aggressive here. Zeraora trying to see if they can go in for a score. Bottom lane, it's chaos down here, but still just not too much movement forward as we wait for that Dreadnought to pop up. Everyone seems to be in a good positioning down bottom for this Dreadnought. And bringing in the jungler in here from the Sneak Thieves, really able to add a little bit more offensive pressure here, starting to get this into more of a 4v3 situation, a much bigger team fight. Azumarill on its back heels gets the KO for the Sneaky Thieves, 2 KOs for the Sneak Thieves, going in there, 3 KOs rolling in for them. The rest of the team down here for the Pika Pals. Is Zeraora able to push it off with the sliver of health? Dragonite going in there, trying to finish off the Pikachu. Zeraora goes down for the Pika Pals. And boom, big whole team wipe for the Sneak Thieves. What a play.
Oh my god, that was such a high level play from the Dragonite, picking up the pentakill to help his team secure that Dreadnought.
Yes, absolutely critical there. Dragonite really putting on the offensive pressure. We see now the Pika Pals trying to see if they can kind of come back from it here, but not really getting the scores that they need to secure that bottom lane. Starting to steamroll a little bit more here as you get the 3v1 situations. Zeraora coming in for the backup, trying to pick up some kills, does get a lot of damage off, but not enough, and does get the KO for the Sneak Thieves here.
And true to their name, sneakily, because of the fight they won down in the bot lane by the Dreadnought, that Lucario never had to come down. He secured that Rotom, he pushed it all the way to the goal, broke it, and that Lucario is level 11 already.
Yeah, really, really climbing that level barrier. But Pika Pal is going to take advantage of Lucario being off base here, leaving that top goal with only 34 left to break it. But they do get punished for it pretty harshly. That Lucario way over leveled right now. Dragonite still being able to take advantage of the jungle and take advantage of just controlling their other Zeraora as they have, and really winning that jungle supremacy fight.
That is a level 12 Dragonite at 5 minutes in. That is terrifying.
Yeah, absolutely able to just climb and climb and climb. And again, now the Sneak Thieves here starting to play a little bit more defensively. You know, they've got a lead here, might as well secure it and stay in a great position here for Dreadnought.
Now, they have a very good team fight comp. They have a level disadvantage in a major way, but they do have some good. There goes the Zeraora ult, and there it is, that AoE damage that we talked about. That's already a kill onto blue side. Can they pick up another one? I think they can.
Yeah, going into the goal here and really pressuring it and absolutely finishing it off strong here for the Pika Pals, able to control this Dreadnought situation fairly well. Lucario coming in, trying to see if it can do some backup, but when you're in a 4v1 situation, it makes it very challenging. Now we have the rest of them coming in for backup, but Lucario goes in for the steal here and grabs this Dreadnought at the last second.
I think Sneaky Thieves are playing true to their names right now. That was such a sneaky steal from that Lucario. I loved it.
100%. I mean, just diving straight onto the Dreadnought immediately after the entire team wipe. It's a risky play. And, you know, Pika Pal is still able to take advantage of there, leaving only 25 left on that bottom goal. Very critical, especially this at this point in the game to, you know, kind of try to cover those points. And we see now the Sneak Thieves going for the Rotom pressure as well to finish off to put a little bit more pressure on that second top goal and take advantage of the fact that, you know, they still did get a push for that Dreadnought and really position themselves in a good way.
Now, yeah, that was a red side Dreadnought pickup, but the blue team really did win that team fight. They have such a strong team fight comp. They just need to avoid getting picked off.
100%. And starting to do that a little bit more here, but really stacking up some points. If they can get those on the board, they might position themselves in a bit better position here. But honestly, both teams kind of trying to set themselves up. They see the clock. They know Zapdos is ticking just away. And they know that this game, at the end of the day, with how close everything is going to come down to Zapdos.
Yes, indeed it will. Now, as we said, the level disadvantage has it's a little bit smaller than it used to be. So they might actually have a very good shot at winning a team fight, blue team that is.
Right. And you're seeing on both sides here, really everybody contributing, you know, to that scoreboard to get them where they need to get to right now. Honestly, almost equal scores across the board for the Pika Pals here. And really trying to keep that distribution even. If they can continue to do that and they continue to put pressure from all sides, they may be able to put enough pressure to come back from this here as we see this countdown to Zapdos with the Sneak Thieves in here, putting them into the position with just hiding in the grass here while the team fight begins. And we see all the chaos ensue that normally comes out. We see not any KOs just yet. The telekinesis coming off the Slowbro, able to hold up the team just a little bit while longer. It looks like the Pika Pals are putting the pressure on that they need, and they get at least 3 KOs here to push them to a significant advantage. They start to push back towards Zapdos. The Dragonite coming in here, able to pick off just the Azumarill on the Pika Pals, but still not enough to take out the rest of the team. We're starting to see some of the respawns here. A big team fight, but is it going to be worth it, and does it put them in the right position?
I don't know. That Lucario still has an ult. It's a very strong character, and blue team is very, very low in HP right now.
Yep, and we see the Slowbro here trying to get the sneak score in during the Zapdos. You got to wonder if that was the better play to try to push right here or just to push on Zapdos, as we see all of the Sneak Thieves here in a critical position for Zapdos. But the Pika Pals have taken the lead here with their score advantage. The Pika Pals converging on Zapdos right now. They could really pick up a big steal here. Azumarill coming in the corner just gets absolutely eaten by a 5v1 situation. Zapdos at about 25% of the health. In comes in the kill, and it's going to go towards the Sneak Thieves coming in for the big Zapdos play. Can they get the scores that they need to? Dragonite going to push in just for the second goal. Eldegoss killing that first. And we see an absolute revenge score. Lucario going in for 100 points. Another 100 points for Chansey going in there, and it's 630 point swing. Now a 400 point lead for the Sneak Thieves here in the last critical seconds with that Zapdos steal.
That Sneak Thieves team fighting was just gorgeous. They were so in sync, and I love that the minute they picked it up, everybody knew where to go. They got their scores down so quickly. That was just amazing.
I have to agree. I mean, it was some intense playing all around, but really the capitalization on Zapdos, they're really able to take this over for the Sneak Thieves. Deadpool Zom coming in there with the 230 points, just absolutely carrying that on the points wise. But you've got to look at the Blissey recovery there, that really taking the damage for the team. as much of the damage output as you want to get with Zero Aura and Azumarill, if you have somebody on their team like Chansey that is just absorbing all that damage, it's hard to get anything off.
That's one of the reasons that Blissey is such a high picked in the current meta. It can just negate so much of the damage output on the enemy team. Also, let's not forget that Dreadnought steal over from that Lucario. It
Oh
turned
yeah,
out to
that was
be
big.
key. That was so big because that turned the game around. If that had gone over to Pika Friends, Pika Pals,
Yeah.
that would have been an XP advantage onto the other side, and who knows how that game would have evolved from there. But they do manage to get a sneaky steal there, huh? And
Yeah.
of course, that Lucario was just, they did not stop farming at any point. They just got so big, not of necessarily of the kills, but they just were relentlessly farming XP there.
So if you're on the Pika Pals right now, what are you thinking ban wise? What are you trying to get
Dragonite.
off the board? Dragonite?
Yes, that Dragonite was just too much to handle. Like the Lucario, it was mainly because they left it. It was allowed to be left alone. The Lucario didn't
Right.
even come down for the first Dreadnought. That was just 4 members. That was just 4 members from the Sneak Thieves on that fight, and they still pulled it out because of how strong the Dragonite was. So I think you have to consider banning the Dragonite again.
I think so too. I think that the Dragonite was absolutely a huge offensive pressure, and that was the one that was able to swing it. Lucario did make the plays there, and I think that that's the second one that you would think of if you're not going to ban Dragonite, you should probably ban that Lucario because they were able to really take advantage of that. Now, but your point is taken. If you're going to leave somebody up there like that, it doesn't really matter if it's Lucario or not. Are they going to be able to level up and take advantage of those moments and get that Dreadnought snipe in critical moments? I think that if you're the Pika Pals, you also got to think about positioning too. One of the reasons they lost that Dreadnought was because they decided to position and try to kill one of those goals instead of trying to just finish off Dreadnought right then and there. Same thing with that Zapdos kill, right? They won the team fight initially, and then Sneak Thieves were able to come back from that and get that because they tried to go and spread out and get that score on the board. And they did get some points on the board. They did capture the lead for the moment, but you can capture the lead and lose Zapdos and very quickly lose the lead.
Indeed. Now we are getting the bans for game 2, and they choose to leave that Dragonite up. They're going to be Greedent and Hoopa banned. We are seeing a lot of Hoopa bans today. I expected that it makes all the sense in the world. Hoopa is just such a strong character in the meta. It switches the whole dynamic of the game on its head. But interesting that they are leaving Celestial's Dragonite up, and he will take it.
Yeah, and this will be interesting. Deadpool Zom going to go for that Lucario once again, Dragonite up again for Celestial, and we're going to see again that Blissey Slowbro combo for both sides here, and 3 Chad potentially locking in Eldegoss. That's an interesting pick.
Yeah, this is pretty much. I mean, I think this. Yeah, the Pika Pals are just going with the same team comp. Same exact team comp. They feel like the comp wasn't necessarily the problem. They just were a little bit sloppy on certain neutral objectives. So if they can get that cleaned up, the comp really does work.
And I think that that's really going to depend on the Zera Aura played from Twisted here. If you can get the damage off here, that is going to be the thing that tips the scale because you're meeting them at the same points, right? You've got the Slowbro, you've got the Blissey. That's what you're doing in bottom lane. They've got Dragonite, you've got Azumarill. That does match that in a lot of different ways here. The tipping points here are going to be that Zera Aura and that Pikachu for the Pika Pals. And so we're off to see these leads here. Again, we see the bottom lane here with Slowbro and Blissey, as well as Eldegoss accompanying it. Similar lead on the orange side for that same lead with Pikachu. Jungling, again, is going to be the same combo we saw before, Zera Aura and Dragonite, and the same top lane as well with Lucario and Marill coming in here for the Sneak Thieves. Interesting that there's not really much change in play there at all. They're just sitting here like, hey, we just need to position this same stack better.
Yeah, one thing I will note though, because of the switch on Sneak Thieves, they're going to depend on a lot more on that Dragonite damage. Of course, he did pull it out, but especially if Lucario does not come down for that first Dreadnought again, that's gonna be all on the Dragonite to put out the damage to be able to secure that objective.
Absolutely. And we see now the Sneak Thieves here really holding down that top lane as much as they can. The jungler coming out for the Pika Palace here. Not quite at the Dragonite stage that it wants to be at. This early game really focused on the growth and trying to make sure. Now, interestingly enough, we see this Slowbro, I guess, coming up from the bottom lane here, going to push top for the Sneak Thieves. Or sorry, that's the Pika Pals. We switched colors here.
Yeah.
So,
Oh no.
oh wow, and that will be a big one for the Sneak Thieves here.
Oof.
On the
is
top
a
lane with
very-
Lucario and Dragonair going in.
Yeah, they're gonna get a very big early advantage. That is not what you want to see if you're the Pika Pals. That's gonna be another kill on that Lucario. That Azumarill is just gonna get bullied out of lane completely. That's a 3-level difference on the top lane.
Yeah, and we see now the Pika Pals really trying to put themselves in a position for Dreadnought a bit early for it, but you know, hey, it might as well try to at least control that bottom lane as much as you can. But we see now the jungler coming out for the Sneak Thieves, going a little bit of a small death ball situation in the bottom lane to try to see if they can put some pressure down there as well, since top lane has been going so successful for them. So really dominant playing here by the Sneak Thieves after this first win one, feeling really confident going into game 2.
Yeah, that's already a Dragonite. I feel like again they're gonna try to fight. That's a Azumarill trying to get any XP it can.
Yeah, in the opposing jungle there, really dangerous situation if you're the Pika Pals. Is Meryl just not able to really get off as much as it'd like to. Already the bulk on the other side being that Dragonite already at its top level and able to hit with hyper beams and such. It's a hard positioning here as we see the Sneak Thieves here pushing bottom lane with only 16 points left to break it. Strong push, but not able to really pick up some KOs that they need here.
You have to be able to take down the Dragonite. If you don't, then you have no chance here. Zeraora needs to jump onto the Dragonite and blow him up before it can wreak havoc on the rest of its teammates.
And we see Dreadnought is up and it is getting melted by the Sneak Thieves here as Dragonite goes in and takes the kill. Big XP buff and shields for the whole team as they're able to clean up pretty much the rest of the team outside of this. Oh, and they get the Pikachu as well. Are they going to go for the Blissey? Yes, they go for the greediest scores here and get that Blissey. Dragonite going to go for the overscore here with 40 extra points and take out that top lane as Deadpool Zombie is going to finish off the Rotom on the top lane for the Sneak Thieves as well. Really dominant plays by the Sneak Thieves here as they take a nearly 200-point lead.
I feel like we're watching the same match again. Sneak Thieves are just doing the same exact strat, leaving the Lucario up top to try and bully, pick up that Rotom without ever even showing in the bot lane.
Not even being contested, just not even a bit. Now we're seeing Lucario being able to shift its priority from top lane, already using that Rotom pressure to do its work for it, able to shift into that center lane, try to see if they can take out some of the jungle here, as their Zeraora on the Pika Pals just gets chased down by 3 members of the Sneak Thieves here.
Oh my god, look how far that the Pika Pals don't even have the jungle anymore. Both side jungles just belong to the Sneak Thieves right now.
Wow, absolute dominant plays here, able to steal the jungle from both sides. Celestial really playing this Dragonite to the best of its abilities right here.
Yes.
Cleaning out just every little last crumb from the jungle as we see the Zeraora on the opposing side here going for the top lane goal. Lucario is going to try to take a 2v1 situation. It does have a bit of a level advantage, so it can do that while the Dragonite gets enough time to sneak up here. Lucario will take out the Azumarill. Dragonite will take out the Zeraora, and another great push here by the Sneak Thieves.
They need to find a way to get that catch-up XP on a kill on Dragonite. They have no chance unless they manage to make that happen. That Dragonite is just so far ahead right now.
Yeah, and the Sneak Thieves here able to put themselves in another great position for Dreadnought as the entire rest of the Pika Pals converges on Dreadnought as well, trying to see if they can get the sneak kill here, and it looks like it's going to go to the Pika Pals. So a good steal with the Azumarill using that Whirlpool, a much needed counter score here as the full a double KO for the Pika Pals here, able to push the Sneak Thieves back to their second bottom goal. Dragonite coming in for backup, able to put a lot of offensive pressure here. The Zeraora just barely hanging on by a thread as we see the Hyper Beam clean it up here, and the Twister finish it off for the Chansey. Able to pick up 2 critical kills here on this counter as the Pika Pals just try to run back and defend their last goal with this death ball situation approaching them rapidly.
Okay, so that Dreadnought fight from the pickup house was so clean. The Dragonite wasn't there, and they took advantage and wiped the Snake Thieves off the board. Now, after that fight, when the Dragonite showed up, they pushed a little bit too far ahead, and they paid for it.
They really, really did. And Dragonite here getting down to just a sliver of health, but this Blissey on this on the Sneak Thieves really doing the work of healing this Dragonite back up as we see now a quintuple score possibly and killing that bottom goal, giving a nearly a 220 point lead for the Sneak Thieves here. So far, still an absolutely dominant performance by the Sneak Thieves. I feel like there's a lot of what's worked from game one that's being translated over here, but it's working on a whole nother level at this game. This game seems to be just a much clearer lead for the Sneak Thieves.
Absolutely. They've somehow managed to play an even cleaner game than they did the first time. Now, the pickup balls do manage to get that Rotom, so that is going to take a little bit of the pressure off.
A little bit of pressure, and that Rotom was a much needed addition for the Pika Pals here as we see Zeraora going to try to do a really aggressive push here on the bottom lane, and it does with its zip back very quickly, tries to be cheeky, but it does not get it out. And the Sneak Thieves looking at that Dreadnought and salivating just a little bit as the rest of the Pika Pals comes up sneakily in the bushes here, trying to see if they can get another late pickoff here and it does not work. The Sneak Thieves are able to cleanly get that Dreadnought and pick it up right before Zapdos.
Yeah, with the Dragonite and the Lucario so far ahead, their secure is just so huge right now. You cannot contest an objective whilst those two are still alive.
Not at all. And both teams here looking at Zapdos, sitting here, getting ready for the team fight, and here it is off. It is an absolute mess of animations right now as we see three go down for the Sneak Thieves. That's going to leave them with just Dragonite on the field as they start to converge on Zapdos. Zapdos at 50% health. Dragonite coming in and trying to see if it can get the sneak KO, and it looks like it's going to be a clean pickup for the Pika Pals here. Can they get enough to counter score here and bring this to a game 3? We see Pikachu going to see if it can clean up that top goal. It does. Telekinesis firing off for the Pika Pals, absolutely critical, trying to block off this Azumarill from getting what it needs done, but it does not, as they're able to pick up and a clean counter score here for the Pika Pals after picking up that Zapdos, absolutely critical, and lead now with a 210 point, around a 200 point lead. Absolutely insane.
That was the fight that they needed. They got the clean fight. Again, all of the damage is coming from just two characters on the Sneaky Thieves. They managed to push them out. They pushed the Dragonite away after its ult, so it doesn't have the ult to get back in to try to secure that Zapdos. That was the fight that they needed, and they got it.
They absolutely did. I mean, it was a strong domination there by the Pika Pals at a critical moment, trying to go for the counter score here with the Sneak Thieves, and it doesn't look like they're going to make up the point difference here in the last 15 seconds of the game as we see 2 go down for the Sneak Thieves. Pika Pals really able to hold their own here.
Oh my goodness, I did not think they were going to be able to pull it out. As we said, this game was even more one-sided than the first game. But again, they knew the fight that they needed. They waited for it. And when they showed up, they stayed patient. They waited for it and they took it.
They absolutely did. That was insane to see that kind of point spread just be swung in a second by Zapdos. And you got to hand it to him. I mean, the damage Dragonite here for the Sneak Thieves putting in way too much work. 123,000 damage, about 50% of the team's damage overall. But those counter scores after Zapdos, or sorry, the main scores after Zapdos was what really won it for everybody. Azumarill playing excellently for the Pika Pals here. If you can put yourself in a position like that where you're behind, but you're not that far behind that Zapdos can't save you, and you can win that Zapdos fight, you can take it all.
And again, remember how far behind that Azumarill was in the early game. Lucario had bulleted so far out of lane that the Azumarill had to go into the enemy jungle to try to find any XP it could. But they
Yeah.
managed to stick it with it. They stayed in there. They waited for their time. They bided their time. And again, when that team comp from the sneaky teams comes in and they have so much of their damage just funneled into the Dragonite, if a team fight does break out and you manage to push out that Dragonite from the fight, that is what you want, and that's what happened. The Dragonite ulted in, so once it got pushed out, it didn't have a way to come back in except Dragon Dancing in, and that took way too long, and by the time that happened, all of his teammates were dead.
Yeah, not having the Dragonite there for that critical team fight was very critical for the team. And the good thing that the Pika Pals did was staying in the game the entire time and taking advantage of it at the last moment there. Because, you know, again, it was about a 200-point gap, 200-point lead that they had. That the Sneak Thieves had on them before Zapdos, and they were able to swing that around and flip that on its head completely and lead them by 200 points right afterwards, just by putting themselves in a good position. And so again, it comes down to positioning. That first match, the Sneak Thieves were able to take it away. Why? Because of positioning. Second match, same thing. So the team comps, I imagine, may even stay the same this time, but if they can. It's all going to come down to whether or not each team can really utilize the components that they have to the best of their advantage.
Can the Pika Pals afford to just let that Dragonite get picked again?
I don't think so, but they may be more scared of what that happens if they don't ban Greed and Hoopa again, and what could come there. If it's for me personally, after seeing how much damage that Dragonite did in the last match, carrying it for over 50% of the team's damage, I would absolutely ban it, because that's what allowed them to lead the game for so long.
Indeed, the Dragonite was just all over the map. It was transitioning great from top to bot lane and just pushing those advantages onto its teammates. That's how you play jungler, and that was fantastic to see.
Absolutely, and those as one of the junglers and being a much more bulky jungler, Dragonite can really just capitalize and take advantage of it. And that was, as you said before, the critical component that once they were able to distance Dragonite out of the match, they were able to turn it, really turn it in their favor. But if you're wanting to take out the biggest gun on their team, it's very clear that it's that Hyper Beam coming from Dragonite.
It is indeed. And also another key difference that we saw there, the Blissey from the Sneaky Thieves was running the heals, the soft boiled. Meanwhile, the Pika Pals Blissey was running the safeguard. So
yeah,
a little bit of a difference there. So what do you think about the safeguard versus the soft boiled right now?
Well, I feel like the soft boiled was really helping out. I believe that was being run on the Sneak Thieves, right, with the Dragonite, and that was able to keep Dragonite in the fight so much longer. There was one particular moment where I saw it get down to about a sliver of health, and I thought, finally, this is going to be the fight where they do finally capitalize and take out Dragonite. But then that soft boiled came in and was able to really stack up against it. So if I'm having anything, I would say that despite the last match not going in the Sneak Thieves' favor, I do think that soft boiled is winning on the recovery supremacy and allowing their biggest guns to stay in the fight longer.
Indeed, and it looks like we are ready to jump into this game 3. We are getting so much game 3s today. I am so happy to see it.
It's good. It's good to see. It's when you have these teams that are really getting the chance to adjust after that game 1, you get closer fights, and that's what we like to see. We love a good game 3.
We do indeed. Now, it looks like one of the players crashed, so we are going to give them a minute to jump back into the game. Now, again, if you are now Sneaky Thieves, what do you feel you have to adjust so that the same thing doesn't happen again in this game 3?
If you're the Sneak Thieves, you got to definitely as much, you got to do everything the same that you did before, but you have to make sure that you execute on Zapdos, and you need to make sure that Dragonite is there. If you get Dragonite, as long as it doesn't get banned, then make sure that Dragonite is on top of that Zapdos fight, because honestly, in every other part of the match, Dragonite just could not be stopped, and it wouldn't hurt if Blissey's right there beside it for sure. As long as you take advantage of that positioning, you can really run away with it like they did the first match, and take advantage of it. But Lucario is working on top lane. The bottom lane is working. Dragonite is definitely working well as the jungle for their team. So there's not really any kinks in the armor other than you got to have the positioning on Zapdos. Location, location, location. Where are you at?
Just clean that up in the last 2 minutes. It was a little bit sloppy in the positioning, as you said. So here we are jumping into game 3. Did we get the bans?
I'm sure we will in just a second. Everything is locking up. We see the Blissey locked in yet again. Same bans as before. So Greedent Hoopa, still more concerned with the Greedent Hoopa than they are that Dragonite. And it looks like we're going to see the exact same team comp on both sides. Both teams just, it's again, as I said before, it's all about location, and they just decided, look, we just got to make sure we're in different positions. It's not what we're bringing to the match. That's the problem.
They feel like what we have works. We just have to. It's about execution here.
Yeah, and trying to look. The Blissey comps here are a bit interesting. I believe I saw. Well, let me make sure that the colors are swapping again. Okay, so we've got in the blue corner here is going to be the Pika Pals, and over here in the red we've got the Sneak Thieves with Celestial and that Dragonite. I got to imagine we're gonna have the same lineup that we got going right off the bat.
I mean, probably it's going to be the same splits. It's going to be the same people up top. It's going to be the Azumarill up top alone. We're going to have 1-1-3s and 1-1-3s, both sides.
Exactly, as we see Zeraora capitalizing on that jungle. And again, if you're the Sneak Thieves, it's really hard to figure out what you come into this match trying to do other than making sure you're there for Zapdos.
Yes, you have to be able to get there. And again, you can't let that Dragonite get so far ahead. And that does mean you cannot let it get those early kills.
Yeah. Up on top lane, we've got some aggressive plays over here with Lucario going in for the early scores, trying to stack some of those early score stacks and get a little bit of the XP bonus in that early game. But Zeraora coming up from the jungle to really capitalize on it, does not capitalize on it as much as it would like to, as the return jungler Dragonair comes in there, leaving 51 to break the top goal for the Sneak Thieves, or for the on the Pika Pal side.
And that is exactly what you did not want. That again, that is a quick 2 kills onto that Dragonair, pushing ahead. That is the exact opposite of what you want to have happen. If you are Sneak Thief, you are loving this.
Right, for sure. And we see now a big push for the bees here up in the top lane, but all the guns are up in top lane as the Sneak Thieves do push pretty aggressively, but the Pika Pal is able to really defend that, getting the KO on Zera and pushing them back just a bit further. Bottom lane's looking a bit more interesting as well, with everybody trying to kind of capitalize on as many resources as we can. But Glossifer in the jungle? What's going on there? I don't know. They're trying to figure something out.
They're trying to get their evolution on because they missed out on so many of the Audinos. They're just trying to get to a level 4 so they can add a little bit of utility.
And that's exactly what we do. We see the evolution there, so it's able to get a little bit more utility out of it and able to be a bit more in this fight. Deadpool Zom trying to hold down that top goal, able to pick up both citrus berries and fend off the Azumarill coming through here, and is going to pressure it a little bit more, see if it can push those that goal as well. A real back and forth here on top lane.
Yeah, that top lane brawls always want to watch. That's going to be a kill for the Lucario and a quick stack again.
Yeah, and as we see the Dragonite pushing as well up there on the Sneak Thieves, starting to stack a little bit more here for the Dreadnought positioning coming up in 60 seconds. It's going to be a quick push for the bees on the Pika Pal side, but the Sneak Thieves trying to really set their eyes on that Dreadnought as the Dragonite starts to transition down here from Celesteela, a big power player sitting at level 9, prominently higher than anyone else in the game right now. So that Dragonite's still able to hold on to that supremacy that it's had before in the previous matches, and it absolutely melts this Dreadnought for the Sneak Thieves.
But a little bit of a change there, as you do see Deadpool Zombie on his Lucario actually move down to bot lane for this one.
Yeah, really a big full push by the whole team here as the Sneak Thieves are able to get a clean break on that top goal after wiping out, looks like 3 of their opposing members on the Pika Pal side. Lucario going in for a quick score again, just going to get a little, possibly a little more attack weight damage. But the Pika Pals really converging on him and picking up the KO. Interesting play for Deadpool Zom. Not really used to making those aggressive plays down in bottom lane.
No, but I think it was just a little bit to pull a little bit of attention from Pika Pals. They have to respond to that Lucario, and it lets them just get a free, clean take off that Rotom. They're trying to push it in.
And that's exactly what they do with Rotom, just barely on the heels there, able to dunk and capitalize on that Rotom bonus there, almost breaking that top goal as Lucario and Zeraora duke it out here in the bottom lane for these Bees. A solid back and forth here. And Lucario really able to Zeraora really able to keep Lucario at bay for the most part. But Lucario is going to come in here for the cleanup as the rest of the Sneak Thieves really capitalizes on that bottom lane just being kind of alone.
Yeah, the Sneak Thieves are just snowballing their XP advantage a little bit here. That Dragonite already level 12. The Lucario is already 11. They are both huge right now.
Yeah, they are really taking advantage of their level advantage at this point, and trying these. Also capitalizing on the rest of their team here. I mean, they're really outnumbering everyone. You got a 4v3 situation, and not taking very many casualties on the Sneak Thief side, but huge damage getting off from their coordination here.
That was a great job by Sneak Thieves. Blissey there, keeping that Celestial Dragonite alive for so long. That was so much healing they put out.
It's that soft-boiled, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that soft-boiled, How do you like your eggs, sir? Over easy or scrambled?
Well, Dragonite clearly likes them soft-boiled, as we see the Zeraora here pick up the KO on the Dreadnought for the Pika Pals. Interesting play here. Desperately needed momentum for the Pika Pals for sure, as we see a lot of bodies converging here on top lane over the Rotom bonus. Azumarill is going to push for it. But we see a solid stance here from the Slowbro and the Lucario. The opposing Slowbro from the Pika Pals going to pick up the KO, and a great push here by the Pika Pals to pick up the Rotom as well as the Dreadnought.
They are not laying down without a fight. That's 2 straight objectives they managed to pick out. They are doing very, very well in these team fights. They are focusing their targets very well right now.
They are, and they do have a bit of casualties and moving away from that top lane, but having to force the Sneak Thieves here to respond to that Rotom and tie up a lot of their team allows them to get into some critical positioning down here and hopefully maybe even possibly break this bottom goal for them. It is getting close.
Yes, it is. That was a TK on the Dragonite trying to pick it up. They know if they want to win a fight, they got to take it down. I love to see them focusing on that Dragonite.
And it looks like the Dragonite will get away with it this time. Able to really hold down that bottom lane for the Sneak Thieves. Lucario starting to get itself into a critical positioning here, maybe possibly trying to cut off this Zeraora coming out of the jungle. Yeah, really everyone just really kind of stacking around, looking at the clock, knowing that Zapdos is up and knowing that, like, hey, it's fight or flight time, right? They still are in that same position they were in the game 2, right? Where there's a 200-point deficit and it could swing at any moment.
Yes, but look at the levels right now. Props to Pika Pals for managing to actually stay in there and here we go with the fight.
And we see a fury of ults going off, but no KOs being picked up. Blissey able to keep a lot of these Mons back in the mix, and we see at least a 1 KO two KOs on the Pika Pal side here, being their Zera and Blissey without their healer in the mix. It's going to be hard for this team fight. Zapdos going down to about 50% health with the Sneak Thieves coming in with in critical positioning here. Azumarill coming in from the Pika Pals, trying to put itself in a good position, but is not able to get what it needs to. Dragonite, it will pick up the Zapdos kill for the Sneak Thieves as they go in, and it looks like their return score will be solidly in their favor. Pika Pals, it's a real uphill battle at this point for the Pika Pals.
Yes, indeed. That was what happened there was that Zera got a little bit out of position and they had to engage before the whole team was there. So it wasn't the best engage. It wasn't the fight that they wanted, but it was a fight that they had to take because they got caught.
100%. And that puts a big 600-point deficit on the board with the Sneak Thieves having a clear advantage. Dragonite here already maxed out at level 15, but you've got to look at the leveling here as what really pushed it over for the Sneak Thieves. They really dominated that match from the beginning, and then finally capitalizing on the positioning that they really needed there at the end for that Zapdos fight.
I will say for the next matchup, just some free advice, ban that Dragonite away.
Yeah, make sure you get that Dragonite out of there. But it looks like this game 3 is going to go handily towards the Sneak Thieves. Not able to get the counter scores off that it needs as the last 15 seconds tick away here in this match.
Yes, that's going to be all. That's going to be a victory in this set for the Sneaky Thieves, but a valiant effort from the Pika Pals. I loved that they picked up the game too.
Doing a little pirouette here at the end to let everyone know that the Dragonite was doing a little dragon dance, if you will.
Yes, a little bit of cardio. You know, Hot Boy Summer is coming up. Got to get that beach pod ready.
Doing what it can. It's clearly been working out with those gloves on its back. But big scores here. Dragonite obviously leading the pack here with that 212. Really both teams here making a big use of the scoreboard. Nobody really left out of the point score. Deadpool Zombie coming in with that 90 points, but honestly the positioning that the Lucario provided was critical. And I think that the big things that you got to look at is the damage dealt by that Dragonite, over 100,000 damage, as well as the recovery by that Blissey on the Sneak Thieves side. That is absolutely critical to the success of that whole fight. Azumarill really stacking on a lot of recovery there, but not even close to about a fifth of that Azumarill's recovery that it needs to. And the Azumarill on the other side also not giving as much recovery as it needed to really get them through those fights. What do you think was most critical for the Sneak Thieves here?
I will say I was paying very close attention to that Blissey play, and I'll say about like 90% of its soft boiled went directly to the Dragonite. That Dragonite, essentially every team fight had 2 full health bars.
Yeah, it really did. And that allows it to stick in. And again, when you can leave your biggest gun in the fight, it's going to do the most damage. And that's exactly what happened here. That's why Dragonite ran away with so much damage. That's why I ran away with so many points. And I think that the big shift this time for them was more of not just doing the damage that they needed to do, but scoring the points when they needed to.
Indeed. And also, again, they didn't leave Deadpool Zombie up top to just free farm all game long. They actually had him get involved in those team fights, so all of the damage didn't rely just on that Dragonite.
Absolutely, but keeping them in a critical position there was super duper key. Now, I believe that of course will do it for that matchup, and that will go to what was the Sneak Thieves. So congrats to them. I think that we are moving ever so onward ahead with everything without doing any interviews for this one. But I think we'll take a quick commercial break. Or are you still hanging out with me and Newbite, or is this bye for you for now?
I am looking to see who's jumping on. I think it's gonna be Slim jumping in to cast with you the rest of the way. So yeah, I think this was my last match. I will, however, stay on stream watching because I am very interested to see how it turns out. I am loving what I have seen so far today. I think Slim will be joining us any second now. That'll be it for me today. But thank you everybody for joining us. It's been huge amounts of fun so far watching the games again and watching those like off meta weird picks we're seeing. We're seeing all of that Machamp, all of that Serena, very little Lucario to be honest. So I've loved what I've seen so far today.
Yeah, it's been super intense, and it's been awesome hearing you cast for it. Is there any big shout outs that you want to make before you leave us?
Well, of course, I want to shout out to Dark Aura for putting this whole thing together because it's been so much fun to get all of the streamers together to be able to see how everything comes together. And it's been a marvelous job from Dark Aura. So shout out to them for putting it all together.
Awesome. And if anyone wants to find you, where can they find you?
I am on Twitter at Anubite_PTY. So yeah, feel free to find me on there, and I'll be looking to work with Dark Aura moving forward a little bit. So yeah, shout out to them and shout out to you, man. That was a great job. So much fun.
Yeah, thank you so much. It was great having you, and thanks again, Anubite. And we will catch you next time. But it looks like I am now joined by the. Well, hold on. I think we got. I think we'll be right back, and we will. When we come back, it will be me and Slim with the next round.
All right, man. Well, have a good one.
All right. Are we clear?
We lose ourselves in the spirit of things. We lose our sight when we put our trust in things of this material world, of things that fade away. Yet we keep coming back, 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 keep coming back. Keep coming back, keep material world, where things that fade.
And we are back. And I'm here now with Big Slim. What's up, Big Slim? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? It's been a pretty good day of a lot of Unite, a lot of high level play, a lot of back and forth, and glad to finally get on and cast with you. So
Right.
what have you been looking forward to so far? Because I've seen a lot of Dragonite, a lot of Chansey. So what do you think we're gonna see coming up in this next match?
I think if anything of the last match is any testament to what we'll see coming up, we're going to see a lot more Blissey and we're going to see a lot more Dragonite. Both sides have been using
Yeah.
Blissey a lot since a lot of the buffs. Azumarill has been coming out a lot more as well. And Dragonite still dominates just as much as it ever has on the field, and we're really seeing a lot more of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just really dominant fashion. The Dragonite being able to kite throughout a lot of these battles just with those long range attacks. And then, of course, Blissey with the healing and the CC from Egg Bomb, getting that nice knockup is just, it creates a lot of problems. And one of the matches we've seen before where it was you had an Eldegoss, you had a Blissey, and you had a Dragonite. That's
Yeah.
a lot to break through. So I do think a lot of the times I've seen throughout today, some of the bans have been a little just kind of not really targeted towards certain characters. So I think as we go on into Top Cut coming up, well, not this round, of course, but further, as we go on, people will start making more target ban heavy, where it's like, okay, Dragonite's an issue. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Hoopa's an issue. We could get rid of that. Blissey's an issue. We could get rid of that. Something just to make the game easier for a lot of players to play.
Yeah, and right now I think it's been really hard for some of the more like glass cannon mons. Like we saw a Zero Aura in the last match, and it just struggled to get any damage off whatsoever. Because if you have the opposing side
Yeah.
with just it doesn't matter if you get as much damage off because they've got so much bulk and so much recovery that you see those fail to shine as much, and that's something that we haven't seen a lot in Unite, especially in those early days. You used to see glass cannons like Cinderace and Zero Aura really thrive, but we've seen a lot less of that, especially with a lot of these more support heavy, just leads by the other team. Like everyone on what was it, half the team for both sides really played more supportive roles.
Yeah.
Being the Blissey, the Slowbro, and the Eldegoss in some situations.
Yeah, just because like in the early stages of Unite, you just had a lot of like the Gengars, the glass cannons that can just do a lot of damage, and a lot of the other characters just didn't have the HP or the support to stay alive. And now you're seeing with all these new mons released, you're starting to see a lot more balance between just a real bulky offense like Dragonite, something that it does a lot of damage, but it also has natural bulk built into its kit. So if you surround that with any type of healer or anything that can just kind of just give it a little bit of leeway, it just stays alive for such a long amount of time. As we saw the last match, there was one point I was watching, Celestial was on 1 HP, and
Yeah,
because of the team
I saw that.
composition, the
Mhm.
Blissey and Eldegoss just like, okay, we're gonna peel for you and just kind of sit in the way. And that was enough little, oh, here's another soft boy, here's another soft boy. By the time the end of the fight, it swung Celestial's back at full HP, and I'm just like, that's
Yeah,
amazing.
that
Like
was
you have to
absolutely
find some way to
insane.
stop it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna have a matchup between Project X, coached by Team Get Yoshi, and the 9-0 Poke Bros and the Dirty Dozen themselves.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
So an interesting matchup here. We're gonna hopefully get these bans here in a second. Okay, so no, sorry, Team Backcap.
Team backup versus 100 team. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
Team
gotcha, gotcha.
Backcap versus the Dirty Dozen.
Gotcha.
So an interesting matchup we've got here. We know the Poke Bros. We know that they've been. I mean, they run a lot of different comps. I've watched when he runs Cinderace a bunch. What do you think we're going to see out of this?
I mean, the biggest thing for me is yes, like you just said, who's coming out of the jungle for the Dirty Dozen, and the biggest thing I want to see, because like in the early days of Unite, I played a lot. Sanji was known as one of the best players in this game. Granted, a lot more people are in there, but he's still considered like one of the best. So I want to see what he's running because like before he was one of the best Lucario mains. I want to see what that team composition is going to look like. And Nino, we have seen him play a lot of different positions, but in all the matches they did win, usually him playing in that bot lane was always key for them on that Ninetales. Ninetales is a
Yeah.
really great early game, a lot of CC. So I'm looking forward to see what Sanji's team has to oppose kind of that issue in the bot lane, which is very important.
Yeah, and it looks like we've gotten some of the bans here. So Dirty Dozen is going to ban Hoopa, and Team Backcap is going to ban Slowbro.
That's
Interesting picks here. The Dirty Dozen does not want to deal with Hoopa and moving everybody around the map and doing the Hoopa things. And honestly, I don't blame him right now.
Oh, for sure. Like Hoopa's by far, even the more champions that we keep coming in, even some that's on the way, Hoopa's still like I think one of the most meta defining like champions we have. Being able to teleport your team back to home base, come back into a fight of full HP, and even just the fact that you don't have to rotate anymore, you stand on pan and get teleported back and forth between is it's something that's really unheard of. And especially in a game like this where it's not a huge map, that just creates such havoc because you can take a fight, but you don't necessarily guarantee a win if Hoopa has one of those cooldowns active. And plus stealing berries in the early game is a little annoying.
Yeah, no, 100%. But it does. It's super helpful if you're a Hoopa player. I'll tell you that much. And I love stealing some berries when I can. But and Slowbro also not honestly as surprising as it would seem because Slowbro has been a absolute dominant support player, defender really for wherever it is, and with the bulk, with Scald, it just has the ability to really just neutralize teams whenever it can.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Slowbro's always been one of those things that's really tanky. It takes a lot to kind of kill with Amnesia. And the one big thing is Surf used to be the standard. But now you have that big option because Skull does so much damage. So now you have to it's not an easy fight where you can just, I can just keep going to Slowbro. All they can do is Surf and CC and try to get away. No, Skull does actual damage. And the fact that it's able to just continually get healing and just be as tanky, you could potentially it can easily 3v1 in certain situations, which makes it kind of insane for a tank player.
Right. And what's interesting was we see in the last match we watched both teams doing a bit different as far as lanes go, a bit different player distribution, right? You've got 3 going on the bottom on both sides clashing and 1 up top each time. Right now, Lucario did really, really well for in the last match, clearing that top lane. Who do you pick to go if you're going to do those comps with 3v3 and then 1 up top? Who do you take up top for that solo laner?
Yeah, Lucario since the beginning of Unite's inception has always been the top lane defining Mon, but now there's a little bit of leeway here because he's been tweaked over and over throughout the patches, but now it's a weird, interesting place where Machamp easily you can just throw him there and can go one-on-one. Serena something and go one-on-one. And those are really 2 of the best mods you want to put in that lane versus Lucario 1v1 because they can at least survive. They can get their stacks as well. And of course, they end game maybe slightly even better than Lucario just because Lucario, like we said, has had a bit of tweaks here and there, but still one of the best objective sealers in the game besides, like, let's say a Dragonite or anything like that, with, of course, Pup or just E-Speed being able to come through the back line and do a lot of damage to your jungler and supports and things like that.
And here we're starting to see the lineups. Thank you, Coder Coco, for the raid. We appreciate that. And we see now we're going to get a much more aggressive approach here with Mamoswine being the only defender on the PokeBros side here with the Dirty Dozen. We're going to have Greninja, Pikachu, Delphox, and Ninetales. What are we stacking over on Team Backcap?
Yeah. Well, for a minute there, I hovered for Mr. Mime there for a minute, so it was going to throw me off because that's a pick that I don't think we've seen all day, and it's not really, a very normal pick, but it's pretty interesting. I do like Pikachu. I have one on my head, but there's a lot of CC in that bot lane, so you do have to worry. But you do see there's a nice counter. We do see the Charizard actually running the full heal item, really, really helpful versus a lot of CC heavy comps. Mamoswine's a very interesting pick just because as good as it is as a defender, it has to get really close. So you have to really get into these team fights, and you could potentially get picked off really easily as we go into, of course, these starting rounds in the farming.
Dirty Dozen here really going for an aggressive team comp as we see Mamoswine and Delphox go up in the top lane, going to pick two top, two bottom, with the Ninetales and Pikachu going in the bottom lane, and jungling for them is going to be the Greninja. Returning on the other side, though, we have a triple bottom with Charmander, Blissey, and it looks like that's going to be the Serena, or the Pikachu on their side as well. Serena is going to be up top for Team Backcap, as well as the Score Bunny is going to be their jungler. So interesting to see that Cinderace jungler there.
Yeah, Cinderace is of course really, really nice. It can do a lot of different things. It's one of the premier junglers. You can run the, of course, Pyro Ball. Not really seen a lot lately. The Blaze Kick set allows you to add a lot of CC just because you get that initial boom stun, and then you can kind of space yourself out from there. So really well job. And we see top lane kind of going in the blue side's way, able to get a kill there, not able to get a dunk just because the jungler does come up in time. But versus these three right here, not really a fun, favorable matchup there. So everybody chooses to back away as we get ready for bees in the next 2 seconds.
Dirty Dozen really able to take advantage of some of those big plays there, as Team Backdrop tries to counter here, having the jungler come up top, put a little bit more pressure on the Dirty Dozen side here, as Greninja and Cinderace slip into the jungle for this fight. Bottom lane, still pretty much a stalemate as well. Not really getting too much momentum on either side, but Pikachu is a bit outnumbered down here on the Dirty Dozen side. Pikachu and Blissey on the opposing side, though, really putting the pressure over there, trying to eat up some of those resources and trying to really keep the Dirty Dozen on their heels.
Yeah, luckily, just because Pikachu and Ninetales don't take much to evolve, so they're willing to risk just, okay, we'll just keep 2 here. But I don't know if you really want to feed the Blissey and, of course, the Charmander too much, because if they snowball really early, it's going to be really difficult for you to kind of crack through them coming up to this first Dreadnought, this next set of bees. As you can see, the top lane is nice of a fight here. Sanji is trying to get in the score, doing some good damage. The jungler is here, is 7, does have that Cinderace evolution. They might be able to push him off a tower here.
Completely outnumbered here, but Team Backcap really putting the pressure on them with Cinderace and Serena. Serena, just with a sliver of health, is going to get it, and they do. They get a double KO and a big score up top for Team Backcap. As we see now, the Dirty Dozen here pushing bottom lane, trying to see if they can clear off this bottom goal, leaving 31 to kill it, as the Charmander returns fire and starts to defend a bit heavier.
Yeah, absolutely. A really marvelous way to kind of trade. They decided, you know what? Let's just send the jungler down bot. Let's try to push an advantage there, see if we can get that level 9 and just try to start maybe potentially the Rotom early, even though Sanji did an amazing job, by the way, of just absolutely using the cooldowns to perfection, getting the stomp and able to do a lot of damage and push him off a tower and get those kills. And as we see, his next fight is coming up. Mamoswine putting down an Icicle Crash, and we'll have to see where everybody's health at, but it looks like the red side may have a little advantage here position-wise because Cinderace is on that backside.
And it seems that advantage is quickly covered by the Dozen here as they are able to capitalize on it. Cinderace going to try to get a sneak kill on Dreadnought, but gets absolutely annihilated by the rest of the Dozen here. Sanjay going to come in and try to see what they can do with Serena, and it does end up sneaking the KO at the last second. Very, very critical for the Team Backcap here.
And once again, one of the reasons I particularly had to say, like, Sanji is one of the best players in Unite, and just able to really, really, in an almost impossible situation, snuck in, was able to pick up the Dreadnought there. But I'll have to say, that is on the jungler's fault there. Greninja should have saved cooldowns to be able to secure a surface, one of the best secures in the game, and really kind of missed a moment there. And you kind of have to take that. Did get the big ult, was able to get a lot of kills, but not saving cooldowns at the right moment really cost them there.
Sanji back in the jungle trying to pick off a bit more as we see them approaching this Rotom fight, but it will be picked up by the Dozen. Mamoswine coming in to put some pressure on Sanji, but not really going to get the pressure that they need. Rotom, though, does sneak past behind them. It does end up going into the goal, but no one's really taking advantage of it as much as we engage in a big team fight here. We see Sanji picking up the KOs on the Elo and Ninetales, and it's going to be 3 KOs for the Dirty Dozen and a clean team fight victory for Team Backcap here.
Yeah, and absolutely. And this Well,
possibly the other
not
team.
totally
Not exactly.
clean.
Not totally.
Yeah,
Not totally
definitely.
clean.
But the one thing I do like though, because a lot of the times, especially after once going up to Rotom, a lot of people try to play for the objective instead of the fight. This time you saw the red side; they played more for the fight. Unfortunately, they didn't get out in time because they tried to go for the wipe, got a little too aggressive. But if you play for the fight, that's perfectly fine because if Rotom goes in, if they break, cool, you get Aldinos. If they don't break, it's just 20 points, not too bad unless they push you off a tower. But I really like the mindset of just pushing for the fight instead of just going for the objective there.
Both teams now trying to position themselves for this upcoming Dreadnought as the Dreadnought does spawn. And we see Mamoswine hiding there in the bushes, just waiting for someone to try to capitalize on it. Cinderace definitely thinking about it from the side here. A push for bees from Team Backcap here as they swing down to try to capitalize on that Dreadnought whenever they can. Everyone's in formation. They don't know what they're about to do. It's middle school dance style. Everyone's on either side as we see a big ult from Charizard on the Mamoswine. It's going to take out Serena, also going for an ult. A big team fight here. KOs picked up on the Pikachu. 2 KOs picked up for the Dirty Dozen. And we see the Greninja picking off in a 2v1 situation, doesn't manage to outpace the Cinderace. Mamoswine's going to see if it can try to get the job done, but it does not, loses to a Pyro Ball. And then the Delphox on the Poke Bros team here, still managing to stay in here and keep that Dreadnought from getting completely picked off. Cinderace is going to try to see what they can do slowly. It's about at 25% health, keeping that Dreadnought from trying to heal all the way. But the team fight, everyone is back in now. And so a clean, or not the cleanest, but an eventual push through by Sanjay to claim that Dreadnought.
And absolutely, just we have to point out how marvelous that was. You can tell there's some good, clean comms going on in that fight because they paced themselves and waited. Sanji made the initiation, and Mamo took the bait, and that's exactly when Charizard went in for the big ult there. So really good, clean comms and being patient, knowing like, okay, the fight's kind of getting up in a stalemate a little bit. We don't have too much HP. You saw Cinderace and Blissey back off just a little bit. Enough time for everybody to get back. They had just enough HP to take the Dreadnought. Really well done fight here as we see another fight going on the top lane. A big ult from Sanji down to the Mammoth, seeing if they can take it down. But Sanji might have to pay for this, and he does.
Yeah, a really, really tough one. Sanj really feeling untouchable at this point in the match. But when you get into a situation where you're completely outnumbered like that, you suddenly become very touchable. And we see that happening there. Now we see the Dozen trying to kind of play a bit more on the back heels, looking at that clock, thinking, Zapdos is coming up, and that's where this fight is going to. About 100-point gap between each teams here as we see a good cleanup of those bees up top by Team Backcap. Everyone is now kind of starting to converge for Zapdos. The team fight is about to be here. You can see it. There's the tension in the air. No one's exactly going for Zapdos just yet. Both teams are just sitting there kind of patiently waiting for whoever to make the first move. Another middle school dance situation, and Mamoswine is going to be the first one to enter the dance floor as we see the Dozen start to try to pick off the Zapdos a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. This is the moment if you're behind, you start to touch the Zapdos a little bit. I think they touched a little too far. It's about 50%. This is a really bad time. But the Mamo and Ninetales, normally you want them to be the initiator, kind of search out. They were kind of playing a little bit patient, didn't want to get picked. And now it's on a big fight breaking out on the top of Zapdos here. And we do see a lot of people backing away, trying to get out here. And a lot of KOs already for the red team. They might just
4
try
KOs,
to take
complete team wipe.
This is the problem with you hit the Zapdos too much because all it took was a couple kills and they could push advantage there. Normally, you only want to hit it to about 10, maybe 15%. Try to see if you can bait them out. Went a little too far, got caught in the top of the Zapdos pit, and just wiped them, took the Zapdos, and that's a GG for game one.
Yeah, that'll absolutely be a GG. After that, there's really not much coming back from there. So Dozen there trying to save themselves a little bit of time and agony at fighting this one out. But really, really strong plays here by Team Backcap, especially with that Serena coming into the mix.
Absolutely. I don't want to be that guy, but really played a huge part. Just the strength of Serena being able to initiate and get out really kind of baited them in because Cinderace, you don't want to engage with that. You can't engage with your Blissey, and Charizard's ult. You really want to kind of search out something you don't want to deal with. So really just playing a really great initiator by Sanjay, allowing his team to kind of do what they do. And then the one big thing a lot of people, why Blissey is so strong, absolutely backpacking the Cinderace. Wherever Cinderace was, there was a Blissey keeping it safe, and Cinderace allowing to just go absolutely ballistic. And I think one thing that the Pokebros, the Dirty doesn't need to do, they have to find a better initiator into the fight. Mamo, unfortunately, wasn't it. I felt no impact from the Ninetales, so they might have to go something, maybe a Wiggly, just something that can help push the fight forward.
Yeah, and Mamo didn't really get those pushes that it needed to really be successful in this fight. And as you were saying before, we were talking earlier before this match about how it's been a lot of these like bigger, bulky players that have been able to win. And I don't know if you got a chance to check out some of those stats at the end. While Serena did have some of the most damage there, it also had almost 50% of the team's recovery. So being able to keep that Serena alive and able to keep it in the fight was super duper critical. But also being able to keep out those, more ADC kind of characters like Cinderace up allows for that same kind of thing too. And that has been something that we haven't seen as much today, but Team Backcap really playing the recovery game very strongly.
Yeah, when you have something like Blissey and something like Serena that has the ability to kind of really mobile but yet initiate, all you have to do is be patient. That's all you have to do.
Right.
You just kind of sit back, just like you try to pace out the fight, you try to bait something here, and then it allows Cinderace to really shine, because while you're trying to deal with the Charizard or the Blissey, Cinderace is in the back kicking, and all of a sudden you're just like, where is all this damage coming from? Cinderace is in the back, hasn't been touched. They just can't break through. So that's something I think needs to be addressed going into this game too. And for all intents and purposes, Greninja did do a great job, but the problem was there was a couple times in those fights you saw Greninja was right there, couldn't get the KO just because Blissey was still around backpacking that Cinderace.
Yep. And so now we're seeing some of the bans come for this last one. Evidently, the Dirty Dozen sees Serena as much of a threat as we see it in there, because that's going to be the first ban from the Dirty Dozen, not allowing that Serena to come back in. And Team Backcap still sticking with their Slowbro ban. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, and totally understand the Serena ban, but now that I've seen kind of how Team Backcap plays, I can understand why Slowbro would be a menace. Slowbro is the thing that no matter who you initiate with, it just sits there. And then Skull does a lot of damage, so it can just tank. So really smart ban there. I totally understand it, and very well done. So as we go into this, of course, second game, let's see what everybody's got picked.
Yeah, it should be a very interesting one indeed. We see not too, a significant change here. On the Pokebros side, we're going to go see that Ninetales yet again, the Pikachu, the Greninja, but this time Blastoise coming in for the mix. And on the other side, still a very aggressive approach. You've got Blissey, we've got Hoopa, you got Lucario for a little bit of added bulk here. But again, the same kind of fairly offensive and aggressive teams that we saw before.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be pretty interesting. I do like the Blastoise. Blastoise is really nice. Of course, has that amazing ult. Even though it doesn't do as much as it used to, the ult is still one of the best in the game. Huge damage and a big knock up. And it's just a really good dive tank to really get into fights and get on that backline to potentially a Cinderace or a Greninja. So I really like that pick there.
Absolutely. Switching colors here. So this time we're going to have in the blue corner Team Backcap leading with Sanjay. And we also have in the red corner over here, the Pokebros and the Dirty Dozen. We're seeing that, again, that same split, 2 up top, 2 up bottom. Fennekin and I believe that is the Squirtle is going to be covering for their top lane as they take Hoopa and take on Hoopa and Lucario on the Dozens side, or sorry, the Team Backcap side. On the bottom lane, we're going to have Blissey and Pikachu over in the bottom lane for Team Backcap, and triple laning again for the Dirty Dozen. I'm having a hard time swapping between these two.
There's a lot going on right now.
There is a lot going on.
But yeah, I definitely understand now that I kind of going into the match, I kind of wasn't sure where their heads was at for for the Dirty Dozen, but I get it. Sanji's like one of the best top laners, right? So if a 2-2,
Right.
it allows less farm, but the problem is if you're going against a 3-1-3, you're almost kind of giving your bot lane. There's a lot of XP you have to try to steal, and if it doesn't go your way, you're still not trading really, really well there. But I think their whole objective is, we'll go after Sanji as much as possible, we'll stay safe, and just try to go from there. But we'll have to see what this works out in the end game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. Sanjay not able to bring that Serena this time, but still putting a lot of heat on with Lucario. Starting to get the ball rolling a bit more before the Dozen on the orange side here, with War Turtle picking up a couple of scores up top. Still a lot on the board here, but a good mix and a good mix of aggression over here, and a bigger battle for this top lane than we saw in the previous match.
Yeah, and definitely. And the one thing you have to take note of is just a big fight here. Sanji getting a huge amount of damage on the Greninja. Lucky there was a berry in time, but trying to keep everything as even as possible, even though still have decent levels here. But you just have to be careful, because if case you get caught, that Blastoise might be, and there it is. Just got caught lurking way too close to the edge.
Absolutely melted. We see Sanjay going in with Lucario, able to really put some pressure on the Dirty Dozen here. Hoopa still able to get off the teleportation that it needs, able to move people around without that ban that it had in the first match here. Poke Bros here going to push the bees a bit more on the bottom lane, but the everyone's able here with Sanjay and the entire team to just switch lanes periodically. Sanjay's going to stay up here on that top lane by themselves. And the big battle for Dread starting down bottom.
This is a pretty interesting position, because I think if you are the Dirty Dozen, you have to make a decision where your levels are at, and can you push for this Dreadnought, or would you choose to obviously maybe just go top and get Rotom there? Because at the end of the day, if somebody does have a level advantage, you still have to score points to win the game. But obviously we see they decided to fight for Dread. Didn't go necessarily all their way, but they were able to pick up a couple hills, so it wasn't too bad, and they're not able to get any points on tower, which is a huge thing. So, all they have to do is farm, and the level advantage won't be too bad. So not a bad objective fight there. And we go to the next objective, which of course is Rotom, and we see that the Dirty Dozen is starting it immediately to see if they can push their advantage.
Yeah, and as we see now, Backcap here really utilizing Hoopa to their advantage. Has Rotom pushed so far that Rotom has to go back before going forward here, but still able to make a big push with most, if not all, of the team up here, able to pick up 2 KOs, 3 KOs, as Sanjay closes out that top goal for Team Backcap.
Yeah, and once again, like, I hate to mention it, but Lucario's kind of going ballistic here, and of course this was Sanji's first character, the very first character, always been known for it, so like not having Serena makes no difference. Absolutely just dismantling the team, the ult to make sure they secure the Rotom, and just picking off left and right with the close combat, and of course Power Up Punch doing a lot of damage. This is why I thought, if essentially looking at the level difference, I thought they would just like, you know what, we'll just give the Dread, because it's optimal not to break bot, and they would have went to go get Rotom, but they ended up losing both objectives, so now you're really, really far behind.
Yeah, and the positioning here looking slightly better for Team Backcap than it is for the Dozen here, as we see Dreadnought up here in less than 15 seconds. Everyone's trying to kind of gather around. Looks like this could possibly be one of the last big team fights right before Zapdos. So really, really critical. Who gets the best positioning here?
Absolutely, and just because level advantage wise, with all the ults, definitely you have to say Team Backcap does have the advantage, and they're pushing it right now with the Hoopa. And just positioning wise, the Dirty Dozen really weren't even in close of range. They kind of sat under tower because they didn't want to take the fight and get picked, but this may work to their advantage if they are able to pick up some key kills here. But right now they look like, even so, on tower they may go down, but if they pick up a couple kills here, they might be able to pull this off. But once again, this Blissey is just causing so much havoc. We see a big Greninja ult there, so it might be able to turn the tides.
Yeah, that Dreadnought pickup just by pushing them back was absolutely critical here. That top goal is almost broken on the Poke Bros side here, as Sanjay picks up even more KOs, another KO against this Pikachu, easily cleans up these bees, and we see a much bigger fight going on here with the Rotom battle as everyone kind of pivots towards the next objective, trying to see if they can squeak out anything. Over 100-point lead here by Sanji and the Team Backcap, as we'll see the Rotom goes actually to the Poke Bros in the Dirty Dozen.
Yeah, really well done here. Now, because of that Dreadnought fight, they were able to push up and really started pushing the advantage here. They got a couple early picks here, and then it was just Cinderace and, of course, the Blissey, and they were like, oh, you know what? It's 3-4v2. We can easily just keep pressing A and just autoing you down, and they were able to get the clutch KO there. Meanwhile, Sanji's just in the jungle, just absolutely taking all the farm and just causing kind of some havoc, really, and is already level 13 along with the jungler, which is kind of crucial because it's right on par with Dirty Dozen jungler, which is 13 as well. So getting a little dicey there level wise, so we're gonna need to farm up there, especially from that Delphox sitting at level 10.
Yes, both teams looking at the clock now with about 45 seconds left to Zapdos, trying to clean up those jungles, trying to catch the last Dreadnoughts that they can, push any bees that they can, but really taking both teams kind of taking a moment to reassess here and reevaluate the situation. With Dreadnought just pulling in, we see a big convergence here on the bottom lane. But interestingly enough, we see a full kind of like almost retreat by
huge KO there.
Yeah,
that is
huge,
a marvelous pick on the Hoopa there. If they can push this advantage going to these next couple of seconds, they may be able to just like, you know, you might have to coin flip it a little bit, but that's a huge thing.
Yeah, not being able to have that Hoopa there right on the beginning of Zapdos could be absolutely critical.
Right
we see everybody else in the position for the dozen, trying to really look at that Zapdos going in there. Sanjay coming in with the Lucario is going to go up top, chasing down this Blastoise and trying to get it out of position for this Zapdos. Pikachu going in for the long shot here on the Ninetales. It's not going to get it, as we see everyone start to finally engage. Sanjay and the team really keeping that pressure around Zapdos and trying to keep it tight as much as they can to that objective. The team fight really breaking out over here in the top of the map. Not anyone really getting the KOs that they need, but it looks like Sanjay was teleported out of the fight and now comes back in, able to heal back up for a quick second and really take advantage of that recovery. And it seems that we got a clean up for the Backcap. Cinderace just able to pick those off, and we see a huge lead by Team Backcap, able to seal it in with this Zapdos for what seems like it's going to be a clean 2-0 victory in this set match.
Yeah, and by far, I think the story of this team fight was Hoopa, because they were out of position because they got a little aggressive. Pikachu ended up for the Dirty Dozen ulti just a little early, but understandable. But being able to pick out Sanji was going to be huge. They didn't. Was able to heal up, come back, take 2 KOs on the Ninetales and the Pikachu. And not just that, the one thing is, the one initiator you needed was the Blastoise, and Blastoise was just never in a good position. It is that dive tank. You try to go in there, put down a water spout, and you surf things out of the way into something, but was never in a good position to do so, and thus allowing the other squishier, of course, players for Dirty Dozen to get picked, and Cinderace was just in the choke, uncontested,
the entire time,
taking KOs left and right, which I just thought was so impressive. I'm not sure how anybody kind of let that happen.
Cinderace just like, I'll take that, I'll take that, I'll take that, I'll take that all day.
Absolutely.
And really worked out there for Team Backcap. And we'll see a healthy lead here with over 650 point lead for Team Backcap here. Of course, Sanji with 276 points on the board, absolute MVP here, did not need the Serena to make the big plays.
Yeah.
Very interesting plays here. As we go through the data, you've got to take a look at the damage done here on both sides. No one's really doing the kind of damage that Cinderace or Sanji is doing on the opposing team, and so you can clearly see who's getting the most out of it. Also interesting to note that the recovery on Hoopa there, right? Really doing a lot of the work for the team.
Oh, absolutely. Like the power of teleportation is huge. You
Yeah.
can, as long as you place them in the right spots, being able to get your team out of that when they're seemingly like, especially if Blissy's like if Blissy's sitting with your Cinderace or your jungler, whoever it is, if they're out of the way and they're trying to keep someone else alive, being able to portal the rest of your team to base and come back healthy for the fight is just such a crucial thing you can do. So it's essentially you have two mega healers at all times. So the sustain in these team fights is just so much to deal with if you don't have any way to crack through. So normally you just have to really single out these kind of mons in these fights, and if you're not able to do it, like you can't last that long without having to base or try to find a berry, and they can just keep pushing that advantage, which makes a huge difference.
It really does, and I think we saw that in this last match, if more than ever. You know, interesting. I mean, definitely you don't hate to see it for the Poke Bros, but I mean, you've got to shout out Sanjay and the Lucario plays and the Serena plays. I really feel like that's what ran away in both matches and was really able to get them off. But don't count out that Cinderace, especially in Game 2.
Absolutely. Cinderace was just the same thing you saw in Game 1, where it was kind of that sneak ability to just kind of consistently just damage, and you're like, we can't get to the Cinderace. That's kind of the issue here. And then every once in a while, oh, I'm getting hit with an Egg Bomb too. And even when you think, oh, I got a KO, here comes another Blissey heal. And like, I feel bad for the Greninja, because the Greninja was doing actually a pretty good job. But
yeah,
if you can't pick up the KOs, especially with like the Surf being not as strong as it used to be due to the patches, you know, it takes an extra auto or so. And if you're getting like, if even the Blissey cooldown is on like 1 second before yours, they just get a heal off and you can't pick up that KO, and it makes it so difficult when you're thinking you're right about to turn the fight.
Yep. 100%. I agree. Want a big shout out to Pokemon veteran CJ and Nano Poke Bros for coming in with the raid. We appreciate that. And I believe that we are going to cut to a quick commercial break, but don't go anywhere. When we come back, we've got plenty more for you guys, including the next round. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back shortly, and we'll catch you guys in just a second.
the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. What if I go stronger? What if I get higher? What if I start doing things I know I will regret? I will make my own way, I will not surrender. I will do my best until I get put on.
And we are back with the quarterfinals of the Content Creator Classic. Welcome for those who are just joining us, and all the raiders who came in from Gunman and the Poke Bros and everybody. Welcome, guys. Big matches so far. What has been the highlight to you so far, Slim?
I mean, so far, just not really anything. Not really anything play wise, but just the meta defining characters which we've seen. Of course, it's been Blissey. Like, I think Blissey and Slowbro, no matter what match we've had on stream, has always played a big impact on every single match. And this is, I think, now that Swiss is over, going to these top cuts, knowing that, okay, some of these players have probably seen each other a lot and have probably seen the stream. Maybe they've just like, okay, this person likes to use this person likes to use this. Is where I think the bans are the most key, to try to take away something that's actually really, really useful to an opposing player. And we've got some big names actually in this match coming up, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah. Who was the matchup that we had again for this next one?
We're gonna have Royal Airness versus the Pika Pals. So if anybody doesn't know,
Oh yeah.
Red Love been around, one of the best players for a round, and of course the other side, Glockstick, Art, big players in the Unite team. We got a lot of names here you should know if you know high level Unite. So I'm looking forward to it.
100%. Pika Pals were big in that match against the Sneak Thieves there. Weren't able to quite pull off what they wanted to, especially with that Dragonite in the way. But overall had great team synergy and a really strong offensive push. It'll be interesting to see how everything stacks up here, for sure.
Oh, for sure. And I'm looking forward to see some of, everybody's like Mons. Like Art's known as one of the best Greedents on the planet. So
Right.
is it worth it to ban Greedent? I don't know. Because the Greedent will be the one going in top lane. So I'm very interested to see how that kind of goes. So I want to see that. I know it's been a while, the meta shifted, but man, when I used to play, one of the best Venus on the planet used to be Red. I doubt he's going to be using it, but man, it would have been cool to see it again. But we're going to soon get these pick and bans. Well, not the picks anyway, but the bans. And I'm just really looking forward to that just to see what these comps are going to look like. But I'm assuming everybody probably goes for the standard, Blissey, Slowbro, and then X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, it's interesting. We see Royal Airness is actually going to ban Blissey, and the Pika Pals learning their lesson from that last match, going, we're not dealing with Dragonite again, and bans Dragonite.
That's fair.
So I think after the trauma that Celestial put them through, I think that's fair. I think, but Blissey really taking out that support for Royal Airness, or sorry, for the Pika Pals. That's going to be very critical too.
Absolutely. Blissey just does a little bit too much. It's early game, really strong. Once you get soft boiled, these fights just become almost endless unless you single it out and be able to take care of it, because it just consistently heals. And the Blissey ult is marvelous. You get it on something like your jungler, they just get that really big surge of energy, and it can kind of just really 1v5, 1v6 or whatever. So totally understandable to get that out of the way. And Dragonite, if you know a really good Dragonite player, it is the hardest thing to deal with. That Hyper Beam does so much damage. So you know what? Getting that out of the way, perfectly understandable. So
you grab a couple jungle buffs and it's unstoppable. It's
even
a train that does not stop. Oh yeah.
Exactly. Early game with Dragonair, it kind of goes crazy. Got a lot of sneaky movement, so it makes it really hard to deal with. So totally understandable here. We do see the greeting coming up from Art. I'm looking forward to this.
Yep, and it looks like we're going to have the Pika Pals here in purple and Royal Airness over here in the orange. Very interesting. So we see the Hoopa and Zeraora in here. Well, no, we're going to changing that Hoopa. Green locked in for the Pika Pals. Or wait, that's backwards. For a Royal Airness, I believe.
Royal Airness is Red Love rocking the Aegislash, looking like it's going to be potentially, interesting, because like we do see the attack weight on Red, so I'm wondering where the Aegislash is going to go, because to get those stacks, normally in the tri lane, I don't know if you can get as many stacks. We'll have to see. Maybe could be, but having the Hoopa being able to teleport back and forth is going to be key. And that top lane with the Machamp, we've seen big like plays out of people playing Machamp this tournament. So looking forward to see if there's some big ults coming out of Rex in that spot.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see. Honestly, attack weights all around here. We saw one also on the Machamp, and I believe on someone on the Pika Pals as well. So it's definitely going to be interesting seeing these score weights go off. We probably will see a lot of small scores here at the beginning. Bottom lane on the blue side here is going to be Hoopa, Slowbro, and Pikachu going for the 3 in bottom. A Greedent running up top, and a Zeraora here going to be the jungler. On the opposing side, it looks like we're going to see Aegislash jungling, a double bottom, double top with Machamp and Hoopa up top, Squirtle and Fennekin down here for the bottom lane.
Yeah, you gotta love it. And right now, Classic able to get the top Audino and just saving the water gun for secure and just pushing on all the Audinos here just because they do have that distinct advantage here. And there's not really much you can do about it because you don't want to give away any KOs to give them even more XP, even though they're taking your Audinos. And we see we're just gonna focus down and picks up a big KO there. And we're already off to a huge start for Royal Airness.
Yeah, 100%. And really capitalizing on the opportunities that are available to them, really putting that pressure where they need to and focusing on that. We're going to see now a triple laning up top for Red side here with Red Love kind of holding back on these bees just a little bit, but able to cleanly take them and put a lot of pressure on Atreyu here. And Birdie Jet up top, leaving only 48 left on that goal, 25 left on that goal, and with 8 minutes in, that's a really great position you want to see for that top lane.
Yeah, we do see a KO down bot, so it does help just a little bit, but right now that top lane is going not very well already. Probably coming out of this next jungle clear, Red might be able to hit that level 9. They're already really strong. Arch just trying to catch up, getting those attack weight dunks in, but having to take a lot of damage. And I mean, depending on how this goes, but looks like he's going to be able to get out. And right now we're just following back to the bottom lane, trying to see if this Squirtle can get going here. A little under-leveled for now, but we'll see what can happen.
We see a lot of both Hoopas here really helping the teams switch sides when they need to. So the momentum is going literally wherever it needs to in the moment. So now we're seeing, again, the Pika Pals switching all of their needs down bottom, trying to set themselves into a good position for that first Dreadnought coming up. But top lane trying to just kind of hold themselves down as much as they can with that Greedent and the Zeraora over up top. And it seems like they're going to get that as much as they can. Yeah, but a big battle right down here for these bees, as we see a good positioning here by the Pika Pals.
Yeah, and Aegislash is absolutely going ballistic. They're going to see if they can push on here. Vlasic is holding his own, though. I don't know if he's going to be able to get out, and unfortunately, a little bit too much, and looks like they're going to break bot and just go ahead and just go right for that Dreadnought. We do see a Hoopa just throw down a portal, try to heal up the teammates while they try to see if they can just claim this objective right here, right now, and push their advantage.
It was a pretty clean sweep for that objective, and they absolutely melt this
Oh my god!
That was a steal. That was a steal from Zeraora for the Pika Pals here. Really picking up what they can, getting that KO on the Delphox and going for a clean score there, plus 38 for them. Really swinging the momentum back in their favor. Not quite enough to make up the score gap, but very close, and may possibly get it after this dump right here.
Absolutely, like being able to steal there and get some dunks and get KOs was absolutely huge, because that was kind of, it was starting the snowball for Royal Airness there, but just a big, they just didn't have enough, because the one thing is, after they won the fight and they broke bot, the fact that Machamp and I believe it was Delphox had to back just to get HP up, they didn't have enough to just clear their Dreadnought in time, and which gave perfect enough time for Zeraora, which is a speedster, to get in there, sneak it, and then really turn the tide there with a big Machamp ult, and it's another big fight going up top.
Royal Airness still holding that lead securely, trying to keep this fight up top in their favor, and doing so pretty well, but the Greedent on the Pika Pals really picking up that KO there. Red Love going in for the score and does secure a little bit higher of a lead here as this battle goes back and forth between the Slowbro and the Zeraora and Red Love's Aegislash. Then Pikachu coming in for the 3v1 situation, absolutely cleans it up. Can't decide whether or not they want to pressure the goal or Rotom, and it looks like they're going to go for the clean score here as the Hoopa brings back the rest of the team. Oh, a lot of back and forth here.
Oh yeah, and what really saved it was the double ult there from the Blastoise and from the Delphox there, because they were going to push on tower, break it, and then potentially just keep going with it a little bit just to get some more points in. But really great job there, and as you can see, that Greedent just still somehow alive, finally gets KO'd by the Rotom. But the one thing you have noticed in this fight is not necessarily the sustain, but the amazing tank play we've seen from Glock here. It's been really good job, and we do see the Dreadnought going once again to the left side, and they're just turning the fight here. Just
oh wow, that's
another
another
marvelous show.
Absolute steal Oh, that is incredible. And a complete team wipe. Absolute clean score stack right there as they take out that top goal, overscoring it by almost 49 points. A very, very impressive push by the Pika Pals.
Absolutely. And the one thing is, though they are close points-wise, you're starting to see just a little bit that Pika Pals are starting to creep away just a little bit level-wise, and if it keeps going this way, it's going to be make it a lot harder in that Zapdos fight, so this is definitely time for you to farm and just pick your fights very carefully, because right now these fights have not been going well.
And that's exactly what we see the Pika Pals doing here, just slowly picking off stuff and taking a little bit of time here to increase their lead. They do finally make up the difference that they need and start to put the scoreboard a little bit more in their favor. But now we see an interesting push by Airness here. The Pika Pals pretty deep in their territory, making a healthy retreat, and seeming to not be able to get away with it, or at least as much as they would like to be able to get away with it. The Green still putting on the pressure that it needs to. Slowbro does go down here. We see the Aegislash also go down for Airness, and Green really able to get away with this.
Like, I just want to point out that I did not catch the name, but I just want to give a big shout out to whoever is on the Zeraora. Is playing marvelously.
Yeah.
Just being able to get in and out, really nicely timed discharges, just picking the spots very well to do a lot of big damage and able to pick one by one and then getting away. It shows that Zeraora, though it's not looked at as probably one of the premier mods, definitely in the right hands can still do a lot and is turning a lot of these fights. Another big discharge and able to get out right before it's getting potentially CC'd or KO'd there. I just want to point that out because it's been marvelous to watch.
Yeah, absolutely outstanding plays by the Zeraora. Again, a mon that's not typically picked as, one of the top junglers, but honestly really able to get in and out where it needs to, as you were saying before, and showing that here with that big Rotom pickup as well.
Absolutely, and able to get the Rotom, but they're not going to push it. So for Airness, they're just going to go ahead, get the XP, and then of course don't let the Rotom go in. You don't want anybody sneak any points. You've already kind of behind just a little bit, not points wise, but you do need to farm up. It looks like they're almost even. You have 2 level 14. Oh, and Zera's actually hit 15. Level 15s are so strong in the Zapdos fight, so they're going to have to be careful. Big ult there. That's almost 2 KOs, and Hoopa doesn't even get the ult off.
Oh, wow. Hoopa ults and then doesn't get to do any damage, taken completely out of the fight, starting to really look in the favor of Airness here, but they'll lose another one, so now it becomes a 2v3 situation. Hoopa coming back into here with an ult, able to take some damage here, and as we see now, the Pika Pals going in here for a very uncontested Zapdos, and we see the Hoopa ult again. It didn't get off its ult. It's able to go right back with it. The ult got completely reset, so now it's able to come back in the fight a little bit later. Is it enough to really push this Zapdos where it needs to go? It is getting very close. Zapdos at about 25% of its health. Everyone just getting
here, and then
boom!
Oh my goodness.
Such a huge play for the Pika Pals here. What is absolutely needed, and we see now the lead that they have is going to get even bigger as this Hoopa is able to, or as they're cleanly able to take out these goals. Hoopa is going for a little bit overzealous, trying to go for that mid goal, not able to get it. But now, with nearly a 400-point lead, we will see that surrender.
Yeah, and as though, even though the points, of course, are not going to say it, and it may seem very one-sided, but there was a chance. There was a chance. Really well done. Luckily enough, the Hoopa ult did get reset, so was able to come back, short def timer, come back and ult right near the Pika Pals' choke. And I thought for a minute they had enough just because Machamp came in. I don't know if ult was available for the Machamp, but I was looking like, okay, this is the normal time where you activate that ult and you wait for the secure, but unfortunately not able to pull it off there. So a lot closer than what it looks like score-wise, and a really, really well done fight. It's just that Pika Pals picked some really good spots, and the star of the show, Sheriff Zeraora, just taking KOs left, right, up, down, wherever you want to go. The Zera was there taking KOs and made just owned the fight.
Wherever it could. Did it do enough, though, where it needs to be banned from the next one? Do you actually get to a point where we're going to ban Zeraora or see a Zeraora ban this match?
That's an interesting one, because I'm not sure, because I think there wasn't really too much of necessarily a gap right? Like the Zera did good. That's fine. And any other, like you can put Twisted on any other jungler, and it, potentially can get the same performance.
Right.
But I think the one thing, like a very underrated part of the team comp was the slow bro, because
Yeah.
Glock always was just kind of staying alive,
Mhm.
and the thing with Machamp, Aegislash, they have a lot of good burst, right? So if
Right.
you have anything that can potentially tank it, it's like very annoying, and like Zera's very squishy. But because Slow Bro's around, Blissy's around, they take that initial burst and just kind of like, okay, we'll just wait for everybody else to get ready. Discharge comes in. Oh, that's like half of my health. I have to back away, and so I don't know if you want to ban Slowbro, but you definitely need, I think, not necessarily a burst heavy comp, but more of a, okay, we can play the long game in this fight if you're Airness. So they might switch things up. I did like the Aegislash, but unfortunately, some decisions where I was just like, oh, you're kind of by yourself. I don't know if you can do this. Aegislash can, but I don't know if it was worth it.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a hard picks for the ban this time for sure. I know that Zera Aura was putting out a lot of damage. It was really able to put itself, as you were saying before, in those spots where it could zip in and out, but get right back to those healers and get to the buffs that it needs, gets to the bulk that it needs. But those discharges were just taking things out left and right, taking critical things out, right? Dreadnoughts, Rotoms, things that were able to help them push. So I think that if they're not banning Zera, then they need to figure out something that's going to be able to push that off of those objectives that they need, or just able to. Airness is going to need to be able to follow through on those objectives more. So they were in great positions, right? They were in great positions for Dreadnought. They were in great positions for Rotom, but they weren't able to execute it because that Zera comes in at the last second, just I'm the sheriff in these parts, takes out and snipes those Dreadnoughts and Rotoms, and if you continue to lose those, you're going to lose the level match, and you're definitely going to lose the points match.
Yeah, and one of the reasons just because like it's just like in anything, if you have a good front line, it allows Zera to do that. Just because a lot of those fights you would see, oh, they're initially starting off, Zera just puts down the Volt Switch way in the back, gets in, oh, I'm gonna discharge, and it catches like 3-4 people all at one time. That's so much damage you have to take. And then right when you're about to turn, okay, we've got the Zera now, let's just turn on them. Whoop, zips out of there, and you're like, oh, okay. And then of course here comes a cleanup crew. So I think the one thing against the Zera Aura, if they don't ban it, you just have to space yourself out more, so that way the discharge doesn't catch everyone. It's a big problem.
Right. There were so many different team fight opportunities where it looked like everyone was at least evenly matched, but because we were saying before, those discharges hitting at that zoned area and being able to take out teams when they're tightly close packed together, you would see a situation where there would be like 3 KOs right back to back, and then all of a sudden it's not a 5v5, it's a 2v5. And they were, the Pika Pals, really able to capitalize on those opportunities, and the biggest team fight, of course, being that Zapdos fight. There was just a lot that went well for him, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm wondering what this is going to look like. I don't think the comp changes too much. Like, I think, once again, Glock and the Pika Pals, they just go ahead with the same what they've done. Like, if they ban Dragonite again, then you can pick Zera, you can pick Greninja, whatever you choose. I don't think that'll change too much. I do think Royal Airness probably changed their comp quite a bit. I do think the Machamp is still probably going to be the premier top laner they picked there, just because Rex is really comfortable on it and did a pretty good job. But everywhere else it was just like it's just a lot of tank to grit through. So maybe if they had something like a Greninja or maybe a Cinderace coming out that can kind of stay in the back, because Aegislash wants to go in, even though it has really great with the being able to switch into the defensive mode. There was a couple times you saw Red kind of get caught trying to get away just because cooldowns were active and not able to stay alive. So probably something that has a little bit more range, you can stay in the back. So maybe that's something you'll see in this next round of picks.
Yeah, I would see. I could see the Aegislash being changed too. They were able to really get a lot of the positions that they wanted to, but there was a lot of times where it did get those situations where it was overwhelmed, right? Aegislash can do a lot, but it can't do a lot on its own. And with how aggressively that was being played last time, maybe it's a difference of how you play that match, or maybe it's a difference of how the mon you pick going into it. But I think that is probably a good pick for something to pivot on in that next match. So I guess if you are Royal Airness, who do you ban at this point from the Pika Pals?
I still think I think Dragon Knight's a fair ban, or even
Yeah.
Hoopa, but it kind of depends. I mean, you had your own Hoopa, so it was fine. There's no kind of thing. Maybe you even just ban the Blissey just because you already have to deal with a potential slow bro, so you don't want to have to deal with the Blissey either.
Right.
I think that's perfectly okay if you have your own Hoopa and you have another tank of your own. Then you can initial take the burst of what the Dragonite could bring. But I mean, it's not like you can't bring a Dragonite of your own because it can get in and out and has a huge amount of damage. So I think that's probably a better adjustment here. So
Mhm.
you could go that way. I do think maybe you have to go to 3-1-3 because I think you should be confident enough where your top lane is doing just fine by itself, and then you go fight up there. But the fact that they weren't able to, Glock and them just kind of hung out. They really didn't have to deal with any harassment. Slowbro was just doing Slowbro things. So I think you try to push an advantage in one area more than the other. I think Machamp can do just fine in lane by itself versus a Greedent. I mean, sure, it can potentially outsecure you, but you can do that. Machamp has enough secure there. So I think you do need to just go ahead and do the 3-1-3 and then push your advantage there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best play that you can do in those situations. Of those two, we've seen a lot this tournament, is particularly Pika Pals, really, doing that come from behind victory, right? They were at the disadvantage at the beginning of this last match, right? But slowly but surely ticking their ways up here. What do you think it is that allows them to, kind of start off on their back foot, but allows them to come back later on in these matches?
Yeah. Oh, and just a quick bit, I said 3-1-3 earlier. Excuse me, 3-1-1. But
Yeah.
back to what you asked. I think it's just like it's the comp is just built to just last. That's the thing. And then when you have we saw a couple times, just like if you looked at the map as we were cycling through camera wise to see where the fights are, there was a couple times like Greedent's like on the verge of a KO, gets the berries, runs away, comes back, and then does a lot of damage back. It's like there's too many mons that can sustain. So you need just something that can just boom and then make them back away. Dragonite's one of those things. And then of course just have some sustain on your own. You do have to play a more patient game. You can't be as aggressive, but it works in the long run. So I think you just got to play for that. I mean, like I said, unless you're willing to just press on an advantage in one particular lane more than the others, I think it's just a matter of picking a comp that's just a lot more, stable and patient, and that can just bulky offense.
Yeah, no, I think that definitely helps. I think that being patient and being able to pick up, you get those opportunities where you get that, double or triple KO with Zera, and capitalizing on those opportunities really helps out a bunch. I mean, honestly, a lot of teams you see when they lose that first Dreadnought, or then they lose a Rotom or something like that, they lose a lot of their momentum, and it seems like their only hope ends up being Zapdos towards the end. But I think we've seen a lot from the Pika Pals this tournament, particularly of getting those late game Dreadnoughts, getting maybe not getting the first or the second, but getting the third and the fourth objectives, whatever they may be they be Rotoms or Dreadnoughts in general.
Yeah.
But it was just I think a very solid plays all around when it comes to making sure you stay on top of those objectives and not getting discouraged when you may miss one or so.
Yeah.
I think that was the key.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as you're just cognizant of you know what, we can get the objective, but do we push the fight? Because the one thing you don't want to do is ever get an objective and then you just unfortunately give up KOs. Then you've lost everything you got from it. You didn't gain anything. You just gave those levels right back because you died. So patience is really a key in Unite. You have to be very aware, and those are just talking comms, hey, I can take this fight. Hey, I can't take this fight. Who's with me? And do we have enough between whoever's with me to take the fight? So I just think it's a matter of just, where should we go? Where should we push our advantage? If you're not in position, then, I know sometimes you don't want to give up Dreadnought,
Right.
but the problem is if you're telling two of your laners to hey, just stall, by the time you get down there, if they get the Dreadnought, then you're gonna die. So is there a point? You just tell them to back away, try to see if they can sit at a tower, defend if they do push, and then you can just go top lane, break up there, play on their Audinos, and maybe get the Rotom and just game
Right.
that way. There's a lot of different ways you can play the fights. It's just a matter of communicating what you need from each person.
Right. And I think that we've seen a lot of great team synergy and a lot of good communication amongst these teams lately, and I think that that's shown to be very rewarding. The team that communicates the best ends up, pivoting to Dreadnought at the right times. Switching the momentum where they need to switch the momentum, which has been absolutely crucial for teams like Pika Pals, who, again, may not start off the match on the best foot or winning all the lanes, but are able to come back from it by getting those later Dreadnoughts, those later objectives, those later goal points, or those big, double KOs, triple KOs, all of the above, right? And in the key moments, in the right moments, in a big Zapdos fight, you can use that to turn the whole thing around.
Yeah. So looking like we're getting a lobby set up here, just a matter of time. We're gonna find out what these bans are, and then we can kind of talk about what's gonna happen from there. I wouldn't be surprised if I see either Slowbro, Blissey, or Dragonite bans. Those are the three mons I think right now. The way the meta is, like, you don't want to deal with one of them. And we do actually, just as I say so, we do have a ban. The Pika Pals have banned Dragonite, which is you don't really want to deal with it, so it's understandable.
Yep, and looks like Royal Airness are going to ban Blissey. So you're right on the money with your picks with the bans coming in here. It's going to be an interesting one. I think that that's pretty similar to what we had. What were the first bans we had? Yeah, we're the exact same, Blissey and Dragonite. So both teams staying confident with their ban picks, thinking that, however the match went, it's still going to be better without either Blissey or Dragonite in the mix.
Absolutely. I'd rather deal with one than the other, and that just depends on what your team feels comfortable going against. Me, personally, I'm banning Blissey every time. Because if I'm an aggressive team and I like to get in and just boom, do damage, Blissey is the one thing I never want to deal against. Because, like, you have to just, like, how many eggs is left? There's so much healing. I don't want to deal with it. So definitely, we see the comps come out, and we do have Machamp is back. We do see the Serena as a change. Really, I like that. It's a better sustained pick that does have a lot of damage. Blastoise is here, and Hoopa. And for the Pokepals, that Zeraora is back. I want to see if this performance can actually happen once again. Remember, it was level 15 going to that fight and got a ton of KOs.
Yep, and Atreyu over here going with that Greedent mix as well. A very bulky team on the Pika Pals side. It's going to be an interesting one to see. That Zeraora, again, something to definitely be worried about. We've got, looks like a 2-1-2 situation here with Squirtle getting the bottom lane there, as well as Hoopa and Machop taking the top lane. For the blue corner here. Greedent coming in here for Atreyu's Greedent up in the top lane, as well as we got Hoopa, Slowbro, and Pikachu in the bottom lane, going for more of a 1-1-3 situation for the Pika Pals.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the we already seen. I was just about to talk about it. With a lane like this, you can really push the advantage, especially with Pikachu. Really early is one of the most annoying things to deal with, and because of the Electro Web, able to stall something down, pin it down, and Hoopa, of course, being able to have Trick, it does a good amount of damage, and you can just kind of push. And we see Glock is already on, and we do see Surf and just going on tower, and they're just creating a lot of havoc down below. So I'm hoping top lane is going a little better.
A real struggle here in top lane as we see a big push here by the Pika Pals, and we see that Greedent still causing problems here even as a Squavent, but not going to be enough problems to get those Bs when they need them. Glock coming in as the Slowbro protection, and we see yet again that Zeraora picking up a KO in the back, as well as trying to go for yet another score. Not going to quite get it as this Machop just doesn't allow for it, but now going in for that clean score on the bottom lane. Hoopa and Pikachu putting a lot of pressure, or just holding down the fort here for the Pika Pals.
Yeah, and I want to just point out, really, really good team awareness there, because the biggest part of how that fight swung was Slowbro. Glock coming up to help assist there, or else it was like Green and Zero Or were in pretty big trouble. They were going to be able to push in the tower, but Glock came and saved the day. So really great awareness there. But luckily, able to get there in time. And it's a little bit unfortunate just because I think Red and Rex got a little aggressive and they didn't see on the map Slowbro was coming. If they would have been able to get out on time and kind of just played a little bit slower. But really well done there. Serena goes down trying to see if he can pick up a KO here. But of course, that Hoopa portal making a world of a difference there.
Yep, Red trying to see if they can get the stacks in here as we get very close to this Dreadnought coming. Hoopa going to try to see if they can position the team in the right spot as Red comes in with the Serena, stomping back and forth, trying to pick up this KO on the Slowbro. They do get the Slowbro down, and we see again, slowly but surely, Red and the rest of the team here starting to get picked off. 3 KOs, and Hoopa able to kind of make it back to base, but not really the push that they wanted to as the Dreadnought starts to get up, really going to put the Pika Pals here in a good position against Airness.
Yeah, and once again, like, you just see the aggression backfiring. Serena went in, trying to just have that stomp, just trying to prove that I'm strong right now. I think I can take this fight, but unfortunately the rest of the team couldn't follow up. And unfortunately got KO'd. And once again, Zero just doing what Zero does. As you saw before, picked up 3 KOs, picks up another KO, just really leading the charge with that amount of offense and mobility. And like, they are just pushing the advantage here.
Yep.
And it's really such a problem here. And look
full
at that.
death ball formation for the Pika Pals here.
Combination there. From the telekinesis into the discharge, amazing combination there. Picking up the KO, dunking some more points, and they're just pushing through right now, pushing through the jungle. And this is something they're going to have to worry about. They need to kind of regroup and figure out something because this is going really bad, really fast.
Yeah, a strong lead, 130-point lead here for the Pika Pals over Airness. Red trying to see what they can do in picking up that Rotom push, but Hoopa is going to allow these teams to just swing back and forth between the objectives here and really reposition the team right at a critical time when they need it the most. Greenit trying to see if they can get the push here that they need, and they do. Wow, Greenit going up there and getting a 4 KO streak. Absolutely impressive. Green being counted out, but not today. Telekinesis is going to hold that Slowbro, hold that Machamp back so that Slowbro can possibly make the escape that it needs. But it's a long way back, and it does not get it. Hoopa giving it a little bit of a boost there. Yep, absolutely amazing plays by this Greedent.
Yeah, listen, there's a reason why they are known as one of the best Greedents in the world, and that was one of those reasons why. Amazing, able to get away, not able to pick up the last one for, the full bag, but did more than enough and really was able to turn the tide there. So Greedent showing up, doing big damage, all just helping to take KOs. And right now we're going to need to see a regroup because they are really behind level-wise. And, well, not too behind, unfortunately, but you still don't even have a Blastoise yet, and it's 450. So something's got to give here. You guys need to make some smarter decisions, or Pika Pal is going to keep, and once again, may have caught the Hoopa out of position, doing some big damage. Is going to have to retreat.
Yeah, Pika Pal's really putting the pressure here, winning the level game by a long shot, and the scoreboard as well, as they're able to really get a good position on this Dreadnought. Will probably melt it fairly easily. But Airness trying to make a push here on this top lane, not going to get really what they want to, finally getting the Blastoise that they need, but Atreyu really here just putting as much pressure as a Greedent can on this goal and just not allowing anyone to get anywhere that they need to. Hoopa will allow them to reposition themselves, but since no one's really on the goal right now, it's not really allowing them to get that team comp that they need. Looks like a big fight, though, coming up here in top lane.
And this I can't say what's happening for sure, but to me and what it seems like a lot of frustration because you're starting to see they're not team fighting, they're kind of split up. So I wonder if there's maybe some a little bit of dysfunction in the comms and the way they're fighting for Airness because they're just not together and they're getting picked, they're giving up levels. So, but it looks like they may be able to turn it here with the Hoopa ult, so maybe that can get them back on track because they were falling a little bit too behind, but it looks like they were able to turn this fight and get this objective, so maybe that swings it to get some momentum going for them.
Yeah, much better positioning here as they easily pick up this. Oh, was that a snipe?
No.
Wow. Wow, what
No.
a snipe that has to be so frustrating for Airness over here, working
Oh.
so hard for that Rotom with a big team fight, and then just not getting the payout that you need.
Those are one of the most demoralizing things there. When you win the fight, and all of a sudden, nobody's checking, and something comes in and steals it with just maybe something like a simple auto. Those are the ones that really are frustrating, because there should have been no way no one had enough to secure that there. So I have to just unfortunately take that L, just move on, just be like, you know what? Let's just do it. We farm up, see where we're at, and see what we can do for this next Dreadnought. But I don't know if necessarily you have the positioning to fight for this, so you may have to just try to find any farm on the map you can and get ready for the Zapdos fight.
Yeah, it's going to be close on the clock with that Dreadnought up, and especially with that team being there, kind of getting themselves in a position for a big
this
team
might
fight,
be
but that be a
for a flip. They're looking for some picks. Rex might need to back. He's a little stuck right there. If he does get caught before he backs, might not be able to get away, and yet actually gets KO'd. So they're gonna look like they're gonna have to just maybe Airness is gonna have to back off a little bit, not push this fight because they don't have all the troops in.
Yeah, it's a very critical positioning here as we see the Zapdos go up, but Machamp just got back into the back end here, so there is an advantage here for the Pika Pals if they want to take it, but with such a heavy lead, playing a little bit more defensively here as we look. The team fight not exactly engaged in the middle quite yet, but starting
Big
to
Blastoise
now.
ult.
Here we go. Big Blastoise ult coming all around. Can't quite see what's going on in the middle of this thick of it here, but it looks like we're got 2 KOs down on the Airness side. So we have just Machamp there all by himself, and that's a full team wipe. We see the Pika Pals going in for the easy sweep on Zapdos, and that looks like it is going to be a very clean pickup for the Pika Pals, and they do absolutely going for it. It's going to be hard to come back from that now that you've secured an over 100-point lead and Zapdos.
That is an absolute GG. Shake my hand. There's really, unfortunately, nothing you can do. There's only a minute left. I don't even think you have enough points on you. You can try to pick up some kills and make a push, but that's a big deficit. Over 600-point deficit. I don't know if you even have enough time to get that many points, unfortunately. But I want to say the Hoopa, marvelous. Stayed, just waited, patient. Right when things were looking grim, popped in with a huge ult, was able to turn the tides there. Fantastic awareness and patience to pop that ult right where it needed to be. So that is my play of the game.
Yeah, that was a huge positioning there, and that's the big thing about Hoopa, is that like Hoopa is an amazing character, but the big thing that separates the good Hoopa players from the bad Hoopa players is how you use that ult, and that was the example of how to use that effectively. I also would like to look at the leveling on the board right now. Clearly, Pika Pals had this game dominated from a level standpoint early on and maintained that lead all game, and we're seeing here in the last seconds most of their team being maxed out or close to it. That's just what happens when you keep that level game right above. You're able to keep those advantages. You're able to win those big team fights.
Absolutely. And I think one of the big things about it was, I think if you look, if I were to just like pretend I'm in the heads of Royal Airness, by the way they were moving, it looks like they were going to try to just take the initial flip of Zapdos. But the thing is, Rex got caught a little bit and had to back. So it really made it kind of tough. Positioning wise, they got a little bit of damage on them. So they couldn't do the complete flip like they wanted, because they had the advantage to immediately, as soon as Zapdos spawns, boom, on top of it, and then we see where it goes because they were already behind. So I think that's initially what they were trying to go for, but unfortunately they got a little bit of damage on it, and they had to just try to get positioning and take a regular fight instead of the instant flip they wanted to do.
Yeah, it was, again, it all comes down to the Zapdos play. I mean, I don't think it came down to the Zapdos play there. You had the lead secured there. You had the biggest part of the rest of the game pre-Zapdos, right? Winning that leveling war, making sure that you have the resources and you're keeping that competitive advantage level-wise. I mean, that was what was able to put those last little KOs in, and you know, it was just for those team fights. It wasn't more of what we've seen from Pika Pals before, where like Zeraora is going in and getting like 3 KOs at a time. It was more of like one got ticked down, and then the other got ticked down, and then the other got ticked down, making those fights more and more in the advantage for Pika Pals as they go on. And then you can just melt Zapdos all together once the whole team's been wiped.
Absolutely. And one of the things is a lot of people think Zapdos is the end all be all. But there were other outs as well. Like let's say Royal Enters did happen to get the Zapdos. There was outs you could have just tried to pick off as many kills as possible and then counter score. And then we would have to see, kind of like depending on how many points were dunked, have to see what the score would look like. So it was definitely going to be a lot closer than initially thought if the Zapdos did go to Royal Enters, because there still was enough time for another push and then you dunk some more points and things of that nature. But
Right.
definitely a great way to just end it, just by making sure you secure, play for the fight, get the picks, and then if you have the advantage, you just tap and hit the Zapdos, finish it off. Let's go score our points, and yeah, let's go wait at home, you know. But really, really well done. And once again, like I said, the hoop all was perfect because the tide was kind of in the way. And I had to take a look. I was like, does it have all? It does. Okay, so just really playing patient, found the spot, ulted literally right on top of Royal Anderson's team, and that was just too much. That's a lot of damage to take on. So really well done, and yeah, GG's, and really, really fun set.
Yeah, an incredible set. I mean, the scoreboard towards the end there made it look a lot less close than it was. But for most of the game, I mean, the match was within 100 points, which is an easy 50-point score towards the end of the game when that 2-minute timer goes down. It could have gone either way up until those last moments. So very, very interesting set. It looks like we may have another game coming up here. We'll get a little more info on that in just a second. Yeah, it looks like this Sneak Thieves versus the Pika Pals is going to be coming on. Nader's on stream. Okay, we will probably cut to a short Be Right Back screen, but when we come back, we will have possibly another match for you. And if not that, then we'll be moving on to the semifinals. Discord screen's up when you do.
Okay, let me hop back on Skype.
I'll refresh mine real quick.
Yeah, I just did that.
Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Oh, we're on.
I'm not about to say anything inappropriate. What are you talking about? I know this mic's hot. We're on. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, it's been a really interesting. Yeah, ready for our next match. It's been a really interesting tournament so far. We've got 2 more rounds left. Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. What for you? What was the big highlight of that last match?
Definitely just the patience and the team fighting of course, because like you said, patience versus initial burst, sustain versus just everything. Like sustain is everything, especially in a matchup like this where sometimes you have to wait on your opponents or wait for your teammates. Just being patient and know where to pick your spots. That's like everything we've seen so far. All the best, fights we've seen are just a matter of like picking the spots perfectly versus certain champions. Like Zero Aura being able to get in and out, do a lot of damage, sometimes able to clean up, sometimes being able to initiate. That's all a matter of just knowing, seeing the board and knowing where your character can be the most effective. And that's been one of the best things we've been seeing a lot about these matches.
Yeah, 100%. And we see Lucky 7 does not want any of that Hoopa shenanigans that they saw last match. So banning Hoopa right off of the bat. And we'll see the other band coming in here. Team Backcap bans Slowbro. So it's gonna be Lucky 7 versus Backcap here. It's gonna be definitely an interesting match for sure.
Yeah, like you're gonna see pretty much the same champions being banned every time. It just depends what you don't feel like dealing with. Slowbro, too much of a tank. Skull does a lot of damage. Too much sustain. And on the other counterpoint, Hoopa. It's not sustained for itself, but sustained for the others. Just because, say, lay down a teleport, right when you think you're going to win a fight, oh, guess what? They're going to heal and come right back. So, do you feel like dealing one sustain or multiple sustains? And then, of course, Blissey, same thing. one sustain, or do you feel like dealing with Dragonite, which is a bit too much damage and it has enough sustain, especially if you pair it with something that can just tank in front of it or keep it alive. So, not surprised to see either one of these bans. They're all for legitimate reasons. So it's just a matter of now, what do you pair? What do you pick and to pair up with? Like, if you have a Blissey available, okay, what do you go for? Dragonite? Hey, why not? If you got a player that can play one, I would.
Yeah, for real. And if you can, the Slowbro being out of there is definitely going to hinder things up. I haven't seen Lucky 7 Slowbro yet, but we have seen, I believe, a little bit of Team Backcap's Hoopa playing in some of the previous matches there, and really able to get people where they need to go. Hoopa just being absolutely devastating, especially in the last match we just watched. Really being able to not just get the players where they need to go, but as we were talking about earlier, that ult and waiting for the perfect time to do that and absolutely sweep up the rest of the team. Super duper critical to these plays here.
Absolutely.
And yeah, so now we're going to see these lineups here. We're going to have a Serena locked in, Blissey, it looks like Delphox, possibly Snorlax and Machamp here as well. So interesting picks here for Atmosphere's team.
Yeah, definitely. And the one thing you have to take note of is the double healers for Team Backup. You have a Blissey and you have an Eldegoss. That's a lot of sustain. That's a lot of healing. And definitely the autos in the early game from the Eldegoss are going to be really annoying to deal with. But you do have a really good secure in Snorlax, but sometimes in lane, it's actually far easier to just hit A on the Snorlax and potentially get a KO there if it does take XP away from you. But I'm really looking forward to see how this top lane goes. We're going to have potentially either Serena or we're going to have a Machamp versus it. And yeah, this bottom lane is going to be really interesting just because you have just a lot to deal with Blissey, Eldies, and Pikachu. And, we all know what Cinderace can do coming out of jungle. Like, be careful.
We all know what Cinderace can do, and we also know what Sanjay can do with that Lucario. We saw that from Team Backcap earlier, an absolutely devastating performance. So a lot to look out for here if you're Lucky 7.
Absolutely. So once again, we're about to start off here, and looks like we're going to be following along with Steve, my cat, in the top lane. Oh, we're going to shift to the Blissey because that's the most important one.
Yeah, we're going with a 1-1-3 situation here. A lot of bulk down here with the Blissey, Snorlax, and Fennekin for some DPS. On the other side, though, we're going to see Pikachu, Blissey, and Glossifer here, which is also a lot of bulk with a little DPS here. Another matching them exactly with that 1-1-3 lineup here, putting Cinderace in the jungle and keeping Sanjay and that Lucario as a really strong early mid laner with that attack weight, just taking on these penny small scores here and dunking them in. 5 points here, 5 points there, stacking up that attack weight. It's really just cleaning up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things you like to see, well, not like to see, but you tend to see actually, especially in more higher level play in some of these tournaments, there will be times if you feel you have a disadvantage, the jungler will come up just a little early, maybe leave a buff behind, but we didn't see that this time, and thus allowed really the backcappers to kind of just take the advantage here, and they're just kind of pushing it. Cinderace picked up a kill, Sanji picked up a kill, and they're just trying to get B. So right now, I'll definitely say top lane definitely goes to the backcap.
Yeah, Backcap really cleaning up here as much as they can. Atmosphere and the Lucky 7 trying to do what they can up here, down here in the bottom lane to get ready for this Dreadnought coming up here in about a minute or so. But just really still having to play more defensively while Backcap really is getting the advantage and being able to push that as much as they can.
Big KO there, even with the X attack. Sanji not able to stay alive here. We're going to see potential 30 dunk, and we do, but here comes Cinderace, and might be able to pick up, but we do see Machamp able to get in there. Looks like they're going to be able to gang up. I don't know if they're going to be able to pick up the kill, and they do, which is huge, but here comes Sanji seeking. If he can clean it up, and cleans up one, can he get the other? I don't know.
Yeah, a really good stack up top there with both Sanjay and that Cinderace coming out of the jungle, really cleaning up that Machamp as well as they can. really starting to see more of a pivot now. We're seeing more of the focus of the jungler and the top laner to combine together and really push that core of a 2-on-3 situation down here at the bottom. As we get closer and closer to this Dreadnought coming up, it seems like it's just the bottom 3 with the bulk defenders and healers. They're going to try to see what they can do to keep those DPS open, but they're not really doing as much as they need to. And it seems that Backap here really winning this bottom lane fight as that Dreadnought spawns here in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, this team comp, because you don't think there's a lot of damage, but because they're so bulky and they know they can live a lot of hits, they can actually outdo you pretty easily, just because they can afford to just take a lot of hits, but you can't. You don't have the healing that they do with the double healer there. So really shows the difference here, and they've been winning this bottom lane. Sanji goes in and initiates a big ult there, and it looks like they're trying
coming
to just
out
push
from
it
the
here.
shadows like he's fucking Batman. Jeez, look, just
telling you.
absolutely decimating this squad here. But Sanjay trying to get risky, goes for the Dreadnought and loses it. Oh no, sorry, no, they gain it. The team Backap here going for a cheeky Dreadnought play, able to easily clean that up and start to really put some pressure on that bottom lane.
Yeah, and once again, it's just the initiation is what made it happen. Sanji got that power punch, went in really early, got a lot of attention there. And though Machamp was on the back line trying to see if he can pick off the Cinder with the ult, not able to. Cinderace, of course, just right by its trusty side. It's Blissey, and was able to pick up the 3 KOs needed, finish off the Dreadnought, dunk a little bit of points, and then back away.
Yeah, really getting a lot here. Sanjay now trying to switch up, see if they can pivot for that Rotom up top. Serena here getting a quick ult off on the Eldegoss, and looks like it is not able to pick it off as much as it would like to. Up top, we've got the Cinderace and Sanji pushing the bottom as much as they can. Might be able to clear out that top goal, and they do. And now they're going to switch and pivot over to that Rotom. While the bottom half here, Atmosphere, Steve MyCad, both pushing this bottom goal on Team Backap's side. Not really able to get the scores off that they want to, getting a lot of damage, but Backap here really playing defensively, trying to just hold them off as well as they can, and as the defender comes in here and as the more of the support comes in and start to really push things from their side.
I just want everybody to take note of how, do you see it? That Serena was fighting them for about maybe like a whole minute, and as much as kept getting close but still doing a big amount of damage, kept getting close. But because you have double healer, never able to get the KO with more than enough time for Pika to come back and then just turn the tide. It just takes too much offense to burst through the double support there. And Sanji just going ballistic, gets the ult there, dunks another 20, which, hey, if you push an advantage, I mean, if they can't stop you, why not keep going?
Right. I mean, honestly, now it looks like Backap's in a really good position for this Dreadnought. Blissey kind of dropping some egg bombs, pushing people back, but Cinderace absolutely melting it, ulting and getting that critical Dreadnought for Team Backdrop. A big team fight bursting up here. Looks like they've lost. Looks like they've lost their Blissey on Lucky 7's side, and it seems clean KOs on 2 more Mons as well, as the Blissey comes back and Delphox goes down too, able to really pick up and take out this bottom goal on Lucky 7's side.
And once again, I want to point out to you exactly how that fight went. Serena engaged. Guess what? Too much sustain. And right when you thought, oh, maybe we can turn it, Sanji swoops in like Batman, cleans it up, boom, done. Just like that. It's just, even though you have great initiators and you do have a decent amount of offense, between Blissey and LD, with all that healing, it's so difficult. And of course, the mobility of Cinderace, it just makes it really difficult for you to come in. And as long as Sanji was on time, which he was, came in, cleaned it up, and now you're just like, well, okay, I guess we just have to on to the next one. And these fights are getting really demoralizing because you think you're gonna win, and then it just goes wrong.
Yeah, really. Backap still really taking a big advantages here, taking these Rotoms and just being able to melt Snorlaxes right in their own jungle. This is starting to look very grim if you're on Lucky 7's side, not feeling as lucky as you would like to be. Machamp still trying to see if he can take on this situation, now in a 2v1 situation as Snorlax comes in. trying to defend from its own base and still gets decimated. This Lucario and Cinderace combo cannot be stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to Vegas, don't put it on 7. Bet on the man in black. Sanji has been dominating right now. And it's crazy because, to be honest, the star of the show has been the Cinderace. That's the crazy part. But Sanji's just always in those highlight moments coming in and just like, oh, here's 2 kills. And then Cinderace is like, oh, I'll count you with the 3. So,
Yeah,
and
for real.
I have not seen them die in like the last maybe like 2 minutes. And they've just been constantly. Look, Cinderace once again finally gets a KO. Finally, Cinderace goes down. And long death timer. If they want to push this advantage, this is the best time. You have to go for it. Take another kill and immediately go to Zapdos, or else you might lose this if Cinderace comes back in time.
The Blissey Unlucky 7 just trying to make it back to base and see what they could hold. Zapdos in a really, really precarious position. But if you look, back up about half damage for a lot of their critical players here. Almost everyone's out of position, though. They could get a quick melt here. We see Lucky 7 rolling in on the back. We got all the supports in the back trying to hold them off for as long as they can. Zapdos just a little bit under 50% of its health. This is in a very stealable position. Delphox is going for a small chip damage on the outside, slightly uncontested by anybody else here. As we see, it looks like
what if
gets. Oh no, was that a steal?
Oh,
No.
Cinderace. Cinderace was
Cinderace
waiting
goes
the
away with the
entire
steal.
time.
Oh,
Cinderace
wow.
was waiting
That
the
was
entire
impossible.
time in the choke with the perfect place. Waited the entire time.
Wow.
I sat there and I was waiting like, okay, Cinderace should try to come in for a steal.
Absolutely
But the problem is,
incredible.
really, I can't say this enough, how these Zapdos fights are really stressful, because if you do not have proper communication, that's where that happens. Because you had one person, which is of course the Delphox, hitting the Zapdos, but everybody else was fighting, which gave more than enough leeway, because Delphox didn't have enough to finish the Zapdos, and Cinderace came in and saved the day. You cannot
Ladies and
let
gentlemen,
that happen.
that was Grand Theft Zapdos. I have never seen a Cinderace play like that before, but what a play indeed. Absolutely incredible. I mean, I play Cinderace all the time, and I haven't gotten the chance to see Cinderace, or I haven't ever gotten a chance to steal a Zapdos like that. Absolutely waiting for the perfect time to fire off that ult and make sure that Zapdos is finished. I mean, Lucky 7 had Zapdos surrounded. That was a position where they might have actually been able to turn it around, but
You know the funniest thing
Zapdos
about
is all I can say.
You want to know the funniest thing about Lucky 7? Yeah, they put up a demonic number of 666 on him. It was a beastly, demonic performance there. The Cinderace and Sanji going back and forth, and then Cinderace is like, "Oh, you're Indeed? Okay, you've been playing Batman? Let me show you what Superman can do." Came in, sealed the deal. 'Cause it definitely was over. But hey, put the cape on, let's go to work, and they move on to the next round.
And they certainly did. What a steal. I mean, you had absolute dominant plays by the Lucario Cinderace combination the whole entire time, able to take Snorlaxes down that are in full block on their own territory, deep within their own territory. And they were putting in points on the home base goal before Zapdos even came up. And they were in a position where they could have had the switch, and Lucky 7 could have gotten lucky. But that Cinderace sitting in the bushes, the shooter on the grassy knoll, just firing off that ult right at the right time. GG's all around, but that was an amazing play.
Oh, absolutely. And like, we have to talk about the fact that I think you have to, I don't even know, the bans make it so difficult, because you thought you banned a character that you would have a lot of issues with. And then they just, okay, well, we have 2 carries we absolutely believe in, so we'll put a just attacker with our 2 supporters, and watch. We will make sure they never die. And so no matter what fight they took, they just didn't get KO'd. And even when I gotta say, there was a little bit of luck involved, because after Cinderace got finally picked off that 34-second death timer, could have been more than enough time, but unfortunately Delphox just didn't have enough DPS on the Zapdos. So, could have went a different way, but hey, sometimes you need a little bit of luck, but it wasn't on your side.
Yeah, for sure. Before we get into the next match, we're having our casters to throw a plug for everything. Big Slim, if people want to find you outside of here, where would they find you?
Oh, I'm just I'm big in Pokemon just because I started in VGC, so I do play that. I loved Unite, and you can find me in Big Slim World everywhere, just like Juice World, WRLD. Whether it's on Twitch, I'm always there, like normally on the weekdays, and then find me on Twitter. And yeah, I just love casting. It's been really a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to more, hopefully.
Yeah, same here, same here. And if you want to find me, you can find me at Bane Roost. You can find me at Geek Life, and be sure to follow New Rockstars. Anyways, getting it right into this match here, we've got a Team Backap banning Slowbro again, and the Team Lucky banning Hoopa, I believe is which it was. Lucky 7. Yep, that's what they were going here, and it looks like we're going with similar standouts here, but notably no Lucario in this stand. Oh, we're going with the Serena mix-up instead of Lucario this time.
Yeah, and the one thing I do think is going to be an interesting way to go about this, we do see a Wigglytuff, and there is not any full heal here. So if the Wigglytuff does get great initiation, going to be casting a big sleep, which could actually make the difference, especially in these fights that are being sustained way too long. Because if you're asleep, you can't use any of your skills, so that might be able to sway some of these fights, and it's a really great initiation into a comp that doesn't have any way to stop that CC.
And we've also seen Machamp as well be a very big pressure this tournament, and this is not just Machamp, but Leather Daddy Machamp, so even more so a bigger threat on the field. We see the bottom lanes for both teams here. We got that Wigglytuff pairing up with the Blissey and Fennekin. On the opposing side here, we've got the Pikachu teamed up with Glossifer and Blissey. So again, the double support with the ADC there, trying to see what they can do. Double Serenas up top, and of course the Cinderace and Machamp as the jungler. Very interesting leads here for sure.
Yeah, not bad. So far, we saw the fight for the Audinos there. Pretty split because, of course, the orange side did get the top Audino. And then, of course, you did see a little fight on trying to play on their Audinos. Did a little bit of aid happening, see if they can get some cheeky KOs, but not able to. And we see a big fight breaking out up top. And, not able to pick up.
Oh, wow.
Yo.
That combo, that Sanjay and Cinderace is a combo that just cannot be stopped. And it's proven to be valuable even early game.
This duo, whether it's Lucario or whatever, it's just been really, I don't want to say unstoppable, but they've really, it's a bit of a diff. And once again, Sanji just, okay, you want to take me 1v1? I don't think so.
Who the Queen Serena really is right there. All hail the Queen. Oh my gosh, an absolute cleanup here from the blue corner, coming in with some score points from Blissey and Eldegoss, trying to get those early game scores, really helping with that XP build for sure from Team Backdrop.
Yeah, and this is something this is just bullying at this point with the Serena, the opposing Serena here, just constantly just going back and forth, maybe seeing if he can pick up the KO, but gonna try to dunk this 13 instead, gets it in, and of course getting more of those weights, and we do see, might be another KO here with a Blaze Kick. Might be able to take this up, and Sanji comes to help just to get back up, another KO, and another KO. Ladies and gentlemen,
KO, picking off Jiggly's slug and the Serena. These guys are unstoppable. Get Cinderace and Sanji. You don't want to touch it.
Oh my! I wouldn't be surprised if both of them hit level 9 by the time Dreadnought's up. They're both just absolutely dominating, and I think what really kind of, sometimes when you get really competitive and you just kind of feel like, you know what? I know I can put on this pressure because I just think I'm better than you. That's exactly what we're seeing. They have the mentality from last game. Like, you know what? I gave you respect. You know what? I think I can push that even further. And they are just going all in right now.
For sure. I mean, this combo, for them to switch and pivot from the Lucario, which was working so well, to this and still have that confidence, I think shows you exactly what you're talking about when you have that spirit and be like, look, I think I can do this right here. And Serena really showing to be a very rewarding pick for them, as it's very over leveled and able to take these Mons out on their base, pushing them well within their territory in a full team sweep to just absolutely decimate that bottom goal. Serena getting a quick pirouette in there for victory as they move in closer position and start to move towards the jungle. What a play.
Listen, Bands make a dance, and Sanji's dancing all over this field right now. There's not anybody that can take a 1v1 right now. And every time somebody gets close, we just see a turn. Huh? How? How?
What
How?
is going on? Oh my
How?
gosh. This is insane. So we see Wigglytuff able to kind of stick it out here just a little bit stronger than Blissey, maybe showing some viability for that choice here as they're on full retreat in a 3v1 situation. You've got to point at this leveling right here where the leveling with Sanjay and his team right now is just way outpacing his opponent and just absolutely decimating, able to knock another goal off that top lane.
This feels bad. We try to always make sure, we never want to disrespect our competitors. We never want to seem biased, but this is tough. Like they are just how is he doing this?
Right, they're severely running away with this. Now, I will say this. The point deficit is less than 100 points, and you do have Zapdos on the field. So as strong as these are, as the big key thing is, can they keep the positioning that has led them to so much success right now? It seems to me that it's going to be really hard to stop this Serena Cinderace combo in any form or fashion. But we have seen teams in these matchups before get that powerful positioning and really being able to push teams like this back, even if they do have such a advantage in those one-on-one fights.
I just want to the amount of, you just got to give credit to where credit is due. That fight just now looked like finally they have made a dent. They were going to turn it, and somehow it didn't happen, and they still got some KOs.
Right.
And one of the things I just really, well, at least one thing goes right. They are able to get the Dreadnought here, so they should be able to win this fight, which they do, and they're going to be able to put some pressure on and probably go into tower. But the one thing I really wanted to address the most is just the fact that I feel like there is a distinct difference here in engagement, because you felt like the Wiggly would make a difference because there's no full heal, but just look at how these fights have been going. They're catching the Sings perfectly, kiting away just to be coming right back and then finishing it off. So I just want to point that out. What a marvelous job they've done being able to stay away from the CC of the Wiggly.
Yeah, I will say now that Dreadnought very, very critical to the leveling battle here. Lucky 7 now a bit more on par level-wise and trying to even these out, may be able to push these team fights a little bit more in their favor. The score gap still here underneath 100 points. Very, very clean pickup here for Lucky 7, getting that Rotom, not able to get much out of it, but still putting on that pressure that they very much needed. But Backcap able to really bounce back from that and still pick up and just be as devastating as they are, as they have been all match and continue to do so.
Yeah, and the one thing right now, meanwhile, everybody's kind of went to their own corner. Sanji is playing on their side, stealing as much farm as possible. The one thing I want to point out that we have to keep tabs at, it is 250. That Cinderace is level 14, so could probably easily hit 15. And always, if you can get a 15 in the end game in a Zapdos fight, it makes a huge difference. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, honestly, just Sanjay is just memeing at this point, trying to take all of the rest of their goodies that they can before this Zapdos comes up. Still trying to break that top goal, just got barely out of reach at currently, but Cinderace able to really start to pick these off one by one, finally getting Cinderace in the middle of those KOs and pick up a very much needed win for Lucky 7, trying to melt this Dreadnought in the last 10 seconds. Looks like they will be able to get it and pick it up very clean. And very, very critical for this last Zapdos fight, as the leveling is on a much more even sphere, if not a little bit weighted towards Team Backcap.
Big fight breaking out on here. We do see Zapdos being hit just a little bit. Huge ults popping off. Let's see. Oh, wait. This is huge. The Cinder's down, actually. This is huge.
Cinder's down. Okay.
They could realistically just go right now.
And Sanji too. And so that is a full team wipe. and that will pick up the pace here for Lucky 7. They may be able to draw this into a game 3 if they can melt this Zapdos and score the points that they need to, getting it very close here, and it looks like they will get the Zapdos. Are they able to put the points in that they need to? We see the Team Back Up desperately scrambling for the goals that they have open. 100 points, able to now, the point gap is made up. As long as they can keep one more score out there, they will be able to get it. Machamp is going to, Blissey gets that 100 points off, and Machamp does go down. Now, they have taken the lead. What a play. What a Zapdos.
This is a big thing because even though you did get the Zapdos, that's not a lot of points. So this can easily, in 50 seconds, can easily make this up. There's a 74. It's getting close. And there's another KO. This is reaching huge right now. If they keep pushing like this, if they do have the Cinderace ult available, if able to get it off, there goes the Pika
Can
ult.
they get anything in?
They might
That
be
is
able
the
to. There's
biggest question.
30
It's
seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. It looks like we have 4 Mons down, 5 just Serena on there. It looks like they will be able to get some of these points off.
They
We
can
see
get it.
379, 370. Oh,
That's
they are.
it.
That's it. Is it 23
Unless there's a
seconds left on the
counter
clock? If they can counter score anything on the board, they may be able to push it away, but it doesn't
And
look like
just
they'll be
like
able to get
that.
it. And then like that, they are able to bring that lead even after losing Zapdos. And what a huge play for Team Backcap.
This is huge because this is how you play. Even if you lose the Zapdos, you just wait to see how much time do you have left, how many ults do we have available, and normally you can get a kind of judge based on the message, of course, how far we're behind. They waited, they said, you know what, we have enough, let's push. Big ults, took out some KOs. I think definitely what should have happened there, you just have to give that tower. Because there's already points on it, so there's only so much they can score. You have to defend that home base, because what the most they're going to do is put 50, and then you might have to, it'll be very close. But definitely should have backed away, played towards the home base, and then fought there, because you get the most amount of healing, and it's just easier because you can go in and out relatively quickly. But wiping at that moment was crucial, and very huge mistake there.
Huge. The damage there, I don't know if you guys got a second to look at that. But with Cinderace getting about 9,400k damage, and then the other remaining like 120,000 damage from Sanjay, absolutely insane. You wouldn't think that there would be 2 Mons on there that could get nearly over 100,000 damage each. Absolutely insane synergy from those two on Team Backcap. But don't let the 2-0 score there throw off how close
absolutely.
those matches were.
Absolutely.
Like, what a match. Lucky 7 brought it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, game 1 went a little bit, not the way you wanted, but it was still close until the end, of course. This one, I like this one better because they were patient. Sanji and they were pushing the advantage, pushing. And all it took, they won one fight, they won a Dread. All of a sudden, you saw the fight start to swing. They won another fight, they got a Rotom, and all of a sudden you're just like, wait a minute. And then great positioning, caught them slipping in the Zapdos pit. Really was able to get the Zapdos. The only unfortunate part, they weren't able to score enough points. And then, instead of giving the tower, they got wiped, and that just really made the difference there.
Yeah, that was absolutely an outstanding play. And what a back and forth there. Like, losing the Zapdos fight, watching them lose Zapdos, and then coming in to, the counter score right there at the end. I mean, that was absolute insane back and forth. And, hats off to Team Backcap and having just the mental fortitude to even be like, okay, hey, we lost Zapdos. I know that they scored. Let's counter score and pull back through here. That takes a lot, and that was absolutely insane.
Absolutely. There's always a lot of time. It's just a matter of just knowing, okay, what do we have? Do we have any ults available? Do we need to farm? Because you just only needed to make one big push, and luckily they had 2 ults available. They found the perfect spots. They're just like, you know what? We go in now, all of us together as one, and they were able to push them off the tower, get some really a lot of damage, not enough sustain, and just really a lot of CC, and they were able to get it done. So GG's, and they're moving on. So we'll see them a little later on.
Big GG's. And looks like we'll have a interview with Sanji. Slim, why don't you take it away?
Sure, I'm glad to. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
The man, the myth, the legend.
It's Nader though, or is Sanji in here?
Yes, sir.
Oh hey, Slim, are you here?
I am. So, Sanji, walk us through it because I mean, from our end, you guys tried to really run away with that, especially in game 2. But walk us through game 1 first, because it was a little closer, even though the score didn't really say so. What were you guys' plans going into the match?
I don't know. We just wanted to. We kind of had the same game plan all day. We just banned Slowbro, and then we just like if Hoopa gets banned, we'll pick Eldegoss, and then if it doesn't get banned, we'll just pick Hoopa, and then we just kill people. We just press buttons better than our opponents, and we would get.
That's
That's
fair,
the
'cause
key.
That's what you gotta do. That's true. So, what's the big thing about Slowbro that you guys don't like fighting against that you want to ban it?
Have you ever heard of this wonderful move? It's called Scald.
Ah, we've seen it a lot today.
Yeah.
Yeah, reducing your reducing damage by 40%, reducing attack speed, a movement speed slow on top of insane amounts of burn damage. You literally chunk a squishy to half health in one cast. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good.
Yeah, that's fair.
No
That's fair.
thanks.
But
So
I mean,
you were
Yeah.
absolutely killing it with that Cinderace Lucario combo in game 1. But then you switched to Serena in game 2 and still were able to be really super successful with it. What was going through your mind when you made that switch?
I wanted to play Serena.
Fair.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
kind of
it.
it. I was just like, I'm feeling like Serena this game. Let's play some Serena.
Well, that makes sense, and it definitely worked out for you. You're still able to get a lot of those KOs, and Serena still, I guess, has the bulk that you needed to. So it worked well.
Oh yeah, we got
True.
the Aos cookie technology, dude.
There you go. There you
Ooh.
go.
Very interesting. So, okay, we've known you like since the beginning of the game. You've always been Lucario, and now you have Serena. Which one's your favorite to kind of use? Because you kind of go nuts with both.
That's a hard question. That is a hard question.
Ah, we finally got a. Yeah, we need an answer though. We need an answer. Yeah, let's give me something good. Give me something good.
Honestly, it has to be Serena because like I could actually kill multiple people on Serena with like Stomp.
We
Right?
saw.
Like,
Oh yeah, no, we saw the cleanup for sure.
I could run into a group of 5 people, be absolutely dummy stupid, and still come out alive with kills. So yeah, I kind of like that.
That's fair enough.
Really,
And plus,
really taking it.
you have more than enough sustain with having Ellie or a Blissey, and it kind of looks unfair sometimes. I will tell you that.
It's it's pretty fun, fair, and balanced gameplay for sure.
Absolutely. So looking forward to going into the final. So you just looking to click A and keep dominating?
That's basically it. I'm just gonna press my A button, and I'm gonna hope my team presses their A buttons, and maybe the enemy team doesn't press an A button, and we win the game.
There you go. Well, hopefully you have continued success pressing buttons, and congratulations on a fucking incredible win.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
My God. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
I might get the dipset back.
Um,
Looks like we're back. So, after a pretty nice, 2-0, Sanji's team is in the finals. Team Backcap and what I mean, it's been a hell of a tour so far between all the Swiss and now we're coming up to this final. So, you think it's going to be a show like we just had last round, or maybe we get a little bit more back and forth?
If Sanji can get that combination going with him, and I believe that was Ult Smash with the Cinderace. I can't remember exactly who the Cinderace player was, but if they can get that synergy going again like they had last match, this could absolutely be something that Team Backcap runs away with.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
As we prep for this finals match here, we're starting to get, I think we're going to get the bans in here in just a second.
I think we already know one ban that's going to happen. Based on our interview, it'll always be one of the most used tanks in the game, good old Slowbro. But the question is, if you're up against Sanji's team, what do you take away? Because I wouldn't worry too much about Sanji since he's got two different characters. Do you take away the Cinder or do you take away Blissey from them?
Well, the Cinder's been a constant addition to really, really wrecked things on the opposing side. That would be something that I would be really scared of if I was playing against them right now. But it's going to be a pretty insane here to see what ends up getting picked. It looks like Cinder and Dragonite are going to be bans. So that's interesting.
Both junglers. Celestial has been running through this tournament, just going sicko on everybody with this Dragonite. So I'm not surprised there. And like you just talked about, Sanji's one thing, right? But the underrated hero the whole time has been the Cinder. I feel bad that I'm not picking up the name, but they have been an absolute rock star behind the shadows. So very interesting to see what other jungler we're going to see come out here. I don't know if they play Zera. Greninja's very, very similar in the way they work. Ginkgo? Okay, Ginkgo is the name. So shout out to Ginkgo. You've been doing a fucking amazing job and you deserve all the credit. So very interesting. Both jungler bans. So that means Slowbro's available for everybody. Blissey's available for everybody. Hoopa's available for everybody. So you potentially may see somewhat of a mirror here in what champions are going to be picked.
Yeah, and obviously the Dragonite ban makes a lot of sense. We saw earlier just what Celestial can do with that Dragonite, and the amount of damage that they can put out. It's just absolutely monstrous when it gets there on the field. So no surprise that one is going to be put in the back cage. But of course, you've got all those picks that you were saying before. That leaves Hoopa open. That leaves Blissey open. That leaves a Slowbro open, which has been something that has been, a big threat before. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams end up packing up with Sneak Thieves here and Team Backcap going for this finals match. Got to be excited about this.
Oh, for sure. And just a quick shout out to Bloomer for the win for the raid. Appreciate you guys and appreciate to everybody who's come in, following the channel, and just sticking with us the whole entire way, because it's been a long day, but a lot of really good Unite and a lot of stuff you can take some notes on. I know I am. I haven't played in a while, but goodness gracious, I feel like I'm itching to play, to be honest, but not my time. And it looks like we're just waiting for the lobby to get set up. We already see the bands, and Yeah, I wonder if we potentially just see the Blissey and the Eldegoss once again, just because that combination was just it was really hard to break through. But then I wonder
Right.
if Slowbro maybe changes how you want to do that. Maybe you get another attacker in there and just have Blissey by itself as a supporter.
Yeah, we have just seen so much of this like double, triple support, trying to make everyone on the team just as bulky as you possibly can make them. Yeah, I mean, Sanjay's team and the team backup is no exception to that. Other than the Cinderace and the Serena, who are the main cannons on this team, almost everyone else has been more of a supportive position for them. We've seen with Celestial's team that they run. I mean, even their biggest cannon being Dragonite, they like to run that bulk as well as that offensive pressure. So it's, I don't know. This fight could really go either way.
Yeah, it's gonna be really important to see how the top lane goes, and we just see what the picks are coming out of the jungle. And of course, I just really think I don't really think you go any other way than, of course, just really bulky. I wouldn't be surprised unless somebody doesn't play Bro. I wouldn't be surprised if we see double Bro, double Blissey, and then insert X here just to see what you need. Do you need another support, or do you want a little bit more attack power to break through that potential tank in Slowbro and Blissey? So just gonna wait to see, and looks like actually we're gonna get into it right now, and let's see what these check marks are going to be.
Yeah, it should be an interesting matchup. Again, the bans here are going to be Cinderace and Dragonite, really taking out those main cannons for him. So we see that Slowbro picked once again. Ginkgo not going to go for Cinderace. All right, fine. I'll go for Venusaur. Sanjay going to stick with that Serena comp. And we see Blissey yet again, Pikachu as well on team backup side, and looks like we're going to see Ult Smash going for the Hoopa there. Hoopa going to be returned on both sides. Deadpool Zombie going for that Lucario. We saw that earlier in the tournament. A very, very mean combo for Deadpool Zombie. And yes, that as we said before, Slowbro Blissey matchup. It's just really, really hard to deal with. And Sanjay said in that post-game interview last time was something that he was really, really nervous about going into it. The Scald is a very, very, oppressive force right now in the meta.
Absolutely. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. But this is Grand Finals, and it's only fitting that we take it all the way back to Gen 1. We're going to have the Kanto starters fighting it out for supremacy here. Venusaur and Blastoise coming out of the jungle. That is actually what I'm looking forward to. Normally there's another one in there. Everybody loves a good old Charizard, but guess what? Not today. So we're going to see whether we're supreme, grass or water. So that's what I'm interested to look for here.
It should be a good one. And with that, the grand finals have begun. We've got Hoopa, Blissey, and Slowbro going for the bottom lane on a team backup there, as well as the Lucario going up top in the main lane. Looks like the Blastoise is indeed going for that jungle. I didn't want to believe it at first. On the opposing side, we have Venusaur going into the jungle, and they're stacking their bottom lane with Pikachu, Hoopa, and Chansey. Top lane is going to be Sanjay with that Serena once again. Still a very, very dominant play here.
Yeah, and Lucario just once again getting an early advantage, being able to steal that. Oh my goodness. Well, this has changed a little bit. Sanjay just a little bit on the back end versus Lucario. Lucario pick up to 2 KOs here and getting
Deadpool
a nice
Zombie
dunk.
just not even flinching here. Sanjay, usually a big Lucario player. It's kind of serendipitous to see them get tossed around by this Lucario.
Yeah, and we do Lucario right now. Just another KO. This is a dominant performance really early, and he's going to put you really behind as they're just dominating this top lane. This Lucario is going crazy, and a really, really nice job trying to get some stacks, but it looks like might get KO'd here, but able to get out just in time. And it looks like they might be able to push this and maybe get another KO. Another one. Oh my.
Sneak
The power
thieves
of
get
Lucario, ladies and
right away
gentlemen.
with it here. Absolutely unstoppable as we see them go for score after score, really putting the work in on this top goal. The bottom lane, a little bit less of, oh, wow. Again. Just absolutely unstoppable. Deadpool Zombie running away with it. Sanjay having such a dominant performance last match. It's hard to see this top lane get taken so, or just handled so unopposed.
Yeah, I mean they're trying. They're trying, but right now this is just a Lucario diff at this moment, just absolutely showing why it's still one of the supreme characters in that top lane, and just being and Sanji once again going down another one. And I just don't know. There needs to be something, another KO, and just gonna dunk another point, stealing a berry as well. Looks like he's gonna potentially, just actually going after the Venusaur here coming out of jungle, seeing if he can potentially pick up that KO. It might be able to, but Sanji coming just in time, but Hoopa does lay down an amazing portal, so Lucario able to get out, coming right back, looking to initiate a fight, and picks up another KO, and another KO. God! Ladies and gentlemen, somebody needs to stop
Zombie
Lucario.
is correct. Nips Plays Games in chat said it best themselves. This is an absolute dominance performance by Deadpool Zombie here. And again, like this is Sanjay's lane. Lucario in the top lane. You got it. It's got to hurt.
It may be Sanji's lane, but it's not his house, and this Lucario's level 9, just itching for a fight. They can go ahead and easily initiate a fight here because they have ult, and looks like they're probably going to maybe push the advantage here. We do see a bit of an initiation on the back line. Big ult here, takes out 2, a double with the ult, and is just whipping through all this back line here.
Wow.
My God.
Deadpool Zombie is on a killing spree, absolute running riot as they get away with this Deadpool, able to make a big push here for the Sneak Thieves, just going for an absolute dominant performance here on this bottom lane. Gonna easily clear out this goal and start putting pressure on even the back goal as Hoopa and Pikachu try to defend their bottom goal, but they're absolutely overwhelmed by this death ball situation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I've seen Deadpool Zombie, but I need to know why I have not heard of them until now. This is a dominant early game performance right now. I need to know who this person is.
Right, 100%. Sanjay trying to see if they can get some momentum back on top lane, trying to see if they can take out that Rotom, and it looks like it will be a clean pickup on that Rotom for them, trying to get them just a little bit of momentum back from that that Dreadnought lost Dreadpool. That Dreadnought loss on the bottom lane here, and will pick up an easy KO on this Blastoise as well.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, 2 for 1. Blastoise did take 2 down with him, but unfortunately had to give up there, pushed a little bit too far up. Sanji able to pick up a KO here. And Sanji looking for a fight here versus Deadpool Zombie, trying to see if he can get in these points, but unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to be able to get it, but we might see just because Pikachu is able to help here, throwing out the bone, seeing if he can just camp it, and then, of course, goes back in, tries to stop the score, might be able to pull this off, but we do see there's a portal, and here comes Hoopa just to make sure they don't get anything here, and Sanji has to retreat.
Deadpool Zombie here just able to get off huge amounts of damage and still absolutely get away with it, with just a sliver of health as he retreats back here and moves to the bottom lane. Dreadnought coming up shortly here in about 15 seconds. And it's going to be a big push down here for this Dreadnought. Looks like the Sneak Thieves really getting themselves in a solid position for this Dreadnought here.
Yeah, this is a huge run. It looks like Sanji and, of course, the jungler here and Ginkgo are going to just opt to just, you know what, we'll just play topside, see if we can get some farm, get some points in, as a big fight is going down in bot. And right now, it just, maybe Sanji just comes in time, maybe able to help, but we do see Blasters going in, but a big ult there on the Blasters, able to pick up the KO, so it looks like they're going to be able to swing this fight. So very well done here.
Very well done indeed as they pick up that Dreadnought. Not able to get those shields to last out of it, but really get this big score off here. And honestly, it's some much needed momentum, able to really even out that scoreboard here in this finals match.
Yeah, and the big thing about it is picking up those KOs, getting the Dreadnought or picking up the kills, it just helps level-wise, because they were getting a little behind, but luckily that helped out. Now Serena's starting to get some little dunks, get those attack waves and the Aeos cookie up. So really well done here, but may have gone too far. I don't know if you're going to be able to get away from this Blastoise. I doubt it, but maybe. I mean, you do have the Blissey with you, which is one of the things that will always keep you alive. And look at this. Look at this sustain.
Absolute mess here.
Going down.
Oh, wow. And looks like Deadpool Zombie going to patiently wait out this Rotom, see what happens down there with Dreadnought. Looks like they're going to try and push for it. The team back up a little bit on their heels here going in, but the scoreboard's still in their favor. Deadpool Zombie looks like it will pick up the Rotom up top as Ginkgo tries to set up this situation and stop this Rotom before it gets in, but they get it absolutely cleaned by Deadpool Zombie and the Rotom.
Yeah, and we just see the back. Ooh, almost got caught there. Almost got caught there. Almost Pikachu able to catch him and not being able to back there, but everybody just disengages, and now we're going back to a farming state and pretty neutral right now. You do have still a little bit of an advantage, if I would say, on the Sneaky Thieves side. But right now, it looks like Sanji's trying to chase down this Slowbro that may have gone a little bit too far, but runs into the Blastoise, and Slowbro just gets away.
Team Backcap here going to push a little bit on top lane as we see the Dreadnought pop up on bottom. Now you're in a position where you're 20 seconds to Dreadnought, don't really have enough team members around to melt it. It looks like no one's going to really get in that position as we see everyone setting up for the big Zapdos fight. Sanjay going to come in here, take Deadpool Zombie on one-on-one. Definitely one of the big KO leaders for the team, but not really able to get off what they need to. A big Blastoise ult right in the middle of the field, and we are off. It looks like we are down two players over on Team Backcap here.
Might be able to push the
Thieves
advantage here. You see both the Hoopas still have ult active, and the big Blastoise already went off, diving in there, and it looks like he's going to start the Zapdos because they think they have the prime advantage here with 2 down and not really any damage dealers left on the floor. So looks like they're going to try to flip. I don't know if anybody can get in there in time. We're gonna have to wait and see. Lucario
now
always
all members have spawned back Zapdos at about 25% of the health, and they're still trying to peck away at it as we see the Zapdos slightly go down, and it does go down, but it goes down in favor of Team Backcap here. Sanjay trying to see if they can get those scores off that they need to, ulting on the Blastoise, making it critical and cutting it off from the Blissey, trying to go for the score here, and it looks like a pretty solid play for Backcap, able to really seal the deal in here. 300, 400 above what they need to, matching up the counter scores going on by Deadpool Zombie up top on the other side. About a 200-point lead here. This does put itself in range of potential counter scores here, but not any good positionings that see that may be likely.
Yeah, and the one thing I will have to say about this fight, not necessarily about, the Blissey able to get close enough to secure. I think the biggest thing was, I don't think that really needed to happen. Celestial got a little aggressive, was like, you know what, let's just do this. I think we have the advantage. But health-wise, not really, because there was a portal put down. They needed to get back. Not everybody was healthy for the second round. They could have waited, tried to maybe look for a backcap, no pun intended, but instead they just chose to go for it and it didn't work out.
Is that potential revenge score here that might be able to get something off? Doesn't look like anyone's getting any points quite on the board just yet, and we don't see anyone scoring. It looks like there could be a potential score right here.
Wait.
Deadpool Zombie, is it going to be close? It is going to be very, very close. They were 200 down. There was at least 100 points scored there. It depends on if there's any points scored there in that bottom goal that could have potentially pulled this gap up. This is a nail biter going down to this score entry here, and we see that it's going to end up going in favor of Team Backcap and Sanjay. Very, very well played here all around. Deadpool Zombie, despite losing this match, played an absolutely incredible match like I could have never anticipated. True. What are your first thoughts about this match?
Yeah, once again, you got to give credit to where credit's due. Deadpool Zombie, just absolutely marvelous play there. And I think for the most part, a really just great team fight all around. The last call there, Celestial starting the Zapdos when team-wise, they weren't really in a great position. They should have probably backed, healed up because there was a round 2. The tough timers were really low. They definitely had enough people from, of course, Team Backcap had people there, right? But not enough DPS to start the Zapdos. So why give them the opportunity? I felt it was a good time to just, let's rest up, come back for round 2. But, got a little overzealous. They chose to do it, and unfortunately it didn't end well.
It was interesting that we also saw Sanjay, who ran away with last match just so handily, get very much kind of canceled out here a lot by Deadpool Zombie. If not actually, Deadpool Zombie kind of going through there and kind of winning top lane. There was a good, kind of, obviously a good late game pivot there that helped them win better. But what is Sanjay going to do to adjust that top game gameplay to really counter, all that Lucario mess that Deadpool Zombie was throwing out?
That's gonna be tough because if anybody's known, Sanji's kind of a very prideful gamer, so may try to once again try to kind of come back from that because kind of made him look a little bad, so he may try to come out there and be aggressive again. But I think it's actually better to kind of like just play just a tiny bit passive, because the problem is you weren't winning those exchanges, and Lucario can normally always win those. You got to get as much farm as possible, get those stacks. If you get into another fight, it may end up the same way, and you don't want that. You don't want to have to fall that far behind where, it just starts a snowball effect. But luckily, things worked out in your favor. You are 1-0 in the final, so hey, everything's, it's a new game. Forget what happened last game. You go out there and do what you got to do.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you got to do. And Deadpool Zombie, I think that it's going to be interesting to see here. Serena is going to be the ban. It looks like on for the Sneak Thieves. They're going to try to take out that Serena so that Sanjay can't come back with all that force that they were coming back with in this last match.
Kind of surprised that Serena's the ban there. I felt that it didn't do too much where it caused a lot of problems. Well, I mean, it could be a pride thing where it's like I wanna have Lucario versus Lucario. This is the character you're known for. I want to see how I stack up against it. So it could be one of those, which would be pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing that if that's what it is, and it looks like it is. And of course, you see the Slowbro once again. You see the Blissies, they come out, and of course, Hoopas, can't go wrong with them. And Celestial actually switching off from the Blastoise. No more Cannon Starters. It is Cinderace versus Cinderace. So we got some huge mirrors here in the Blissies, the Hoopas, the Cinderaces, and of course the Lucario.
The only difference here is Slowbro and Pikachu.
Absolutely.
So it's a pretty big mirror match. Sanji gonna go, okay, you take out my Serena, then I've got to go Lucario. So really, really interesting plays there. Celestial, the Dragonite was the other ban as well. So Celestial not able to pick that Dragonite, be like, all right, you know what? We can go Cinderace too. So you got Space Lucario and okay, costume wise though, everyone's looking their best for this, and I appreciate that, right? We're at the grand finals and everyone's dressed to the nines for it. So let's at least take a moment.
In Space versus One Piece Cinderace. I mean, kind of depends on what
exactly.
You got here. Like, are you going to get the treasure or not? But going into this matchup, and let's see who we're going to follow along with, because I would really be interested to see how that 1v1 goes with the Lucario.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So we see the triple laning on both sides here. We've got both Chansey and Slowbro, as well as Hoopa down there on the bottom. We see for the top lane, double Lucario mirror match in the top lane, and Cinderace mirror match in the jungle. So almost identical plays on both sides, with only Slowbro and Pikachu being the difference in that bottom lane. Very, very interesting start to this game too.
Yeah, an interesting way this actually went, because Deadpool did have the distinct advantage because he was able to get the Corphish, but once again, you're a
Deadpool
guy,
Zombie
but it seems
and
like
Celestial
the top lane's going the same way.
absolutely cleaning up, and Hoopa there just to be the hype man behind them. Now we see Ginkgo come in here with the Cinderace as well, and this was such a good combo for Sanjay and Team Backup before, not really working out. Celestial and Deadpool Zombie able to really mirror match them fairly well here. And we see this big fight for bees. Ooh. Deadpool Zombie actually goes down. So interesting. Both Lucarios are now down, as we see. It looks like Ginkgo and Team Backup are going to pull it out within the. Wow, 1-for-1 with everyone, but Hoopa is the one that ends up sticking. Smash is sitting back there. Actually, wasn't out. He was just teleported. Oh man, that was a lot to process.
Yeah, just initially both teams having the same thought process and like, you know what? Let's go up. Let's make some difference. Bring our Hoopas up, and then we go from there. And Sanji, once again, having a bit of a struggle right now. But unfortunately, this Hoopa did stay alive. But like right now, the top lane's kind of going the same way it did last time. Of course, the jungler's not ahead as before, but a little bit behind. And hopefully the bot lane's going a little bit better.
Deadpool Zombie just putting a massive pressure on that top lane, leaving only 35 now to break it. As we see the mirror matches go there, and it's still okay. Oh wow, Deadpool Zombie able to absolutely clean up and come out on top here, showing that they are the dominant Lucario player in this matchup. Absolutely just demolishing this and stacking up as many of those score shield bonuses as they can. Cinderace coming up here, kind of putting a little bit of pressure to have them back off, but honestly, at this point, they just need to reload and come back there to the finish off that goal. But really, really putting some tight pressure on that top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just see another fight breaking out here. Ginkgo, a little bit low on HP, but Sanji able to get some revenge there and able to get a dunk. But we have to see if they may potentially be late. We're going to have to see if a Hoopa portal gets put down, because if they're late to this Dreadnought, and there's the Hoopa portal just in time, as it looks like they're going for maybe a bit of a rip here because they have the position.
Good positioning here for the Sneak Thieves, and they do get that Dreadnought here, which is critical here for the leveling gap, really giving them a good advantage. Big KOs here, and they're able to get pretty much the team sweep that they need. Not a full team sweep, but at least getting the critical characters out of there that they needed to.
Celestial popping off with the 4 KOs and a big ult that really made it happen, because they decided to take the initial, just like, you know what, we're in a better position, push it, and as soon as they came in, ulted right on top of them, cleaned them up. Really, really great job by Celestial there.
Now the Hoopa for the Sneak Thieves, trying to position them in a better spot to make sure that this goal also gets broken down. 4 points left on the board. They're just going to try to go for everything that they can here. Blissey dropping in 1, not enough to really break it. But we see Deadpool Zombie here in their prime in a 2v1 situation.
Goodness.
Not really even that over leveled either, but able to come out with it. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, the Slowbro just coming up. I don't know if it's going to be in time. Yep, that's another KO there. So Ginkgo trying to get some KOs back, get some little XP here, as we do see everybody go for the biddies. But here comes Celestial coming up for this next objective. I don't know if they're going to be really able to push this, but playing for the fight here more than anything. And we do see Deadpool Zombie coming in, stealing the Rotom right in time. Listen, always late, but hey, as long as you make it to finish off the job, then it's okay.
Right, and absolutely approaching more of a death ball formation here for Team Backap, and able to, I think, put this last goal here in the grave, evening it off with a 50-point score and giving them a fairly competitive, or at least try to break down that lead that the Sneak Thieves have.
Yeah, the interesting thing there, just a little bit of BM there by Sanji, making it interesting, dancing on their goal, even though, you know, so far in the 1v1s, he hasn't won them, but at least team-wise, they were able to win that big Hoopa ults all around here. And we do see a couple KOs. The Pikachu is taken out. We do see the Hoopa taken on the opposing side. Look, Sanji goes down, and there's a big Cinder ult right there. Can Celestial finish this off? We'll have to wait and see. Gets another KO there. And gets another KO, and ladies and gentlemen, might be able to pull the 5. Probably pull the 5. There we go.
Oh, Slowbro's gonna get the last steal for there, but almost a full team wipe at that Cinderace. Incredibly impressive here, and a really big win for the Sneak Thieves here to really just win these big team fights. It's got to be very rewarding here at late game. And was that a steal?
That's a Sanji steal. And that one's got to hurt just a little bit. Dancing on there before teleporting home, that one's got to feel a little bad. But Sanji looks like he's going back, trying to fight. I don't know if that was necessarily a good idea. And gets slapped by Blissey to pay for it.
Deadpool Zombie going to break that top goal and really, really put some pressure back on the Sneak Thieves side here. But that Hoopa going to make sure that everyone can teleport between those spots and pull the team where they need to go. As Deadpool Zombie and the rest of the Sneak Thieves try to reposition themselves and get into more of a defensive position, but still have a healthy lead over Team Backap.
Yeah, we just have everybody get into position for this next objective, which is the Rotom, and key prime positioning here for the Blastoise. From the Blissey and the Slowbro, and we do see a fight engaged here. Pikachu does go down. Celestial just staying alive barely, but gets KO'd there by Ginkgo, and we do see Deadpool Zombie trying to see if he can potentially clean this up, but may have to bail just because there's too much to stay in there. I don't know if he can get away. Nice little might be able to. And it looks like Sanji's going to try to see if he can take out this Blissey. I don't know if he's going to be able to, though. But does get Beast just for his, and gets away. Looks like now he's in a 2v1 situation, which might end up a little bad.
Yeah, that's going to be a risky situation. It's going to be hard to get out of there. Blissey going in for the double slap and able to clean that up. But Hoopa now able to get this team back really where it wants to. It's interesting because as much of the lead, you can see the lead now, not just on the scoreboard, but on the playing board itself, as you know. Team Backcap is really having to play off their heels off these first two bases and it makes them have this really, really long recall time if they want to get things like Dreadnought or Rotom.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that both teams are kind of showing face just for the Dread, knowing that, you know what, you only have 10 seconds, but you just don't want to make sure you just give it completely because they do have the potential to rip. Looks like they were trying to. I don't know if they're going to have enough time, but they might just in time, and they do.
Just in the nick of time, they Cinderace smacks that. Yeah, big ult, and we see the team fight happening well below Zapdos, which could put somebody in a precarious position here. Blissey on very, very little health is able to keep teams in there. Deadpool Zombie is just absolutely wrecking the squad. We see 3 go down, 4 go down, and it looks like Deadpool Zombie is the only one left in for the Sneak Thieves. And boom, we just see almost a full team wipe on both sides. Everyone able to kind of come back. Slowbro being the only one left on the Sneak Thieves, and Cinderace and Hoopa able to still stand up here for Team Backcap. It looks like this is going to be a big round 2 fight here as a Hoopa ult comes in. Zapdos just barely on its last little heals, and we see that it looks like Team Backcap was the one that gets Zapdos in here and is able to pressure these points in. And that may be enough for Team Backcap to come back from this.
Ladies and gentlemen, the hero of the day, Ginkgo. Absolutely marvelous job in that fight. Being able to stay alive, pick up the KOs, and just go ahead and having the awareness to be like, you know what? I'm a little low on HP, but we need to start this and do it right now. Really good awareness. Really, really well done with those range attack. Making sure putting themselves in the perfect position to pick up the KOs, because Deadpool Zombie for a minute there looked like he was going to clean up, but Ginkgo, absolutely marvelous performance in that fight.
Yeah, Deadpool Zombie really, really putting all the work in this game, but you know, Team Backcap getting that Zapdos win and making up those points right now has put this into a very precarious situation, but not a precarious enough away from a potential counter score, which is what we're trying to see here. And we see a big fight for the bottom goal, but it looks like everyone has been wiped out. It's going to be hard for anybody to get there in the next 12 seconds.
Unfortunately, yeah, definitely not going to be enough there. They needed to make sure they didn't get wiped there, and they pretty much did. So really good, great defense there. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, barring some kind of mechanical error or computer error, it looks like we have champions to be crowned.
It looks like that indeed, and that will mean that Team Backcap is our content creator bash champion here, winning this match 415 to 290. A very, very close fought match here, and absolutely astonishing plays all around. Deadpool Zombie over on the Sneak Thieves is absolutely nothing to shake a stick at when you're talking about these things. But you know, Team Backcap with Sanjay and Grinko especially, that combo was just impossible to beat.
Yeah, it was really tough, and this I think this match showed the best. Sanji necessarily wasn't as impactful as you saw, and it didn't have as much dominant performances as in other games. But this time, it was Ginkgo right there. Be like, you know what? Batman's out of commission. I will save the day. Let me put my cape on, and that is exactly what was needed there, because Deadpool Zombie was going absolutely ballistic and really like. And it's not just them. We're only shouting them out just because they had really great performances, but really every single content creator in this tour really showed something, and they're here for a reason, and they showed us why. And really, really well done, and congratulations, GGs to everybody. Really will. Great stuff to watch.
Yeah, congratulations all around to everyone who competed, and thank you to everyone who's been here. Nino Poke Bros, big shout out to them. Big shout out to Dark Aura VGC, Team Drip, and everyone here. But I believe that we also are going to have an interview with maybe, possibly.
Can we talk to Ginkgo? Can we talk to Ginkgo? Ginkgo,
Yeah,
can you talk to us?
maybe we could talk to Ginkgo. That would be great. But I think we may possibly have an interview with the winners here. But just absolute incredible performance by Sanjay and Ginkgo. That combo, that Lucario and Cinderace combo, definitely don't want to be on the other side of it. That's for sure.
Absolutely. And then just really just from top to bottom, from round 1 all the way to now, just a lot of fun stuff and a lot of really, really fantastic Unite gaming. I can't say that enough because I was watching from the very beginning and I never got bored. Everybody showed me something. I'm like, oh my gosh. So it really makes you, it gives you a love for the game because once you see it played at this level, it makes you want to pick up the sticks and play yourself. So make sure you download the app and, it gets your game on, man. It's a lot of fun. And especially this level, this is why we play. This level right here is where it's at.
Yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. We've seen some amazing plays throughout the day. Of all the things that we've seen, who do you think has got who's been the most oppressive Mon on the field?
Oh, by far is Blissey.
Yeah.
Like no matter where, from when in the fight, you've always seen a Blissey and made such an impact on keeping people alive. Egg Bomb creating a lot of decent damage and a good CC. It was a lot to deal with. And of course, if you want to count up another Mon that goes right after, there's a reason why they keep banning it. It's Slowbro. Really impactful, and you can see why. So those are my 2 takeaways for sure on right now the most defining Mons in the meta currently.
I think that if I'm looking at these last couple of matches, though, there's got to be something said about Lucario and Serena. Absolutely incredibly impactful. I mean, the way when we see these 1-1-3s played, it's almost like there's 2 junglers, right? Because that top lane kind of feels like a jungler at some points and can really swing the match. We saw Lucario come in for really a lot of clutch plays here, whether it be Deadpool Zombie or Sanjay that was running it. But it's still it's great to see a Mon like Lucario, who's been in the meta since the very beginning of Unite, still be such an impressive force here. And then also to see people like Serena who's newer to the mix come into it. But it looks like we will have Genko from the winning team here, the new championship here. Sanjay coming in with a raid party of 81. Thank you guys very much. Tetcher coming in with a raid party of 12. Wow. Let's get this interview going. Genko, are you there? Can we? Hello, Genko, are you there?
See if we can get him on the line.
Hello?
Yep.
What's up, Genko? How are you doing?
My hands hurt.
Your hands hurt. What an incredible match. Congratulations on an incredible victory here. You and Sanjay were the talk of the town with this Cinderace combo the whole time. What was going through your head? How do you make that work so well?
I don't know. We kind of just winged it, to be honest, from my perspective.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
lot of talent there. I mean,
Well, sometimes that works.
And funny
That-
enough, we had like 1 day of team practice. That was it.
Oh, I'm glad you answered. That's exactly what I was going to ask because I wondered because sometimes you don't have a lot of time. You're doing some other stuff. I was wondering if you guys had any practice. So this is just really nice mesh that came together. I mean, have you played with Sanjay before? Have seen him play before? So because it
this
felt
is
so
my
natural.
First time playing with him on the team. I usually always go against him. Usually,
okay.
yeah.
Definitely.
Well-
But I mean, talk to us about Cinderace real quick, if you don't mind me asking. Like, is that your favorite jungler coming out? Because out of all the places, it seems like the jungle has the most diversity between Dragonite, Greninja, Cinderace. But why is Cinderace the one for you?
He was my main all the way back in season 1. I'm actually like one of the top 1 tricks in the rankings right now. I think number 7 right now. But yeah, I wanted to be a Slowbro main and a Greninja main, but my friends already like played them back then. But I said, all right, fine, I'll go Cinderace, and then that was my main.
Hey, you should be all you can be, and you're definitely one of the best, and it shows.
Yep.
Yeah. The pairing really went well. There was a lot of times where you were able to pick off the person at the right time. There was a lot of times where Sanjay was able to engage and you were able to hold back and put the pressure on that way. And I think it was incredibly impressive to watch. Yeah, really, absolutely a dominant performance with Cinderace. Any advice like when it comes to some of your builds with Cinderace? What do you do to optimize it so it works the best for you.
So, my Cinderace build is muscle, focus, scope lens. I know a lot of people take attack weight instead of focus, but the reason I take focus is because like I know I'm gonna be in like fights for a really long time, especially at Zap. So focus can definitely keep me alive, and I I tend to cheat death a lot because of it. I've noticed a lot during this tournament.
Yeah, you're able to add a little bit of bulk to that Cinderace, especially being such a glass cannon. It really ended up working out for you, especially in these finals matches.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And for the people like me who's new to seeing you, like, when can we catch you? You stream? Let us know like where we can find you, because I would love to. Like, I'm a professional lurker, so if I can ever see you play, I would love to watch. So like, where can people find you? Talk to the people.
Twitch.tv/Ginkgo_1. I usually stream around. I would normally stream in like 1 to 3 hours from now, but this is the only exception where I stream early for just this tournament.
Well, there you go.
Listen, you did your thing. You showed out, and congrats, man. You guys really earned that, and it was amazing to watch.
How does it feel to be the first content creators champion?
Kind of shocking. I was not expecting to get this far, but we did our best, and wow, it was honestly a lot of fun. Not gonna lie.
Well,
For sure.
we're certainly glad you enjoyed yourself, and we're glad everybody here had a great time. Thank you so much, Genko, for chatting with us, and congrats again to for winning it all.
Oh man, I'm still trying to
Yeah, you
Like
gotta
all
take it all
fluffy.
in, but like
Take it all
you
in.
earned it. You earned it. You guys played up, and listen, when Sanji was struggling, you came in and it's like, oh, don't worry, I got it covered. And yeah,
I got you,
definitely
homie.
earned it. Yeah, love
Right.
to watch, man. It was dope.
It was
Mhm.
fantastic.
All right,
Well,
so ladies
thanks
and
again.
gentlemen, I think that's it for us. Unless I'm
Absolutely.
not sure what the next thing is for us.
Yeah, I think that is it, Slim. I've had a fantastic time commentating with you today. It's been a absolute pleasure. I've been having a fantastic time commentating for Dark Aura and everybody here. Thanks again. Big shout out to, again, the Poke Bros, Dark Aura, VGC, Team Drip. If you want to find me, you can find me at Roos Bane on Twitch and Twitter. I'm also a producer of The Break Room on New Rockstars. Go follow New Rockstars on YouTube. You can also catch me on Geek Life Live, hosting most likely Silph Coast Sports. We'll be producing a show tomorrow night, so definitely come out and check us out, 7 p.m. Central Time. We'll be covering everything from San Diego Comic-Con that we missed because I was doing this today. That should be it for all of my plugs or anything else like that. Slim, where can they find you? I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, but where can they find you if they want more Slim?
Well, before I get to myself, just want to give a quick shout out Squirtle, Nino, Lou's behind the scenes running it all day.
Yes.
I know
to Lou.
he's tired, so big shout out to him running this whole thing the entire time, and it's been great. It's a lot of fun. Shout out to all the content creators who played, and for me, I'm Big Slim World everywhere. WRLD, just like Juice World. Whether it's on Twitch, you can catch me most of the time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or just follow me on Twitter because, why not, and hopefully I get more chance to cast. Casting is really a new passion that I really like. So hopefully I did your guys' game justice, and hopefully I did well in this tournament, and maybe you guys will see me again, but make sure you guys drink water, stay hydrated, be safe, and take care of yourselves,
Absolutely. Take care of yourselves, guys. And that'll be it for us. That'll be it for the stream. We'll see you guys next time. Stick around for the raid. And thanks for showing up. Peace.